перевірок міжнародними
медичних наук. because we've been given this opportunity. Because Ukraine is being aimed at, controlled because there's a war going on. And people that are now standing in the front line, they do all their best to provide us with the possibility to be working, be gathered together in a cozy setting, tackling serious issues for the country. However, there are people that will never be able to be with us. Now let's commemorate them by a minute of silence. We're starting our forum, and we're conscious that we're doing this for the sake of Ukraine, for the sake of mankind. Ukraine is in the focus of the world's attention, and we are being helped. We are being helped by weapons. However, we are here together because some dependable and modern drugs are always a weapon too that is needed by the world. From overall epidemics to individually tailored treatments, that all requires serious and researched and evidence-based drugs. This is why we're here. And we're working for the future of Ukraine. The anthem, please. Okay, in these difficult times, the importance and role of the state is growing by much, and this is understandable. And the increasing role of the state not only is not that of as of a regulator of an expert environment, but a customer to cutting edge technologies, cutting edge drugs, cutting edge qualification level and communication between professionals. I would like to air Professor Sergei Dubrov, who is the first deputy of Minister of Health of Ukraine. He's on a business trip, but he is courteously sparing his time for opening up of the conference. He will share a number of words. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Sergey. Good morning, all highly esteemed participants of this forum for clinical trials in Ukraine, European integration. I really assume that no expert would cast doubt on this theme of clinical trials as an extremely important one for the Ukrainian pharmaceutical area. And it's known that with the beginning of the full-scale Russian invasion into Ukraine, the development of clinical trials process has been complicated but much. This is a rupture to logistic chains and the rupture to the working hours of healthcare facilities. But this most of that, the majority of those problems were posed by the Russian occupants, and despite that concerns actually the doing of clinical trials. So the Ministry of Health, since the beginning of the Russian aggression, passed a number of legal documents for research organizations, sponsors, and leaders of medical facilities where clinical trials are conducted. And that was the process dedicated to an evaluation of potential beginning of studies and patients' transfer to other medical facilities, including in other countries. And all of that to provide for continuous provision of patients with drugs and maximize all the processes related to clinical trials, which includes this submission of a dossier documents via the internet. And of course, clinical trials stand in an important position in Ukraine. So a decision as to the possibility to use one or another drug could be made only after a systematic study of its data that is supposed to be evidence-based. And the development and support of clinical trials in Ukraine after the critical impact, the full-scale war on the process of clinical trials, the Ministry of Health has made a number of substantial changes for the procedure of clinical trials, which includes the reduction of dossier submission. The approval by Ministry of Health is also shortened as a timeline, and these interventions by the Ministry and the State Expert Center unfortunately cannot lead us back and revert us back to the pre-war process of clinical trials and the provision of our patients with original drugs, but hopefully that will increase the number of clinical trials that are being conducted in Ukraine. We're running into logistic issues, we're running into legal issues, but we're sure that this particular intervention, this event that you're working at now, will help us resolve some issues and provide for a more direct track for doing clinical trials. I would like to wish everyone fruitful work, and thank you very much, and very sorry that I cannot be here in person. Have fruitful work, everyone. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. Thank you very much, Mr. Sergey. Work fruitfully, work good. Thank you. Dear colleagues, this particular conference, this particular forum is organized by the State Expert Center. By definition, by default, the State Expert Center is is a government's position, expert approach, and centralized feed, centralized provision, presentation of your work. And Mr. Mikhailo Babenko is given the floor. He's director of the State Expert Center of Ukraine, candidate of medical pharmaceutical sciences, associate professor. Hello everyone, hello dear participants, partners, colleagues, friends. On behalf of the State Expert Center and myself personally, I would like to welcome you at this pharmaceutical forum, which is called Clinical Trials in Ukraine, European Integration. This event has been organized by the State Expert Center, by the Ministry of Health of Ukraine, together with Ukrcom Expo and the Ukrainian Association of Clinical Trials, and is supported by the Ministry of Health of Ukraine. I would like to welcome today the highly esteemed speakers and guests of the forum, the number which includes people from the ministry, people from the center, sponsors of clinical trials, manufacturers of drugs, members of professional associations, ethics commission, research doctors, representatives of the academia, and civil society associations. The number of participants is more than 400, including international partners from Sweden, Poland, Canada, Denmark, the UK, Germany, and Belgium. I'm also glad to welcome for the first time representatives of European regulatory authorities, which are our partners, and friends from the Swedish Medical Agency that will highlight issues from the European platform's point of view, and also for the people from Poland that are expected to share their experience of transfer of participants from Ukraine to Poland during the military aggression of Russia and Ukraine. I would like to thank all the workers, for all the organizers for making this event possible. Just to say, Ukraine has been and will be a country with a great clinical trial potential, including in wartime. Why? Because the majority of Ukraine's territory is relatively safe territory, relatively safe area that could be utilized for efficient clinical trials, which is confirmed by the expertise of the last year. Full-fledged functioning of the structure, which is the facilities, which is the banking system, which is courier service, which is other service provision kinds, will provide a wider circle for doing clinical trials. Ukraine still has a big capacity for clinical trials because it has one of the largest European population. Ukraine has a stabilization of immigration processes, and it has about 1,500 clinical sites or research centers. In 2022-2023, the national legislation was improved that regulates the clinical trials. An approval term is shortened to 35 days, which is a substantial cutting edge for Ukraine and Europe. That's one of the most important items for the sponsors in terms of launching those trials. Dear colleagues, hopefully our time together is expected to be useful to outline our generous needs and find solutions to problems. We suggest that this dialogue between the center and international counterparts and the whole industry continued, and this will help Ukraine's recovery, the building up of Ukraine in the future. So have fruitful work, have interesting work. Thank you. Our forum is started with the first plenary session. Plenary session is called GSP Principles, Clinical Trials. GSP is a regulatory pivot point for clinical trials in the time of war, European integration. About the importance of clinical trials, about the realities that were existed now in Ukraine. The contribution of the State Expert Center by the Ministry of Ministry of Health, not Defense of Health, support to the clinical trials area and clinical trials trends and conducting them. All of that is included in Mikhail Loba's presentation. Mikhail Lobas being a candidate of medical science, deputy director on clinical trials. He's an MA in business administration. He will talk about the realities of clinical trials in Ukraine. Good morning, everyone. Opening the plenary session of the Forum on Clinical Trials and European Integration, I would like to stress that the state regulation of the turnover of drugs is one of the priority things for the states wish to provide for the exercising of citizens the right for health and development of the pharmaceutical sector as an integral part of the of Ukraine's economy, being based on the best European and world practices and clinical trials. Multi-centered clinical trials experience has a lot of experience for the patients, doctors, and country as a whole. Ukrainian patients have the possibility to get free of charge treatment with cutting-edge drugs. The doctors will familiarize with new technologies of the treatment of a disease. The country will have a possibility of further authorization, registration, and use of evidence-based efficiency drugs and safe drugs. The state center, expert center, but at the Ministry of Health is standing at the position is poised on increasing the number of clinical trials based on GCP. This forum is expected to be a platform for exchanging different thoughts between experts to outline the needs for the industry of clinical trials of Ukraine. That's a platform for the participants to discuss and synthesize the new knowledge to achieve our goals that we have set for the future. The full-scale military aggression by the Russian Federation has substantially impacted the processes of doing clinical trials on drugs in Ukraine. The most important and unchanging priority throughout the clinical trial life cycle is compliance with international ethic principles and providing for the safety of rights and security and safety of doing a clinical trial. Ukraine, before the war, 794 clinical trials were being conducted. 84 were already started, 210 already approved by the Ministry of Health. Today, 321 clinical trials are going on. In 23, 20 to 26 were started due to the new reality. In 2022, 59 applications for clinical trials were submitted, 190 protocols were approved. In 5 months of 2023, 13 applications were submitted, and today 17 protocols have been approved. During the martial law, clinical trials are initiated in a shorter way, shorter path. 579 substantial amendments for materials, for changes to the materials of clinical trials were made, including the transfer of patients to safer places for conducting clinical trials in 2022 through May 2023. 482 research subjects were transferred. Since March, '22 reports were coming over that 282 patients were transferred, and also abroad they approved clinical sites, and 31 patients got back from the abroad-based clinical trials back to their home sites. Clinical audit is an important aspect in to prove the quality of conducting a clinical trial and protect the rights of patients. Since May 22, the State Expert Center resumed the clinical audits for the sake of to make the patients enjoy their rights, to check if their rights were infringed till 2023, 43 clinical audits were conducted. It's important to say that the results of those audits demonstrate, despite the war, that clinical trials in Ukraine are conducted according to GCP requirements. In the wartime, the Ministry of Health and the State Expert Center are set to continue the processes of the implementation of the best regulatory European and broad practices on Ukraine's pathway to European integration. The regulatory base has been harmonized by 70-80% in Ukraine, understanding the problems available that are related with documentation and disrupted logistics. The Ministry and the Center have developed and have approved number of potential changes, potential actions to make amends, to make an evaluation of clinical trials and materials for clinical trials according to the EU legislation. The Ministry of Health has developed and approved a project of changes for this expert review passing. The Center and the Ukrainian Association of Clinical Trials, the expert review has been shortened as a process to 30 calendar days. Pursuing the policy of transparency in their activity, the State Expert Center has developed and implemented free of charge consultations, advice throughout all the stages of clinical trials for those doing them. Now, also, there was an edict or order by the Ministry of Health that has approved the procedure for patients' wider access to unregistered drugs, unapproved drugs, and also to the program. To the program of the use of research drugs. As of 23, two programs of extended access to patients were approved. The priorities for State Expert Center's activities include further development of a single information system for clinical trials to set interaction between sponsors, researchers, contract research organizations, regulatory bodies throughout the life cycle of a clinical trial to avoid a lot of paperwork and to submit documents within a single and comfortable format. Also, adverse events reporting is included in that format according to the international format of data exchange. And I would like to extend my kindest appreciation, and I would like to urge all the sponsors, all the researchers, and all the manufacturers, the academia, the unions, and civil society of Ukraine. Thank you. We're here in Ukraine to continue clinical studies and develop the industry. Thank you very much for your attention. Now, dear colleagues, in case of any questions, we sort of pile them up, and when we have a Q&A, we might have time to get them answered. But I'm sure that the questions that are expected here will not pose any extra questions, and everything is systematic now. The next presentation, because an integral part of any drug is bioavailability. However, in reality, it's important to have it a regular availability so that the drug connects to the patient, gets around to them. And about the European experience in Ukraine, about free of charge treatment of patients with severe and untreatable diseases, incurable diseases. Taras Liesowski will talk about the compassionate use, and this is a wider access. Hello again. I'm glad to welcome all the forum participants. Wish you a fruitful day of work. Wish you good results of the forum and good developments that potentially can be put into practice. As a preamble, I want to say that the area of clinical trials is really extremely high priority today in the condition of the full-scale war. The lead of the Ministry of Health, as was already announced by the government in London, and on Ukraine's recovery, and it's just to say that clinical trials are an area that is able to bring major investments into Ukraine's healthcare, as we today have a pretty clear understanding that when it comes to a war condition, one's access to innovative drugs and in general drugs is very important, and that includes this clinical trial area that actually provides for high-cost therapy for the patients that are participants of clinical trials is very important. On top of that, analyzing the situation on the world markets of clinical trials, we have an absolutely clear understanding that Ukraine has to take due measures so that in the background of that reduction in the number of clinical trials that investors have suspended or are not starting despite because of the war, because of what it has done. We need to make Ukraine more competitive on those markets. Take into account that we have our clinical trials legislation very seriously harmonized, and the Ministry of Health are now analyzing properly, respectively, the European legislation before our potential European integration. Then the values achieved so far and known to us speak about the fact that this legislation on clinical trials has been harmonized on a high level. Along with that, we understand that we also need to do some optimization so that the conditions for conducting clinical trials are competitive, and the ministry are ready to develop a certain roadmap to receive some signals, what to pay attention to, so that it's put into practice respectively. Так, у нас звук исчез в микрофоне, я пойду.
About the drugs, and one of the parts of this law is the conduct of the clinical trials of the medical products in Ukraine. We see that it's a very serious market for the sponsors, and we think that the development of specific procedures for clinical trials of drugs will also create the necessary conditions to engage sponsors and investments in Ukraine. Going back to my speech, which will be dedicated to the aspects of access to the drugs according to the program of expanded access, I would like to say the following. To date, as you know, according to the questions which were raised at the very beginning, and the questions were to regulate the access for severely sick patients to innovative drugs on free of charge basis, to non-registered drugs, and to the drugs which have already finished the clinical trials on. The changes to the law of Ukraine on drugs have been implemented, and the provisions were introduced about the provision of specific programs. I mean the access programs. Here I mean the programs of expanded access to non-registered medications or drugs, and to the access of the trial subjects to the trial drug after the end of the clinical trial. To conduct the provisions of the law of Ukraine about drugs, which was approved 24th of August 2022. The order was approved, number 1525, which approved the procedure of the conduct and approval of the programs of expanded access, and also introduced the specific changes into the Order 237, which regulates the aspects of logistics and import of the non-registered medications and other products for clinical trials. I would like to say that this practice is Euro-integrative practice because these mechanisms were implemented in the country with high regulatory status, including in the EU, such countries as the EU, the US, and currently, we rely on these mechanisms to be able to solve the problems related to the access that I have already mentioned. I will not stop on the main points which are in this order, but I would like to highlight the main ideas. In general, the order sets the procedure which is for the applicant, and the procedure which sets the terms and the document flow for the regulator, Ministry of Health, and State Expert Center. I'd like to say that this procedure covers non-registered drugs and medications which are allowed to be used according to specific indicators, and for which at least the second phase of clinical trials has been started in the EU, the USA, Australia, Canada, Japan, the UK, Israel, or Swiss Confederation. For these medications and drugs, there has to be available information about the safety level to set the correlation of the benefits and risks, and respectively to be able to for the doctor to be able to prescribe these drugs according to this process and mechanism. So the main bullet points. So the main bullet points of this order. First of all, this is the revision of the materials for further approval and the changes to these materials which the State Expert Center provides free of charge. Given the fact that here we mean the provision of the patients with the drugs, the investigation on the drugs is done by the sponsor, and this way we insisted that the revision of the materials according to these programs would have to be free of charge. So, of course, during the martial law, it is forbidden to use non-registered drugs within the programs, the development or manufacturing or production in the countries which are recognized by Ukraine as the aggressor country. Non-registered drugs can be used in Ukraine within the following programs and can be used by health facilities, doctor, or the physical entity which has the necessary license to implement this medical business without the right to sell. So it's not for selling, but just to provide the patients with the necessary medications. Also, I would like to attract your attention to the fact, and further I will focus more on that, to receive the positive result on the approval of specific programs, to have the positive decision from the Ministry of Health, you have to comply with all the conditions in the law and in the order in terms of the procedure of approval of the specific programs. And I will tell you later briefly about these conditions. And the roadmap. The roadmap, the movement from the applicant and the regulator. Here you can see a brief algorithm. Traditionally, the applicant contacts the Ministry of Health with the application and necessary materials. All of that is submitted to the Center of Administrative Service, one window, and then within 2 days, the Ministry of Health creates the necessary letter to be sent to the State Expert Center, and State Expert Center within 5 days revises the materials and creates the conclusion and recommendations about approval or non-approval of specific programs. Then, within the next 10 calendar days, the Ministry of Health makes the decision. In case it is a positive decision, then the order of approval is created or the denial in approval, and within 2 calendar days the publication of the specific order is made on the official Ministry of Health website. Then the applicant gets informed by the ministry with the specific letter and the order from this about this decision. Going back to the reasoning and the conditions of the program, I would like to say and pay attention of the applicants about the reasons for denial. Traditionally, unverified information provided in the materials, absence of the necessary elements of these materials, and non-compliance of the program to the legislation and laws and specific orders. Briefly, how can I go back? So briefly about the conditions. As I have already said, there are specific conditions which enable approval of the program. To receive the positive decision, currently for the programs of expanded access for the patients for the non-registered drugs, the important conditions are not exclusive, but let me focus the following ones. The patient has to have the disease or sickness or severe medical condition threatening his or her life or leads to disability, or that leads to disability. The following criteria: the patients in Ukraine have no alternative treatment or alternative medication which can be offered. The safety of the drug on trial. In terms of the safety of the drug on trial, the necessary clinical data has to be received, which will be enough to create the benefit and risk correlation, which will prove that the efficacy of the medication outweighs the risks related to the use of it. For the program of the access of the applicants to the medications after the end of the clinical trial, the following conditions: the threat to the health of the patient or severe medical condition which requires continuation of the treatment with the drug which was in the trial, available data about the fact that the risks of use are way lower than the expected positive effect, and respectively available data that the patient participated or continues participating in the specific clinical trial. According to the results of the decision which is made, as I said, the orders will be posted on the official Ministry of Health website in the category documents. Here you cannot see it very clearly, but we have put the decisions decisions about some programs. I will not tell you all the data in this order, but the most important thing is the data about program, about the medication or drug, the manufacturer or producer, and the other additional materials, because additional materials will be in the materials submitted to be in the assessment according to the Order 237 on the import of non-registered drugs and other extra materials, additional materials, and other medicines. Only the medicines which are mentioned in the specific documents can be imported. Here you can see the examples that Mikhailo Lobas has said about the decision about denial, decision about approval of the specific programs. Let me briefly tell you about other legislative initiatives which the Ministry of Health considers in the area of clinical trials. First of all, as it has already been said, there is the simplification in terms of definitions, in terms of terms, 30 days. 30 days, and this is the specific step to create the competitive conditions to receive the decision fast on the clinical trial conduct in Ukraine. Together with that, the necessary changes are implemented to the Order 690, the changes which mean basically the implementation of the practice of the EU, I mean the requirements of the procedure of the EU 356, where the expertise is divided into the preliminary and specialized. To date, this document is worked on in the central authorities, and we believe that this process will be finalized soon, and the order will be upon the registration in the Ministry of Justice. So the second point is the procedure of emergency expertise of the materials of clinical trial. Here the situation is the following. You know that currently the decision will be made by the Cabinet of Ministers about the cancellation of COVID-19 quarantine, the Order 690. Specific mechanism which enabled to provide the procedure of emergency expertise in the emergencies. Thus, our initiative is to preserve this mechanism, but instead of COVID-19, we have to unify for other conditions related to epidemiological situation or some quarantine or critical condition. Here you see what happened in Kakhovska hydropower plant, and this way we're going to improve this mechanism, but keep it. We will keep it. And given the fact that it's been almost a year after the actual use of the mechanism of the access to the program of expanded access, we see the markers of the improvement of these mechanisms, and we're expecting from the market and the experts and expert institutions the recommendations on how to improve this mechanism. As I have said, to date, the competition on the markets of clinical trials for Ukraine is of high priority, so that we would be able to have the attract investors and sponsors. Thus, we believe that the process of the assessment of clinical trial materials and decision-making process on the approval of protocols needs digitalization. This way, we want to consider the possibility about the partially State Expert Center has highlighted the first measures which are being done about digitalization, but we also want to improve and strengthen this process. Thank you for your attention. Have a nice forum. Thank you. Mr. Taras, there is a question in the chat. A few participants online ask to remind the order of the law draft on clinical trials. The one that you said. This is the Law of Ukraine 2054 about the changes to some legislative acts in Ukraine about regulating the aspect of the provision of the compassion medications. It's point 8 in the Law of Ukraine on medications, medicines and drugs. Thank you. And now, the speaker who knows all the moods of the biggest European corporations about clinical trials in Ukraine, the legislative aspects and the possibilities of solution. Irina Mahdik, the Executive Director of Clinical Trials Subcommittee of European Business Association, candidate of Medical Sciences, MBA, Kyiv, Ukraine. The floor is yours. Good morning, dear colleagues. Greetings. I wish success to this forum and to the Society of Clinical Researchers, and I hope that all of us together will counter this aggressor, and we will gain victory in the renewal of clinical trials in Ukraine. Let me start my speech from a short introduction of our subcommittee, because the subcommittee consists of the companies which are not just the sponsors of clinical trials. This is the leading research and development company, world leading research and development companies, the logistical companies, those who provide logistical services to the patients and other services during clinical trials, companies which and centers of clinical trials. I'd like to highlight that right now in the subcommittee we have the broad expertise, and I want to thank all the companies and all the experts and all the representatives for the valuable contribution they've made from the beginning from February 24, so that the clinical trials would continue happening, would renew and develop. Let me remind you about 24th of February 2022. I'd like to tell you that this date started maybe a week earlier or even earlier when we started with the State Expert Center, when we started working on recommendations for the society or community of clinical researchers on the recommendations to conduct clinical trials. And I would like to say I want to thank all the workers of the center, to Mr. Mikhailo, to Mr. Mikhailo, to Taisia. And if you see the recommendations, if you look at the recommendations of the industry of clinical trials, you will see that they were published on the website of the center March the 1st, 2022. And these first minutes, days and weeks of the war caused not only despair, but first of all, our society felt the need to support clinical trials, ongoing clinical trials, because many patients participate in these trials and everything that needed to be done was disrupted. All the infrastructure in one moment stopped functioning. And to support, to find a way to continue clinical trials, we focused our work on the specific directions relevant at the beginning of our common problem. So the communication was balanced with all the stakeholders of the clinical trials. This communication with the companies of subcommittee, the communication with the state institutions, State Expert Center, Ministry of Health. We also thank the Ministry of Health, which supported from the first day and solved all the problems which were in the area of clinical trials, and all the other state institutions. It was the communication which we had 24/7, and I can tell you that it continues being the same way for 16 months of our war. And the communication was the basis of everything that we've managed to solve and how we managed to help the area of clinical trials. Because during the communication we identified the problems which appeared in the companies, logistical companies, centers, in all the stakeholders, to find different ways to solve these problems. Also, monthly questionnaire monthly survey was launched, which helped us understand the gaps and problematic areas and also the trends during the conduct of the clinical trials. And the attention was focused and the work was focused on the main directions, like the safety of the trial subjects and data preservation, and the safety of the personnel given relocation, remote monitoring, the work of the sites, websites and lakes which had to be provided during which had to be provided on the edges, on the close to the military actions territories and temporarily occupied territories. So thanks to the center, the principle of one thought for the work of lakes was established, and the remote work during the work and the decision-making process. Logistics, as you remember, fully needed to be changed because all the flights were cancelled. And on top of that, some warehouses and were destroyed, and the logistics was destroyed. It needed to be solved, and we received a lot of help from the State Service of Medicines in terms of logistics and the preservation and maintenance of all the supplies necessary for clinical trials, and the adaptation of the conditions of the clinical trials, because we started discussing from the first days on how it's possible to remotely work on the submission, to work on the submitted materials remotely. And thanks to the center, it was implemented and supported by the changes in the Order 690. And right now, this is the practice which needs further development, but it is polished off and works well. Also, March the 1st, we issued the letter appealing the world community to stop the clinical trials in the Russian Federation and to stop cooperation with the Russian Federation. Every chain or every step of the clinical trial focused and emphasized on main activities. And if we speak about the companies supporting clinical trials, their activity was focused, first of all, on adaptation and the provision of the continuity of the clinical trial. And we achieved this result very quickly within the first months, thanks to the fact that business continuity plans worked in the companies, and thanks to the communication which was there between the monitoring, investigation and subjects in the companies. It's about the communication and cooperation among all the stakeholders. Also, the company supported the relocation of their staff, of the patients who participated in the researches, and solved other logistical issues, in particular points like related to the delivery of the direct delivery to the sites or direct delivery to the patients, which solved a lot of problems which were there during the first months of the war. I'd like to say that all the efforts enabled to prevent collapse of all the clinical trials, and less than 17% of clinical trials were really cancelled. Other trials were put on hold, and only less than 17% of clinical trials were cancelled. I would like to say that this area adapted quickly and started working efficiently in the extreme emergency conditions. The companies implemented new approaches to conduct the researches. They implemented such novelties which companies never thought about before the war and COVID pandemics. They never thought about implemented that in the clinical trials. I would like to say that during the first months from the beginning of the war of 2022, and all the main elements of the clinical trials were already adapted and started working effectively. So the conditions were extreme, and the business continuity was provided, and the continuity of the trials where active patients participated and where patients continued being treated. And the quality of the trials was confirmed. 36 audits of the regulatory bodies, 8 trainings of GCP, and so on, means that the community, a Society of Clinical Trials, is interested in the development, and there is the confirmation on the quality of the clinical trials in such difficult conditions. 100% of the medical expert commissions work in the clinical trials, and we had the survey of the websites where 226 centers of clinical trials participated, and all of them confirmed the work of the medical expert commission and the adapted work of the medical expert commission. The sites of the clinical trials, 94% of them continue participating in the clinical trials. The sites which had their clinical trials, 99% are adapted and motivated to continue working. In terms of patients, patients continue participating in the clinical trials. They come back from abroad, and we've seen in the speech of Mr. Mikhailo that 31 or 32 patients have already come back to their sites where they started the clinical trial. And 94% of the sites confirmed that they have the same or the increased pool of patients, and they are ready to engage them into the clinical trials. Logistical aspects, the solution of import-export problem, confirmed by the delivery man and logistical companies, possibility to export biosamples within 72 hours to the central laboratories. Right now we're working on switching on the codes of biosamples, on including the codes of biosamples into the lists which have to be which can cross the border without the line. The monitoring on-site monitoring has been renewed and has recovered from summer last year. Besides, the geography of on-site monitoring expands monthly, and the restriction to conduct on-site monitoring, there are fewer and fewer companies. 2 minutes left. And the support of the state institutions is highly important, because without the support of the Ministry of Health and State Expert Center, it would be impossible to do that. Here I would like to show you the picture, which means what needs to be done to solve the problems we've solved. The communication with our state authorities, with the Ministry of Health, State Expert Center, changes to legislation, and all the other problem solutions. I would like to highlight that the companies during the war have donated $258 million. I mean the companies which are a part of the business association. We highlighted that digitalization is the main part, and we continue digitalize. And here you can see the orders which have digitalization officially, and the implementation of modern regulatory requirements, the new addition of on the drugs post-trial access, and the work on the extraction of the article or decriminalization of clinical trials, registered law draft, the regulation of medical products in the clinical trials. Here are the first indicators of the renewal of clinical trials in Ukraine, and right now clinical industry is getting stronger and stronger, and it's ready for the new development and for the following ways of work in Ukraine. So I want to thank Mr. Taras, who told us about the changes which will happen soon, but then we we need to mention digitalization. We work with the Ministry of Health to create the Cabinet of Patient for clinical trials, the reduction of taxes to import drugs for post-trial treatment access, new approaches in terms of clinical trials, decentralized trials, and the decrease or reduction of the terms of approval of clinical trials. It has been supported by the questionnaire, the readiness of the centers, 93% with high interest and motivation. 96% are fully adapted, 100% of them have high interest and motivation, 64% have active visibilities, and 37% have active clinical trials which are conducted on the sites. We know that Ukraine is a really important player on the international market of clinical trials. 1.2% of biotechnological researchers, 1.6% of global patients, besides 60% are in the main 5 therapeutical oblasts. And what we have in Ukraine, we have all the key R&D companies and top CRO companies to conduct the trials. If we speak about the potential, Ukraine had the increase or growth by 30% over the last years, and we waited for the 36% growth of clinical trials in 2022, but the war changed the plans. However, I would like to say that if 794 clinical trials were in Ukraine, it's up to 1 billion investments in Ukraine, and more than from 20 to 40,000 treated patients with severe conditions who need innovative treatments. The potential of Ukraine is very high. Here you can see the sites with high level of workers, high level of clinical trials, centralized medical system, a lot of patients, well-developed infrastructure, cost effectivity, positive regulatory environment, which is being improved to be competitive on the international market of clinical trials. I would like to say that a week ago there was a conference in London, Ukrainian Recovery Conference, and at that conference, from the Ministry of Health, we said on behalf of the Ministry of Health our proposals which can improve the position in Ukraine to renew and further develop clinical trials in Ukraine.
First of all, that was address to sponsors as to the clinical trials criteria for doing trials in Ukraine. That's the requirement of restriction, which is supervision should be resumed by FDA, MHRA, EMA, including a remote option. That's also Swiss option, a basic criteria for CT resumption in Ukraine, together with the outstanding regulatory agencies of Europe and the world. This is the ministry's tendency to finance an electronic module. That's the facilitation of new CT approaches to in Ukraine, with support by European partners. This is central laboratory set up, and that's the central laboratories cooperating with the laboratories of Ukraine. This is the cooperation with international work groups. It's just to say that now it's really high time for all these sponsors, international famous companies that are welcome to Ukraine, and this is actually to entrust them with Ukrainian innovative drugs. The CT structure of Ukraine is able to quickly adapt and work in emergency conditions. Ukraine has maximum favorable conditions for quick resumption of clinical trials. This unique structure is our strength on the world CT market, and it is here, and it will remain within the next 10 years a country of choice for clinical trials. It's high time to come to Ukraine right now for for us not to be late, for you not to be late, and for us to start the resumption and development of clinical studies. It's now, not on completion of the war. And thank you, government, that you have understood that clinical trials are important, and that comes with an investment, and this support is reflected by the governmental initiatives and strategic vision. This is the economic strategy up to 2030, and Ukraine's healthcare sector recovery plan of Ukraine. And we have also prepared and we circulated to the companies and all the stakeholders an open letter about cities in Ukraine that could be used, referred to for communication with companies, sponsors, and other stakeholders of clinical trials. I would like to thank you for your attention. I wish you success, and I wish success State Expert Center and Ministry when it comes to implementing the plans available. Otherwise, everyone stay in good cheer and stay successful in your cause. And without further ado, we're getting to the next presentation. That somebody know. We know the CT problems when it comes to Ukrainian manufacturers. And this question will be, what do we have to do right now for the sake of the future of this industry of CT? And this will be Ivan Vyshnyvetskyy. What to do today for the future of clinical trial industry? That's the premeditation, because Ivan has to moderate a whole English language session. Very glad to see you, dear colleagues, in here, and this will be a pretty high turnout for this very difficult time for Ukraine, for the industry, and it's just to say that I'm chairing the Ukrainian Association of Clinical Trials, but I'm talking about the studies, the trials that are being conducted by Ukrainian companies, Ukrainian professional researchers. So my presentation is mostly about why exactly we need clinical trials in Ukraine. And Ms. Irina, who spoke before me, just touched upon that a little bit. I just want to show it on this chart, which says that 1% of the market share of cities, and some average values have been calculated. If you transfer it to the Ukrainian reality, given that Ukraine has about 1.5 times more patients than the world clinical trial sites, then the figures say that before the war, Ukraine generated, our industry generated about $650 million per year, per annum. A few tens of thousands of patients got access to innovative treatment. What's on top of that? That the industry has created and has supported more than 4,000 workplaces, jobs, as a minimum. Let's collaterally supported by our industry, like taxi driver. In other words, we can provide a lot to Ukraine. And that Ukraine had, what Ukraine had from clinical trials before the war, and what we can potentially have, that makes a world of difference. You can see in the chart, if you can make it out. Sorry about that. I will just comment on what it says. This chart shows by how much potential we have when it comes to population groups available to conduct trials on. If you take the US as a reference country and see how many trial sites or research sites per capita or per population of Ukraine, and you can see the same proportionately in the other countries, then for Ukraine you will see that within the last year it's gotten down to less than 40%. sorry, it's gotten to 40%, less than 40%, and previously it used to be 25% of that corresponding value in the States. And speaking about our neighboring countries, that is 140%, 160%. So, in other words, we're very different, and our potential is very huge, and we can increase the number of research sites, clinical centers, fivefold, twofold, fivefold. But now we are running into some severe limitation. We know actually, and we're involved with the industry, and we all know that we almost have no clinical trials. Only some episodic ones. They don't create, unfortunately, a critical mass. And we have a number of homeworks. That's the homeworks we have to do internally to increase Ukraine's attractability for international customers, despite the war, despite the challenges. We can do this, and I just offer you to look into the country as a marketeer. So we have to sell it to the head offices of global multinational pharmaceutical companies. First of all, how can we increase that attractability or attraction? Let's first take the Kano model that looks into the attractability factors, and let's divide them into three categories. There is a certain set of must-be attributes. What does it stand for? Dissatisfaction or turns you away in this country, from this country, in this case. But it is not something especially captivating. Okay, what does that include? Regulatory conditions harmonized with international demands. Today we have 80% correspondence to the European legislation, and I would say that we're fully harmonized as much as possible. Speaking about our needs, what we don't really have is the political and economic stability, unfortunately, but we need to understand that. We need to understand how and with what we have to compensate this absent must-be component, sticking with the right ethics standards. On the whole, we know that it's very good in Ukraine, but there is something to work on, and we know there is. Is there any item that is called ethical expertise capacity? Is there something to work on? And I think that, of course, everyone agrees that we really have something to work on. We have something to improve. That this is why this is our homework, not for the time being, but for the future. Sure. Then the next comes dependable data, reliable data. We know that FDA and EMA have made their audits here, and all of them were a success. That's a powerful message. Nevertheless, we have issues to work on. We know issues existing throughout the world, like the put people regularly to jail for scientific misconduct in the States. So, in other words, we have something to work on. And the availability of a sufficient population of patients. Ukraine has always been a good country on that. We still have enough patients where we have centers, and nothing has changed, and migration processes are still on, but we do have them, as sponsors ask. I would say we do. Then factors of the country's attraction. I would like to also single out two key ones. That's the speed of patients recruitment, and this is the timeline of research beginning. They should stand good, and we had always a good speed of patients recruitment. Then timelines, yes, more or less it was within the limit. within the line, not for the worse, not for the better, but we can improve. And the country, the government are making efforts, therefore, and sponsors are not only interested in recruitment, we can show fast recruitment and fast beginning, then transparent regulatory network environment, something to work on. Then competent, experienced, well-equipped sites, the better, the higher the better. Professional sites, professional researchers should have more possibility to be involved in this. The third group of factors are the so-called exciting or appealing attributes. If they're not here, everything is fine, but they're an extra stimulus, incentive. What could be that exciting factor? That is, I'm sorry to say it in an American way, that's a collaborative approach, which is the real support, which is the feeling of a governmental support for the sponsors that should be certain that yes, they'll be taken care of as they get into Ukraine. The government cares. They should feel it. And in our society, we have to switch from the situation when half of the country's population thinks that's guinea pigs, things like that, speaking about subjects, from to the situation when everybody says that's a progress, that's development, that's science. It's not only that I will improve my own health, but I will help some thousands of other patients. That should be done. Ukraine has been multiple years declaring digitalization like our business card, and clinical trials as an industry at the same time is the most innovative, but very often it is also most conservative. And here Ukraine can show that yes, we can be a place where we can implement and test those cutting-edge digital technologies. If we generalize, like all in all, what I have said about what are the homeworks that we're in for, and we have to do today and also for the future, because we will have to recover the country, and the more possibilities and the more economic effect we feel from clinical trials, the better. So this one is not actually prioritized by importance, it's just prioritized, synchronize our regulatory field with the European legislation, then the right of one's use of that should be improved. It's our edict or order 610 as far as I heard, and should be slight change of our corporate culture along with that, because everything is allowed, if not prohibited directly, and that's also a corporate attitude. So we need to be more open-minded. We need to be more dynamic. We need, like provisionally speaking, make some internal self-regulation. So we need to understand. We need to deal with what is not directly prohibited, as Order 610 has lots of possibilities that we're not using, different models of cooperation and collaborative efforts and so on. Then it's also shortening the real timeline of actually the trial launch. We can do it better at different stages than government support. As I have said, for different countries, for example, there are countries with a more highly developed economy. In Malaysia, they have an office at the Ministry of Health, and this office is engaged in advertising and promoting their country to the world, and they've got like a clinical city ombudsman, And this is something that Ukraine has to consider as well, perhaps. And also, we need to take our regulatory package and have and stimulate the development of this area and make like a research city. This is only ideas and proposals. So we need to form a culture of zero tolerance to research misconduct. We need to develop health, and we cannot just run into a situation when in several years all the country is into e-documentation concerning healthcare, while our research guys will have to write something on paper because a patient's A-card is not adapted to clinical studies requirements, so no auditor, no inspector will take them. We can also promote the development of professional research sites, research centers, and improve the infrastructure. Also, ethical expertise, ethical review should be improved. Also, enlightening, awareness raising activity is something we should be involved on, and of course, possibilities for innovative technological solutions. I'm done. Thank you. Thank you for the 30 seconds that you have given us so generously. Now the next speaker knows all the actions of Ukrainian sponsors, all the pluses and minuses for Ukraine. Sergei Mikhailov, who is the city director in Ukraine, Georgia, and CIS, Merck, Shandor, Kyiv, Ukraine. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Good morning, good afternoon. I'm glad to be here with you, and thank your organizing committee for inviting me. And I'm very sorry to say that, but sometimes I'm surprised that they keep inviting me. Sometimes I say things that are not really fitting, but anyway, I remember our last conference, so I had some aftertaste. After that was back in October 2020, and there was a plenary session, and it was opened up by Mr. Trachtenberg, who spoke without slides, but his speech was so bright, and it was about the COVID, and he remembered all the circumstances, and I at that time thought that our concern was more business as usual, and now we're talking about a new business in life, and normality, and things like that. So we need to make a balance between the horror that we're living in and our cause, our business. That's a great challenge. I just remember the 27th as an Iskander missile that was a couple days ago that hit a restaurant or cafe in Kramatorsk with casualties, like 13 casualties or something, like two girls, 14-year-old, and on Facebook there are plenty of hate posts like those parents, they never saved their children, they never brought them out of the country, but her mom was a nurse, and she was in hospital at that time. She did her best to protect her children, and they had their granny in the countryside, and from time to time she shuttled back and forth to look after the children and so on and so forth. So what I'm talking about, it's impossible to talk about our business today without understanding that we really are having a war. For years ago, good slides like the sponsor that hasn't appeared here the last 490 days. That's an objective reality. That's the number one thing. And number two, you cannot talk about serious business without understanding all the nuances and details. About the details, very briefly in the introduction as to sponsors, my presentation is has a name of what is sponsor doing. You're talking about the future, that's what needs to be done. And I assume that what we are already doing should be remembered. And if we talk about sponsors, we can call anyone a sponsor on GCP and commercially speaking and legally speaking and so on and so forth, commercial and legal organization, just in a nutshell. For myself, the sponsors are like working in Ukraine versus not working in Ukraine, but the concept presented was for sponsors not working in Ukraine that could be involved in those things. And speaking about sponsors working in Ukraine, there are sponsors physically present in Ukraine and physically not present in Ukraine. That's either a question of experience or communication or a source of receiving information. We are present in Ukraine. And the third one is that the sponsor that is present in Ukraine is doing their clinical trials, and it's all inclusive, from taxi drivers that you just remember to transfer of patients. They could work themselves. They could use contract research organizations. They were working on our own, and in the last year and a half, in the latest years, that burden was pretty well on our shoulders, and we pulled it off all right. Just a little bit of the thesis that I would like to share with you. First of all, we're together with the country, and as Sergey said on the front line in the beginning, we are pulling all those things off, and that's a humanitarian component. Like 3% of companies' employees were either mobilized or volunteered to go to the front line. 60-70% of our guys are females. That's a pretty good percent. I assume that sometimes in companies that could go up to 10%. Number two, as donation, as humanitarian aid, financial aid, and also as providing free of charge drugs. The company has given to the Ukrainian healthcare system, to the hospitals, drugs for the amount of $95 million. Irina said that we need to look into the FBI resource. There is a wonderful analysis of all companies. I just don't want to be applauded to, but just to say that there's plenty of companies, plenty of sponsors present in here, and they have done a lot of things in the last year and a half. Now, employees, we started the war, we had 140 employees. Now we have 130, minus 10. That was because of the outflow abroad, but if you talk about the guys that went abroad, now there is about 8 million people of the population that are abroad. About 7.5 now are still abroad in Ukraine, and let's not forget about that, because it's not only the population of the patients, but that's also sites employees, if you remember. But we really tried to retain our employees. We provided them with all necessary assistance. Then multi-million investment was made to relocate, to transfer, to accommodate abroad, and so on and so forth. Just to recall one short project, it's not being done by our company, but it's people do it that were born in my native city, Chernovtsi, and went to my school. And this is called the 1K project I'm going to talk about. And they got like $12.5 million they collected for support to Ukraine. And all this year we have lived together with the country within the same conditions, some extreme conditions and some extreme conditions, not only about life and doing business, but also and there were publications that we're almost the only pharmaceutical company that was very seriously damaged by the Petia virus back in 2017. after which our cybersecurity system is much more severely adjusted than with our colleagues. So we're working in such a cyber safe space. Physically, you work on one computer, get into another computer virtually to check with them, to reconcile. You're just crazy guys. Yeah, all those crazy conditions. In the beginning of the war, we invested $25 million to Ukraine, and it was our biggest investment a year before the war. I mean, that was a direct one into Ukraine's economy, not counting the value, not counting the value of the creation of workplaces. Then $25 million during the war. That was $15 million since the beginning of the war, because of CTPA's clinical trials, $5 million. Yes, we're an American company, so $5 million we invested. We imported and we conducted in Ukraine. We imported into Ukraine more than 8,000 kits, which is 2 vials actually, 2 vials, and we did 6,000 cycles of cancer treatment. In this year, 3.5 thousand cycles of cancer treatment in half a year. The second one.
One more time, we have proven that in Ukraine, the impossible is possible. I think that all our business continuity plans and all our discussions with our board and our higher-ups about how you will conduct the clinical trials in case of the war, they weren't even close to the realities we ended up in the morning, February 24. Let me say it again, we're not the sponsor looking at the situation from abroad without being present in Ukraine. We look at it from European and at all of that. And when we planned our business continuity plans in, let's say, in November 2021, and we presented all that information a week or 2 weeks before to the higher-ups in the headquarters, 1 or 2 weeks before the invasion. There were 4 scenarios, and one of them happened, and with the comments, it was impossible to have that. And I had comments, it was impossible to have that, and I will not even plan continuity. It will be not about continuity, it will be about the survival, and we've done that. We've provided the study continuity, treatment continuity, and treatment monitoring continuity. We started the war, 76 projects, 1,206 patients. We lost 20 patients during the war. These numbers vary. We have no connection with the patients, then we have the connection. They went to the out of the occupied territories, but the number was 30, and right now we cannot contact 21 patients because of the war. And unfortunately, in terms of our portfolio, we are in the similar situation like most sponsors and other organizations. We don't take new patients into the current trials. We don't place new clinical trials in Ukraine. For sure, when there are new clinical trials, no new patients, and the patients we have, they either finish their participation in the clinical trial or get discharged from the clinical trials or die. 75% of our business is oncological trials, and very often on the 4th stage of the disease, and so on. So it's clear that out of 1,000, we have 600 active patients in the trials, and to be fair, we have to say that only half of them are on the active treatment and the other half is on the follow-up and surveillance monitoring of the sites. I haven't even finished half of that. A lot of things happened over 161 days. We have renewed the monitoring on the sites in April last year. In April, from the beginning of the war, we haven't done the monitoring only in 4 on-site monitoring only in 4 cities: Kharkiv, Zaporizhia, Mykolaiv, and Kherson. All the other cities currently are being monitored by us on site, and the above mentioned are monitored remotely, and Kherson in particular, and the site continues working. And in Kharkiv, we will provide on-site monitoring as well. On average, we fulfill from 1 month to month 150 to 150 monitoring visits, and half of them are done remotely and half of them are on-site. And we started from the beginning of the war, there were 0% of on-site. February, March, and April 2024 had 0 on-site monitorings. And 2 more points I'd like to say. After humanitarian, after the everything is possible quotation, and after the fact that clinical trials are possible in the country with the war, with like hundreds of thousands of the injured people, clinical trials are possible. Right now, we're barely coming to senses after the disaster we ended up in. Not only we recover, but also our headquarters, not only we in Ukraine, but also in the headquarters. They realized the situation to be the new reality after clinical supply transfer and abroad and everything that happened. Right now, more or less, the situation is being stabilized. Over the last year, we closed 86 database logs, and we plan 89 to have this year. 90% of them are closed in the necessary volume. And on the grounds of this stabilization and on the fact that the company stopped business in Russia and cannot take patients in Ukraine and Russia, and it started looking for new possibilities, and the possibilities which were not actively used in the Central or Western Europe are being used right now on top of that in the Asian and the Southern American countries. So it's all about difficult configuration. The 4th quotation, we are together with the country going through the war and fighting for the victory. We are working in terms of the external communication as well. Among many events where we participated, at least 2 highlight events, international level, one in Manhattan, the International Conference Immune Oncology 360, the most powerful event. Among everything else, there was our speech as well. And the annual event, the annual association, which has 10,000 of specialists in clinical trials, emphasizing patient protection, ethical standards, DIA, and internal communication in the company is a separate story. I'm so happy that I am working for this company with the people, especially in the headquarters. We're working, we have the green light to recover business, and we hope that Iskanders would not hit our country's territories. So, and we have not restarted the taking new patients into the oncological clinical trials and clinical trials. In terms of oncological trials, the endpoint and the survival of patients and the monitoring of their condition, it's difficult to predict this situation for the next few years in the country with the war. But all the therapeutical trials, apart from one cardiological trial by status, they have the approximate or relative recovery. Also, we have feasibility trials with Mr. Ivan. We had a meeting in the morning, and I told him that the researches, the trials, in terms of HIV among children, naive patients, COVID, and there is a question mark whether it needs to be done or not, and oncohematology to finalize why we stand for this to survive and to have the future. Each of us and the country, and each of us has to be on our place to survive and have the future. Just like us, to have the future. On average, the company 2018, 2019, 2020 increased the number of trials significantly. We started in the world 30, 46, 50, 60 trials a year. There was a surge in 2017, 18, and in then there was a decline, and right now in 2023 we plan to start 60, 70 new trials. The company is looking for the possibility to go back actively into Ukraine. That's why we not simply invest into Ukraine and to the victory and maintain our specialists, expertise, and people. So So we fight together for the victory. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you so much. Sergei has proven that the sponsor, what the sponsor is doing and what the general sponsor of the forum is doing. That is the fantastic presentation. Applause. Applause. Let's continue. European Platform for Clinical Trials. Today, what is it? Today, and is there a place for it in Ukraine? The presentation from Swedish authority who has not taken the headphones for the in translation. Please take the headphones. Let me give the floor to Gunilla Andrew Nielsen, the head of the Department of Clinical Trials and Special Permissions, the Swedish Medical Products Agency, Sweden. Dear,
With attention. Your microphone, please.
Good morning, and thank you all for this very kind invitation. I will share our slides, and I hope that you all can see them. Can you just confirm that, please? It seems to be working. I will give you our Director General, Björn Eriksson. Please, you can start the presentation.
Hello, everybody. I'm talking with some sound in the background, but I hope that you will hear me. I will give you a brief presentation about the new clinical trial regulation in the EU and the new European platform for clinical trials, which includes an initiative for accelerating clinical trials in Europe. Next slide. Abbreviations are CTR for clinical trials regulations, CTIS for the clinical trials information system, and ACT EU for accelerating clinical trials in the EU. And next slide, please. The clinical trials regulation in Europe was established due to the importance of strengthened clinical trials and simplifies the application process. Before the regulation, it was a scattered system around the EU member states with applications submitted separately to regulators in each country. After the clinical trials regulation, which applies from January 31st, 2022, there will be a single clinical trial application for the entire Europe, covering regulatory and ethics submission in the EU 27 member states, as well as the associated EES countries, as you can see, Norway and Iceland and Liechtenstein. Next slide. The clinical trials information system is the IT platform that EU and EMA has built to be the platform for the applications for both the applications to the ethics committees and to the national competent authorities of medicines. So it is one single submission portal, and it is one single workspace, and it contains public registries which harmonizes the submissions, assessment, and supervision of clinical trials and will ease the situation. And this is done due to public health reasons, to enable research and innovation, and to be the global hub for clinical trials. Next slide, please. In 2022, January 31st, the clinical trials information system, the IT platform for the applications, went alive. But when it went alive, there was 1 year of transition and with hypercare of the system. And during this year, it has been more than 500 clinical trial applications submitted during 2022. Of them, 201 have been authorized. And what we have seen during the transition year was very much problems with bugs in the system for complicated and big clinical trials, multinational clinical trials, and with a complex structure. And EMA, together with the member states, has worked together with the sponsors to resolve all technical challenge during the year. And we managed to leave the transition year, and the CTIS went mandatory January 31st, 2023 for all clinical trials applications in the EU. And since January 31st, it has been added more than 500 new clinical trials applications in the system. And the system is improving all the time and is also accompanied by a big service desk to help the sponsors if they have any problems. And it is ongoing collaboration to support the users and improve the CTIS all the time. And the system and are more and more user-friendly, and we expect that in 1 year it will be absolutely fit for purpose and easy to use. Next slide. Here you can see a presentation of the number of clinical trials during 2022 and the trials with a decision per month. And you can see the increasing number, and it is since April 23 increasing even more. Next slide, please. The clinical trials regulation went live, and the CTIS system has been mandatory since the start of this year. This has also been accompanied with an initiative from the Commission, from the EMA, European Medicines Agency, and from the heads of medicines agencies, all agencies in the system, to promote more clinical trials in Europe. And the background is that we have a lot of decreasing numbers of big multinational trials in Europe. And there is a competition with other parts of the globe, and Europe has year after year lost its market share. And now it's time for us to really strengthen the clinical trials environment in the best way. And the clinical trials regulations builds on the momentum from the clinical trials regulation and CTIS is the two things that builds the momentum for the Accelerating Clinical Trials Initiative. And it is truly a network work due to the fact that we are working with the entire Europe in a harmonized way. And the 10 priority actions in the Accelerating Clinical Trials Initiatives is to enabling clinical trials, innovative trial methods, good clinical practice modernization, and to engaging stakeholders. And not at least the last one, engaging stakeholders, is of great importance. Last week, we had a big meeting in the network with academia, healthcare providers, patients, and authorities to discuss what we can do for clinical trials and what should we do right now and what should we do by the regulators to enable the situations for sponsors and clinical researchers in Europe. And I must say this was really fruitful, and it was a lot of commitment to be much more harmonized in the 27 member states. And next slide, please. So in the future, and the plan for the next 4 years for the Accelerating Clinical Trials EU initiative is to ensure effective operation of the CTR, of the new regulation. We really want to simplify the way we govern and the way we operate in the system. And that is to align clinical trials approval with much more scientific advice and early and simultaneous scientific advice. The regulators really want to be in early stage from idea and to real world evidence when it comes to scientific advice. We also need to support especially the non-commercial, the academic sponsors to conduct impactful clinical trials and to establish the place of novel methodologies. So we really need to develop the methods, especially when it comes to advanced therapies, ATMPs, and new structures to generate evidence that could be used in the benefit risk assessment. You know that we have to work with not only randomized clinical trials, but also now to assess and really evaluate single arm structures, decentralized clinical trials, etc. So also enable decentralized approaches, of course. And this is not least important in countries like Sweden, where we also have a lot of people living with long distances to university hospitals and hospitals. We also need to have more training in the systems, of course, so that we have a sufficient and ongoing educational ecosystem to learn about the clinical trials and the processes. Align internationally, of course, and optimize the use of data so that we can use the data from the clinical trials in research, in academic research, and all parts of the clinical research system. And of course, especially for us as decision makers or for healthcare providers in decision making. So we have created since last Friday a multi-stakeholder platform, which is a way where all stakeholders in the system of clinical research can interact with each other to suggest solutions and present challenges. Next slide. So the focus for this year, the last slide was for 4 years. For this year is to have a reinforced focus on the platform, on the IT platform, to improve it so it is more user-friendly. Launch a scheme to support academic sponsors conducting large multinational clinical trials, and the creation of the multi-stakeholder platform. And as I told you, it was a kickoff meeting the 22nd and 23rd of June, and this will continue in rapid pace. And I would be very happy to have people from Ukraine on board on the platform. Next slide. So what this means for patients and research and development in the EU, the ACT EU initiative, the CTR reform, and the clinical trials information system. For ACT EU, it should ensure the voice of patients is heard on clinical trials and modernization, and that's in the multi-stakeholder platform. We should build engagement with all stakeholders to improve EU as a global center for clinical trials and address health needs by facilitating innovation in clinical trial methods, data insights, and large multinational trials. And it's a special focus on large multinational trials. So the clinical trial regulation and clinical trials information system should make it easier to find and potentially join clinical trials. We want to provide clinical trial results in lay language so you understand among the citizens and patients what we are doing in clinical trials and enable medical innovation and support patient safety. So this is what we are doing in EU when it comes to clinical trials right now. And it is an intensive process, and we really want to improve when it comes to the volume and the number of clinical trials in the EU system. And I know that Ukraine is very good at clinical trials, and you have many clinical trials, and I think that we really have to learn from each other and enable each other's clinical trials. So I'm looking forward to have Ukraine on board in the EU network soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Bjorn.
Hi, Bjorn.
Attention, attention.
Thank you very much for finding time. Thank you for sharing your experience, sharing your knowledge. We are very pleased to listen to you. It's very useful information for us. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Перед вами виступав генеральний директор Шведської агенції з медичної продукції Бьорн Еріксон, Швеція. І ми переходимо до наступної презентації «Стандарти якості клінічних випробувань». Які вони ці стандарти і як їх виконує спонсор в Україні? Катерина Орловська, керівник групи із забезпечення стандартів якості в Україні, Грузії, СНД. Мерк Шарбдоун, Київ, Україна.
Добрий день, шановна громада. Надзвичайно щаслива бути сьогодні з вами, мати цю можливість. Представляю відділ якості. І перед тим, як перейти на свої слайди, я хотіла би поділитися тим, що мій відділ дуже багато має спілкування з іншими країнами. І якщо ми на початку року з ними спілкуємося, визначаємо певні цілі на рік, і вони озвучують щось на зразок, нам би пережити офісний аудит, ми посміхаємося в вуса і кажемо, нам би просто вижити. От. Кілька слів про себе і про наш відділ. Не впевнена, що зрозуміла, як перемикати. Можливо, хтось мені допоможе.
I will not stop. 15 years in the industry and 7 in the quality area. So the agenda is not big, only 15 minutes for my speech. So if we speak about the continuity, the topic of the presentation, then every single company has own continuity plan, and here I will not surprise you. In our company, it is realized on many levels, but when some disaster happens, like the war, let's say, or COVID, then we develop the incident management plans. And in terms of war, it will be better to say tragedy management plan. So if my colleagues said about what exactly has been done by the industry, by the regulator, by sponsors, associations, then let me try and tell you how we've managed to do it and how we were doing that. Just like all of you, we woke up February 24 and it was so unexpected, and classically, according to risk management, we started working on risks and working on risk assessment. We started eliminating risks and monitoring risks. Of course, team matters, and we renewed the procedures where we deviated. We recorded that, and of course, we monitored the regulatory environment, and I will tell you a bit later about it. So, what does the risk map of the Ukrainian look like? The risk of bombardment and shelling, the risk of the destruction, the risk to die, the risk to have no connection, and there are so many other risks, including COVID. But in terms of the risk mapping for the worker of the clinical industry, then this map looks even more detailed, and also looks bigger. We say that we lose patients, we lose researchers, investigators, we can lose connection. There may be no water, no logistics, there may be no medication, and it will be impossible to deliver it to the site and patient. We have a lot of different challenges we have to work with. So the processes fall apart, but not all of them. Our experience of 2014 helped us a lot. And I see support in your eyes, really, the experience we gained in COVID. And of course, a lot of other processes which we implemented back then, they came in handy very much. So a lot of processes became remote, were managed remotely. Also, I would like to show you a few months from the life of the regulatory environment. Red colors, red circles are the recommendations of the State Expert Center, which was very rapid and fruitful in terms of coordination of all of us, directing us, sharing recommendations with us. And with the blue circles, you see, and in blue color, you see the institutions, the list of the institutions, organizations, which have also provided their recommendations timely, operatively, and you can see them on the map.
If you haven't seen a country where about which you know that recommendations been already issued, maybe they were issued later, and because this one is reflecting the first month and a half. I will be talking the recommendations themselves that we kept reviewing all the time, so we can see 10 underlying principles according to which we actually were operating to provide for our continuity. This is really a difficult thing to see. Everyone can recognize yourself in this picture, and they are actually how far these buildings are from your own place, and actually this picture is very likable to foreigners, presentable to foreigners, just to show them where and how we live. 10 principles of BCP recommendations are presented on the right, and during the full-scale intrusion they state basically the same, and actually audit inspections were paused, suspended for a while. New research, new studies and screening were paused, but these sponsors are starting to resume it case by case, and they speak to their teams. Another great challenge was patients transfer. They were the rest of the things were more or less predictable. We implemented a procedure for drug exchange between the protocols. That was an important step to us. Our partners supported us very much with that. And another good game changer in our company was the implementation of remote inspection, remote checks of personal medical cards, and I think that's a merit of not only ourselves, somebody else helped us. This one is very optimistic for you. If you want to make an elevator pitch to a foreign sponsor, you can use this slide. Last year, February, no monitoring enrollment or recruitment closed, allocation of new started phases. Then in May, our partners are opening their backup depot in the west of Ukraine. Then followed by June. Now, as of June 1st, RA gives us further okay with medical documents, which is personal medical cards. Then in July, inspections already continued. In August, they already allow us some studies. If we talk about returning to the implementation of remote checks, then if you haven't done this, we have a number of recommendations how to improve and actually how to look into the MO of it. First of all, you've got to have support from foreign counterparts, so it's simpler now to work with the regulators. It's already there. It should be informed consent form that should not deny but rather support this process. Of course, the company shall support this move approach, and also on our sides, we actually make them document this right. We make them write the SOPs, and also GCP has this information about the fact that if the medical documentation should be uploaded, then that should be certified copies. Of course, we cannot miss the site's desire or readiness to receive this remote check, because that means a certain bulk of work. We also need to remember confidentiality for patients, because we upload data to systems. In other words, a system has to be very well verified and should really meet the needs, meet the circumstances. And if we talk about, for example, the fact that our monitor has checked a certain volume, when they're back at the site, they're expected to have a spot check, which is the data, as much data as I can see. Not talking about the technical requirements. I assume that every system will have to deal with them individually. So the slide, I can see already you're smiling at the slides. It's very impressive for foreigners when we demonstrate how the situation has changed in the country. You can see on the left a map with 8 oblasts which show March last year, and on the right it is already April, so 8 oblasts coverage, and we have covered a whole 20. Today the map looks a little bit different, even more better. If you haven't taken a picture yet, didn't have a chance, okay. And the last but not least, I would like to mention the patients list. That was really a big objective with many unknowns, because suppose you're a patient and get in your car and you don't know, shall I stay or should I stay, shall I go? Should I go to the doctor, or should I, I've got a card in my hands, and we had 3 different scenarios on how to support a patient in this. Number 1, transfer them to another site in Ukraine, and it will be all very good, very simple. The regulatory umbrella, we know, we're clear about the ethics, all the patient materials are available, and of course this this results in many more requirements if that happens abroad, because you've got to think about insurance, about interpretation, about privacy requirements, and so on. Number three, what is possible is suspension of the study because, for example, a patient are not ready to go further and or travel just for the sake of the visit, and maybe the standard of care. You know, we had 100 patients transferable. We had, and there really it says that 2/3 returned from abroad, and that's the ideal value. But actually, there's a little bit less people that have returned. And this one is my last message. I want to share it, and I hope that you're gonna use these narratives just to convince our foreign partners. We got monitoring, we got logistics. You have seen that. We have processes working, we have inspections resumed, we have vendors available. And we're also supervising everyone. We haven't seen any critical, I would say, hitch or violation that we would not have been able to cope with. We implemented remote methods and we have mastered new platforms. We're proud of ourselves, we're proud of our researchers, we're proud that even in what they did in Kherson. And again, the continuity, we can assume that it is here, it is available. So it's actually business continuity in play, but actually it's business as usual. So keep calm. Thank you for your timing, which is ideal. And now we're gonna continue, and the next speaker. No, so the requirements for informed consent, and she knows how sponsors have to deal with that. In particular, this is in the time of war, and Olga Smoller, head of the Preclinical and Clinical Trial Materials Specialized Expert Evaluation Unit, State Expert Center of Ministry of Health. And 15 minutes is yours, Olga. Thank you. Very grateful. Thank you, dear organizers, and thank you, our defenders and defenderesses, allowing us to operate in this condition. So our condition is horrible. You're asleep, you're not asleep, you go to work, you pray, you work, and I'm very grateful that we have met in this particular turnout because over the last years we either spoke on the internet via Viber. That's the people that are abroad, and they also get in touch and they support. And as Sergey already said, yes, we're working here without everything going on inside our country. My theme is not new. We always work with research doctors about informed consent, about very important procedure, and it's legal, it's ethical, and we have our legislations changing after Ukraine. Whatever you contribute to into whatever you bring it to Order 690, those regulations still stay the same because all the clinical trials are looking back at human rights, one's right for life, for health, for well-being, and all the regulatory document that we're using when it comes to expert review, when it comes to clinical studies on site, in other words, in healthcare facilities. It's important, it's understandable that all the principles that are posted in the Helsinki Declaration, they also implement our legislation. They are all adapted to the international requirements for clinical studies. before the inclusion of every patient into a clinical study, you need to take their informed consent. That will be voluntary. The date of the beginning of a clinical study is when the first patient have signed their informed consent form for the participation in the CP. Informed consent is a procedure under which the subject provides their consent when it comes to a certain clinical research after they have familiarized with all the peculiarities of a clinical research of the clinical reports, and also during the conversation to the patient. They could be a healthy volunteer, they could have a number of therapeutic issues, therapeutic areas. They may be refused, or they may refuse. That might have an impact on their decision. All the information, that's the most important requirements. On bottom line, the information should be truthful, should be true, and the patient should be informed about all the peculiarities. Sometimes you may not read a protocol, but if this is a good consent, you understand what kind of study it is, placebo-controlled, randomization, screening, what drugs will be used, then what risks, what procedures, what laboratory and instrumental methods, insurance company, like before time, the research doctor had to indicate by themselves the information about the insurance company. Then there is a change in 690, according to which you can already submit this information for approval, this informed consent for approval with the contacts already in it of that insurance company. But the focus is if there is a change to the name of the insurance company, there should be a new version of informed consent already. There is a contact information that's given to the subject, and this is the contact of somebody from the doctors, the Doctors and Expert Commission, data of the insurance company, data of the research doctor that you can turn to, and this is actual data, updated data. Once they say 24/7, it should be 24/7. They should respond your call, and also it's a mandatory requirement that the confidentiality should be reiterated of this information, that this information is coded. They should know how it is collected, how it is processed, and references should be made to the Ukraine's law on data security. In other words, the patient should be well versed and know all the risks, and understanding that they provide their consent in a voluntary way without compulsion. There could be free exit and without explaining reasons on the study. No sanctions will be applied if they go out of the study on their own. Informed consent, in other words, is a process that is made of verbal information one receives during the interview, and it is documented, that information verbally presented, and it is called informed consent, where it has actually in awareness raising, something like that, and informed consent. It has the highlights and the informed consent, and it's signed in 2 copies, and it's given to a patient or a healthy volunteer, and they keep it, and 1 copy stays in the research center. Now, what other new developments we had in 2022 when it comes to the A form of informed consent? We had only hard copy before. Now you can use an E form, but it should be signed by a signature, both by the research doctor and the subject. In the light of the challenges presented by the COVID. We are also performing like remote calls, remote visits to the patients that are located in safer places. So while the research doctor is in the health facility, and that should be all recorded, that there is kind of information that should be recorded in the primary documents at the facility of that patient, that there was this remote exchange of information. Then who else might be involved in signing the informed consent? That could be a legal representative, a close relative, or some unbiased witness. In other words, these are people that are stipulated by the protocol. If it says that the patient are able to themselves sign this consent, then they will not employ their representatives. Unlike their children, children have mommy and daddy. If, for example, if somebody is in an emergency condition, and yes, they may also refuse, and they might assign a close relative, a family member, but they can have the right to refuse. Now, requirements to the participation of pediatric population, children should have consent by their parents who signed the consent form since 14 years of age. They sign by themselves. All children receive information in the form understandable to their age bracket, and as far as I understand, that also pertains to the future. We already have a new edition a year since, and that's the Ukraine's law on medicines, and it will be effective, but it will be effective after 30 months after the war is over, and it includes an article that pertains to the involvement of vulnerable groups, vulnerable populations, which includes military service people and inmates like prisoners, and other categories should be regulated by future acts of law, I think, and hopefully our next meetings will be dedicated to that particular theme. What other challenges are presented by the martial law? As already was mentioned by the previous speaker, Katerina, she spoke in an understandable way how that actually happens in practice and what changes. But over this year and a half, updates came to the informed consent form, and appendices with definitions, like definition, what is remote monitoring? It doesn't matter to the patient, but when there are deviations, when there's monitoring conducted in a healthcare facility, this information should be mentioned in the confidentiality column or section, data protection column towards this procedure. Then change of visiting pattern as the patient goes to the healthcare facility, then contacts. And there was this say that a patient should know the name within the protocol, the name of the clinical trial, even if their house was bombarded, was demolished. They're supposed to know this, that's protection of life. You don't know where to go. You don't know whether to be transferred or not. If you're transferred to a safer place, to a safer healthcare facility in Ukraine, you could be transferred to another country. That's already a stress, and this information is given to the patient, and they have to sign their informed consent in a new facility, and these documents really accompany them. That's like an instruction for researcher doctors. We had plenty of letters asking for patients transfer, and I mean, from the patients who were grateful to the sponsors who were caring, were found caring, with the statements like you're on a good and true path, and we're going to renew things, we're going to recover, and we're going to live happily in peace. Another focus is that everything that is going on, everything that is new, and also about the local laboratories that take part in that, the center laboratories, what are the logistics, what access one is going to have to the drug that is researched, and how this consent form will be signed. In other words, all this information shall be highlighted in the primary documents, like the information was provided, but should sign this form, this consent form, and it should be in the research center. Actually, that concerns e-documentation, but currently all the primary documentation is hard copy, unfortunately, and then this research center, it is also hard copy, but the future will be e-copies to make things comfortable. And we all know that clinical studies could be called an R&D work, but the interests of subjects should always stand higher than those of the researchers. And thank you all for your attention. I wish you all a time of peace, to be in good cheer, to have victory as soon as possible. And it's good. It's we're very blessed to have this meeting, and have a peaceful, fruitful day. A life is a compromise between ethics and aesthetics. And the next speaker, by knowing what shall be as a must in trials materials, just to get an okay for its conducting in Ukraine, and how to make it as effective as possible with compliance of a patient's moral and ethical rights. Oksana Sakurets, and she's the head of the ethics committee of CNA Clinical Center of Oncology, Hematology, and Transplantology. Oksana Sakurets, thank you for your invitation, for the possibility to share my experience about the functioning of the local ethic commission at the Clinical Center of Oncology, Hematology, and Transplantology of the Cherkasy Oblast Council. About the staff of our composition of our commission. Our local ethical commission is functioning since 2000, has been functioning 2005. I've been its chair since 2019. Staff includes 6 people, 4 of them work for our center. That's a surgeon, oncologist, anesthesiologist, then a nurse, laboratory nurse, a medical registerer, and also head of an NGO for women with cancer. I'm not myself, and cleric figure, a prior of our epoch. The Commission's main role played is controlling over the compliance with human rights. We're guided by independence. We're independent from the facility, from the research team, and we're based on principles of competence, transparency, justice. All the commission members are not involved actually in doing clinical trials as specialists, so they're beyond a conflict of interest. Everyone has a good total summary expertise and qualification in its activity. The commission is regulated by the effective legislation, regulatory basis, international GCP standards. I won't go through all of them. They're all here. Now, according to the GCP guidelines, no study could be started without a previous consideration or reviewing by a local ethical commission. The local ethical commission is acting according to the relevant provisions. Those provisions are approved by the director of our center along with standard operating procedures that have been approved by Commission itself. Those provisions include the most important requirements to provide for controlling the rights, safety, and well-being of the patient that are subjects of clinical trials. SOPs could be changed and added to complement it because of the situation, because of the war. We already had some additions concerning the conditions of the sitting of the local ethics commission, that it could be also video and audio recorded. Those were the amendments. So what's the main formal work of a local ethical commission at our center? The main form of commission functioning is a session. And we sit twice a month, but Commission may also have an extracurricular meeting if need be. Like early in this year, we're planning to have one of these, a session on how many sessions and how many times. Now, making them aware at least 3 days before a session on telephone.
The session of the Commission is legal if there are more than half of the members of the Commission. In the practice of our Ethical Commission, we may have absent only one member of the Commission. That matters a lot for the unity of the thought and opinion. The opinion of every member is important, and the more members we have present, the better and the more right is the decision. The decision of the Medical Expert Commission is made by the open vote and by the majority of votes. The decision of the Medical Expert Commission is regulated by the protocol signed by the head and the secretary. Based on the protocol, the decision is made, which is registered in the journal of the registration. It is the e-journal, and at the end of the year, it is printed for the archives. The copy of the approval and the copy of the letter going with it is provided as well. Why it's happening in our commission? Because all the original forms of the documents which we receive on the clinical trials are in the local ethical commission, and they are saved there. We can provide only the copies. So what does the Medical Expert Commission do, and how does it control the patient's safety? Before the beginning of every clinical trial, the Medical Expert Commission reviews the materials within the 30 days from the moment of the reception of the documents and makes the decision when the biggest attention is paid to the following points: the relevance of the clinical trial, expected risks and benefits, the brochure of the researcher or the document equivalent to it, the adequacy of the preparation of the investigator, and the clinical base gets to know the procedure of the engagement of the patient into the trial, the adequacy of the informed consent provided to the patient, and also attention is paid to the insurance, which compensates the damages or costs in case there is damage done to the health of the patient or the patient dies due to the clinical trial. During the clinical trial, the commission of our center regularly revises amendments within 15 days from the moment of the reception of the document, but in reality it happens earlier. It analyzes the additional changes to the protocol of the trial. In our practice, the local ethical commission of the clinical center has the rule that every single day we go to the center of clinical trial trials. Why we do that? It's done to timely track all the documents which we receive according to the protocols of the clinical trial, the deviations, complications, severe side effects which may lead to the death of the patient. Also, to regulate the conflict situations related to the danger to the health, life, or infringement of human rights of the patients during the trial. During the visit, during the moment when the patient is there, then we talk to the patient, and then I can freely ask if the patient has some questions, or maybe he needs some consultation or some help. And during the communication with the patient, I hear from them different reviews, only that everything works well for them, everything works fine, and they don't need anything else. And it seems to me that clinical trials are for our patients like the glimpse of hope, something like that. So I even had a case. I was really shocked when the patient contacted me, not with a complaint, but with a request to help him participate in the clinical trial. He even had to write the letter to the State Expert Center. I don't know whether they received this letter, and there were cases like that. These cases make it possible to understand that clinical trials are necessary for our patients, and we need to control the rights and safety and health and life after the clinical trial that the patient takes. Once a year, our commission receives and reviews the notifications about periodical reports. In our SOPs, we have that after the beginning of the clinical trial, the investigators have to provide the documents which show the beginning of the clinical trial in the city and about the involvement of the first patient. I would like to say that during the difficult conditions of the martial law in Ukraine, our commission continues improving, learning, and improving the skills. Taking part in the symposiums and seminars related to the Commission, ethical aspects of clinical trials, and cybersecurity. Cybersecurity after the martial law in Ukraine, at the end of the December 2022, we took the courses by the Commission and received the certificate. The Commission made the decision to all the information on the computers has to be copied and moved to the pen drives, hard drives, and all the other aspects of their saving, and absolutely everything. The registries, outgoing, ingoing registries, and all the other documentation which we receive in the electronic format. Also, quarterly, the Commission runs the monitoring to provide the protection of the human rights of the patients. For that, medical expert commission verifies whether the patient willingly participates in the trial, whether the patient understood the information on the clinical trial provided by the investigator or researcher, whether the patient had enough time, with the time of the provision of the informed consent and the time and date of the signing of the informed consent is verified, whether the patient was informed about the possible clinical reactions of the drug, whether there are some insurance cases, when they happen, whether the patient has the original of the signed informed consent. It is clarified during the communication with the patient. Also, selectively informed consents are verified and checked, where we pay attention to the version, date, the availability of the contact information of the researcher, medical expert institution, and everything necessary for the monitoring. Here you can see the primary documentation monitoring in the center of clinical trial of our center. This is the verification of the informed consents with our patients. For the continuation of the effective work of the local ethical commission, all the materials of the acting or finished clinical trials are preserved in the paper and electronic format, respectively, according to every protocol in the chronological order. The protection and the safety of the patient during the clinical trial conduct is the priority and unarguable point. Thank you for your attention. Have a nice day. We believe in the armed forces of Ukraine and believe in our victory. Thank you. Thank you so much. The next presentation, we will hear the current European and international systems of data management of clinical trials and the use of them in the geopolitical conflict situations to comply with the ethical standards of the conduct of clinical trials. And we would like to give the floor to the Belgium colleague. We want to thank Francis for your constant support for Ukraine. Francis Crowley, the coordinator of the initiative of the clinical trials in Ukraine, and the executive director, Good Clinical Practice Alliance, and the strategic initiative for developing capacity in ethical review, the head of the Committee on International Policy of Co-Data, and the working group member of the Ethics of the International Federation Association of Pharmaceutical Doctors, Leuven, Belgium. Mr. Francis, the floor is yours.
Підключаємося.
Thank you very much. And it's wonderful to join you in Kiev, Belgium. Just let me know, can you hear me okay? Because yes.
Sure.
So I wanted to first thank you so much for having me and allowing us to participate here from Belgium with you today, from Brussels, in fact. I'm in a meeting in Brussels today. That's why I have to be outside. There's a bit of noise. I apologize. I want to look at some consideration for Ukraine's clinical research context.
На жаль, на хвилинку перервались.
Unfortunately, we have technical problems. Now we have the connection back, right?
I think I have some internet problem. I apologize. It's on my side for sure. I will share my screen one more time. We'll try again.
Now it's okay.
Thank you. Good. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we'll see if this works.
Yes, yes.
So I wanted to text of your research today during the difficult situation that you have, not just me with the. I wanted to look at how we should think about clinical research in Ukraine, not only in the context of the war, but also in the context of what we can learn from the war. And I think this is very important for us, not maybe less important for you, I think, than you have done. I just want to say something that I've said to many of you before. I believe that the clinical research enterprise is extremely important for Ukraine. However, it's not only important for Ukraine. It's important for Belgium, it's important for France, for the UK, for the US. It is an essential part of our modern day societies. It's necessary for medicine. We cannot have good medicine without good clinical research. It's necessary for science. It is science, and it's a vital part of our science. It's part of our education systems. Many of you in the room there are professors. You're teaching medicine, you're teaching health, and you're using clinical research to do that as well. It's a profession, and we should not forget our professions are important to us. but they're also important to society. Clinical research is part of public health. It's not separate from public health. It's not something different from public health. It's a core element of public health. And it's a core element of our economies. It's absolutely essential to the economy in Belgium. We invest heavily in clinical research in Belgium. And I have seen for 20 years how heavily and how carefully and well structured that Ukraine has invested in clinical research. And the presentations that you're giving today is simply evidence of that. So it's impossible to imagine a healthy society, even a society in a crisis, without a healthy medical research enterprise. And you are demonstrating to us every day that this is possible. Now, we know what the justification for research is. And we just had a very good presentation from Oksana on that. It's consent, it's ethics review. But it's also a need. It's not just a scientific need, it's not just a health need, it's an ethical need. We have to, in the medical profession, continually improve our knowledge and the tools we have in order to treat people who are suffering from certain health conditions. And that's what you are doing. And we need to improve the medical community's response to disease, suffering, and the healthcare needs. We cannot be satisfied with the healthcare that we have today. So that requires research, and that requires the clinical research enterprise. Now, some things I want to look at. What is Ukraine doing? Ukraine is taking us to the cutting edge of clinical trials. This is something we have to understand in the world. It's simple to do a clinical trial in Leuven or in Brussels. It's simple. But try to do a clinical trial in Kiev, or try to do a clinical trial in Dnipro. That's something entirely different. And you're demonstrating that it's possible. Now, we've looked at this idea of adaptive design for a long time. We think it's so important that we should be able to modify our clinical trials according to, let's say, internal aspects of those trials. However, it's not just the internal aspects that are important. It's also the context in which research takes place. And it's absurd, I'm sorry, but it's absurd that people have said, we shouldn't do research in Ukraine because there's a war going on. It's absurd. No, we should do more research in Ukraine because of the war, because the people in Ukraine need that research, and because there are things we can study in Ukraine and we can learn from Ukraine that we can't learn from outside. So it's absolutely vital that this research is going on. And this research is not just for Ukraine, it's for the world. So we have to be able to adapt. We have to be able to make our clinical research fit for purpose. That's what you're discussing today. And it's wonderful. Our study participants need it, our patients need it. We can't abandon them because of the circumstances in which we happen to find ourselves. I just point to these two important documents because I think they're so important. One is from Transolorate, the other is from ECHO and Transolorate. All I want to say is that these documents on considerations for clinical study reports during disruptive environments, for example, the COVID pandemic, or more recently, the more general one from ACRO and Transolorate. These are really important because actually they take us down to think about how we should adapt our trials to the situation in which we're in. And very importantly, and this is what I'm going to talk about mostly here, is how we collect data and how we use that data and why it's important to do that here. So last week we had a wonderful meeting in London at the Royal Society as part of the All European Academies of Sciences and Humanities. That was their annual meeting. They had a symposium that was called Crisis and the Importance of Research. And there were 4 panels. The last panel was a panel from Ukraine, Ukrainian scientists in the United Kingdom, in the European Union, who are away from their homes at the moment. And they were showing the research that they had done, but also the importance of that research. And what the President Antonio Loprieno said at the opening of the meeting, I thought was so important. We have to be able to adapt, and we have to be able to adapt our research and transmit those results of the research to both the political situation that we're in, and as well as to the societal information. So what he stressed here was this important idea of translational components of doing the research. And that's what I also want to follow up here in this discussion here. So what I want to say is that the interfaces between clinical research and the government, or clinical research and society, are really that area, the coalface of where science and society become important. And a society is much more than a land and an identity. And this we can understand in the context of the war you're situated in now. It's also a set of shared enterprises. You don't keep your land or keep your identity without keeping your engagements. So it's about a community that has a shared common engagement. And that is what you have in your clinical research community, and a common concern for one another's prosperity and happiness. It's not about surviving. It's about living a good life. So I also want to mention this really important aspect here of the EU and the US Trade and Technology Council. Now, actually, I'm at a meeting here at the Microsoft Center in Brussels, where the president of Microsoft just spoke. We have down the road at the European Council today, they are debating the AI Act. Okay, so this is the world that we're living in Belgium. And I think this is really important here. And this EU-US Technology Trade and Technology Council, the TTC, is about standardizing technologies, or making standardizations for emergency technologies. What they're looking at is to identify priorities, facilitate cooperation, engage stakeholders, and address the regulatory challenges. And by the way, the president of Microsoft addressed that the TTC today here in Brussels, in the context of both what Microsoft is doing and what the European Commission is doing. This is important for us because also, I'll show you, clinical trials has a place here, and Ukraine has a place, must have a place at this table. So we have to set global standards. We'll talk about that too when we talk about ICH-E6, and promote interoperability. But also, it's for the development and deployment of emerging technologies. And every time I think about technologies in clinical trials, I'm sorry, I think about Professor Igor Bondarenko. Because even in the midst of a terrible situation, he is deploying the leading technologies that we can all learn from. And this is what we have to do. It's not just about keeping what we have, it's about developing and sharing what we have out here. So what are the TTC's goals in health? These are the goals. And this it's like reading ICH-E6. It's like looking at a regulatory document. It is to have common data interoperability standards and exchange formats for health data. It's what you're doing in Ukraine. It's establishing a coherent approach to access and processing of data. It's setting up contractual clauses, which is a kind of legal term here in Belgium. But the important thing is that we can share data and share clinical trial data. Not only share it, but also have trust in it and value it and use it. And it's also about having common definitions for pharmaceutical research and regulatory purposes, such as for real-world data, and evidence, which we should be now collecting as much as we can from Ukraine, because we can't collect this kind of data anywhere else. Now, just to say something about ICH-E6R3. So now, you know, everybody knows and loves ICH, Good Clinical Practice Guidelines. Now they're on the third revision, which just came out for discussion. And there's a lot in there that I think Ukraine could actually contribute to the discussion. It's a document that's open now for contributions. And I think there needs to be contributions coming from Ukraine, because the contributions you can make, nobody else can make. And that's really the case. And it's about time that we got the world of clinical research to think about the context of the clinical research and the situation in which that research takes place, And you're the ones who demonstrate how important it is to be aware of that context, to incorporate your research into that context. So what is ICH E6? What is going on in this revision here? Well, they're talking about risk-based quality management in clinical trials. Isn't that what Oksana just talked about a bit? It's a proactive approach to identifying, assessing, and mitigating risks that are associated with clinical trial conduct and data integrity. That's exactly what Professor Bruno Maranda does every day and what you do in Kiev every day. It's about evolving technologies. And this we should go to Ukraine for to understand this. Guidance on incorporating electronic systems, data standards, and innovative technologies, ensuring integrity, privacy, and security of data in the context in which that clinical research is taking place. And finally, and here's a hint at least in ICH-E6, it's about flexible approaches in clinical trial, both in the design of the trials, yes, adaptive trials, that's what we've always understood about adaptive trials, but also in their execution, in the situation and in their context. Adaptive trial designs and decentralized trials they refer to specifically, and they should talk about the situational adaptivity of a trial. That's all I have to share. I just want to say, I think those of us who are here from outside Ukraine, who are not Ukrainians, are certainly here because we support the Ukraine clinical research enterprise. That's certainly what we're doing. But I think more importantly is we can learn from your clinical research enterprise, and we can learn lessons that are critical for the entire world, for both science and health. And I thank you very much for holding this meeting today and having us with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dear Crowley, dear Mr. Crowley, Ukraine can value and appreciate friendly support. The support which we have from you. Honest, sincere, and what's more important, timely support. Thank you so much for your speech and for your sincere support to our country, which is in the stage of war. Thank you so much and goodbye. Hello from Ukraine. Thank you so much. And now we will have the self-organization exam. So we have two options. Option 1, 5th floor, 150 people can have lunch there, and 4th floor, 150 people can have lunch there as well. So how will we self-organize? It'll be the test for us, to test the maturity of our audience here. So lunchtime, come back here at 1 p.m.
participants, they are professionals versed in all the problems where on sites where clinical trials have been conducted. And the word site has multiple meanings. One of the top ones you will find out for yourselves. These people are versed in contract research organizations, and they contact them, and they also contact sponsors on each clinical document, and this is interesting for those who's into those problems. And right from the horse's mouth, you can understand what a real audit is, what a master file of clinical trials is, and our experts know how to organize that site of trials in every specialized or prepared for that, specially prepared for that healthcare facility. Mr. Sergey, who is managing auditing the laboratory of medical practices, GCP, GMP, Ms. Lesevinkova, she's in charge of the audit unit, and she is into GLP and GCP. Dear colleagues, just half a minute for those who'll wrap up their nourishment on the fifth floor. And we're starting right now, by the way. Thank you, dear colleagues, for being here. Very happy to see us. Let's get to our panel discussion. Let's start by saying what a clinical site is. As a place where you conduct clinical studies, according to the definition, it's a trial place. Is a place where the most important activities are held that are connected to clinical trials, for patients to be included or not included, and it is a healthcare facility. Why healthcare facility? They say that healthcare facility is a place that could be used for clinical trials. If we talk about the creation or setting up or organizing a place for trials, trial place, then first of all, we need to think about staff that shall be engaged in this study. We need to think about the capacities, meaning also space, room, and equipment. We also need to understand that the profile of a clinical site shall correspond to that was planned site for clinical research. And we talk about the staff, the personnel. There is 690 or 6 that you know. And I mean the order. You know it's pretty well, and you know that it here has nothing to excess or nothing complicated, because if you talk about the personnel or staff or clinical trial, they shall be respectively trained professionally, and it's very important that the researcher, the personnel, the staff is supposed to have expertise in treating patients with the same nosology, with the same therapeutic area. According to 690, researchers shall be officially employed by this particular healthcare facility. If this is like a medical university or something, there should be an agreement concluded between the healthcare facility where they treat people and the academic facility. Researchers have to know the legislation on clinical trials in Ukraine, and they should know requirements of good clinical practice. They should also take part in workshops that the center is doing, and you know that the center is doing workshops aiming to teach, aiming to publish new trends appearing in GCP-related documentation and regulations. This concerns, in general, clinical trials, and 690 has the requirements for those researchers that are planning to take part in the first part, which is bioequivalence. There is, on top of the already mentioned conditions, a researcher has to have experience in clinical trials, which has to be asserted in the biography or CV. That's the first stage, first phase. The question is, what do we do if we plan to take part in the second or third phase, but we don't have any experience? Then we will not be eligible, will be found eligible. According to GCP, the answer is, if you remember, then the choice of a researcher is a job of the sponsor. So if they have never taken part in a study before, then the sponsors got to teach them, train them, to make sure that they understand what a clinical trial is, what a protocol is, what the documentation is, and what the procedures are. And this will be overseen and controlled by also the sponsor. Then possibilities when it comes to the place of conducting a clinical trial should include, first of all, the availability and functioning commission that should be on ethics at the facility itself. And also the facility itself has to have an opportunity for providing emergency care. If it is necessary, then according to the protocol, and we look into a specific protocol, there must be a laboratory, there might be a functional diagnostics office that's responsible for, that's according to the new protocol to be accepted. Also should have the right conditions for storing the drug and the storing documentation. What is meant is not actually archives, but we're going to talk about archives later, but on the site itself of the conduct of the clinical trial, there should be a specially dedicated room or special cabinets with limited access. What else we need? Number of subjects. That's important. There should be a next number that is necessary, and every sponsor, I'm sure, needs to be checked whether they got the right number of patients on the site, whether they have the right experience, I mean the researcher, to treat these kinds of patients. It's all being inspected, and yes, they're supposed to confirm their words and said, yes, I've got those patients, yes, I am treating them, yes, I can show you a report as of 1 year ago, as of a couple years ago, and the archives of the healthcare facility for storing the documents on completion of a clinical study. 690 speaks of 15 years of storage at least, but what I also want to say that archives of the healthcare facility on completion of the study, and also the documentation goes there and is saved there, stored there, of the commission, of the ethics commission. And on completion, if actually there is no time limits on how long it should be stored, but as practice shows, it should be stored not less than the documentation of the site itself. First, by equivalence phase, to study that, there should be special dedicated rooms for research subjects. There should be a manipulation room, there should be a canteen, there should be a janitor's room, and there should be a room for storing samples, biosamples meaning. A minimum scope of premises or rooms for a planned research site. There should be a researcher's room. There should be a room where they store the investigated drug. There should be a biodocumentation room, biosamples, and also for patients' examination, like a doctor's office, there should be, because we can't really, without examining them, without checking them up, we can't can let them go on a study, and could be equipped in the researcher's office, could be a separate room. That again depends on the resource and on the facility. Apart from that room for subjects, if that's required by the protocol, if some inpatient treatment is planned, that it should be there. Then manipulation room and archives. Minimum requirement for the equipment. There should be telephone, computer with internet access, like balance, centrifuge, ACG machine, and all the other things that will be required for doing a clinical study. Concerning documentation, here on the slide I've separated it into where the positions or locations of the research site and the commission place. So what should be there on documents in each of the places? Okay, if you take the healthcare facility, they've got to have a license for medical activities, healthcare activities, and accreditation certificate, which is required to work on bioequivalence. Perhaps, and this is very often the case, and this deals with lots of issues. That's an internal order, internal instruction on the facility, on the clinical trial, and this will be the description of what the primary documents should be. For example, like receiving patients in an outpatient manner, outpatient mode. There could be like lots of inpatient place at a healthcare facility, while the studies are mostly into outpatients, so they should check on why it goes to the inpatient from the outpatient territory, outpatient location. So it should be not mixed. So these kinds of documents or instructions describe the way it should be. If a clinical trial site has an SOP, standard operating procedure, if this is all approved and prescribed by the management of the healthcare facility, that will be indispensable for future effort, for future work. Then there should be an agreement or contract on cooperation, like a cooperation. If that's an academia, if that's a university, there should be an agreement between them. If they plan to involve a chair at the university, for example, the clinic has no MRI, has no CT, while this is necessary for the protocol. And it's important, for example, that this procedure be exercised by a third-party agreement in another healthcare facility. That could be facility-to-facility contract or agreement. That should be sponsored to facility, another third-party facility agreement, and so on. For researchers, apart from their autobiographies or CVs that will be stored in the researchers' files, it would also be nice for them to have, I'm by the way talking about inspection, so for inspection, there should be autobiographies or CVs that will be up to date for the moment of inspection, of all CVs of all the members of the team, and copies of the right certificates about participation in training, symposia, and perhaps copies of other different documents which are their credentials. And there should be some basic information about the healthcare facility according to an established form, and the order on the setting up of the Ethics Commission and the provisions about the function of the Ethics Commission. Now let's get to the commission itself. What should there be if there is a commission working at the healthcare facility? Yes, instruction or order for the setting up of the commission. and should be signed by the leader of the healthcare facility. Then the provisions of the commission, they're independent, they make the necessary decisions at their sessions, it's all minuted. Then there should be provisions, official provisions on the commission and SOPs of that commission that will be in use. Then incoming, outgoing documentation, journals, then CVs or autobiographies of the commission members, then confidentiality agreement, everything the commission members have learned about at the session stays at the session. Then an announcement about like the availability of a conflict of interests, then protocols of commission sessions, and then materials and copies or excerpts from the commission's documents. That's the most important ones that should be there. Okay, now what are the special features of the sites functioning during a martial law in the country? Now, dear participants, I just would say that we are all will have to do with setting up the sites and involving or inviting our sponsors involving clinical trials. Sponsors and CROs are participants of the study who came over here to do this study, to help the researchers do the study, and the researchers themselves, that's the healthcare facilities with their management and so on and so forth. The Ministry of Health and the center are also within that chain, and also the patients awaiting their researchers there to be in place. We understand that we do need those researchers in Ukraine, and they're indispensable for us to do our job. They're indispensable for our patients. They're indispensable to develop innovative technologies in Ukraine. You already know how to organize a place for trial, for study, and you know that there are some nuances related to the martial law, related to war in a country. You know that there is already experience accumulated for actually doing a study during the war, and safety of the subjects is first of all, comes first and bottom line, you know, and there could be interfering diseases that could be spotted in a healthcare facility. Also, safety of the researchers and other participants except for subjects is also very important because at the healthcare facility should be able to provide them with shelter from bombardment and provide all the participants. It should be able, so if monitors and auditors have come around to the healthcare facility, and you know that a missile attack will take place, then you have to provide them with shelter. You have to help them cope with this situation, because you might be versed in this situation. That could be stress to them. And also about the data. You have to store all the equipment. You have to store all the equipment in some safe places to avoid damaging, and then we hope that we're going to have more clinical studies if all things be kept safe. And if the sponsor has the desire to continue that clinical trial, they have to first of all look at what? At the risks, because normally the sponsor looks into financial risks and to the possibilities to get high quality data or not. Then another risk is they should ask the question, do they do their subjects do themselves undergo risks? Is there in a shelter to get protected from the rockets or the missiles when there's an air raid alarm? And so risks should be assessed. Okay, the sponsor, we have consented, yes, and we have assessed our risks, and the sponsor also informs about their decision. The local ethics committee and the committee is local, and they have to make a decision whether to do or not to do the study. Then the researchers write them a letter, and then they make that decision. If they decide that they still do the study, they have to provide for the study itself. They have to stick with the protocols. They should not break the protocol. If they do, there should be reports on that to the sponsor, to the managing bodies, to the commission. You also have to provide for the safety and rights of those subjects and get high quality data. Every clinical trial should be performed in high-quality manner according to the requirements of our legislation. All the people involved in that and all the actions should be harmonized with the sponsor. If the researcher have not evaluated the situation and they cannot do their study where they are, they inform the sponsor, and together they make a decision as to a subject transfer. There could be also those decisions to another place. They might be transferred, city, not place, city, and make a decision, for example, as to the other site, if it was already involved in a study. That decision should be made that it takes the patients. Or you may suspend the study in your site, and if that's the sponsor that makes the decision of suspension, they inform the researcher, and they subsequently close down the site for a while, or they might leave the study itself and discard the study itself completely, both in Ukraine or elsewhere. And unfortunately, there are such incidents, but the rights and the safety of subjects are of top priority. We understand what should we pay attention to and what the researchers themselves shall take into account as long as the sponsors and CROs. That's an opportunity of examining and treating the patients, whether there is still enough equipment, whether the sponsors can get this equipment to you, whether your healthcare facility can do CT or MRI, or do you have to hire a third party for that. This should be taken into account. And also that includes a monitoring possibility on auditing or inspection that could work remotely. But the researchers also shall look into the issue whether they can give you from distance the documentation that you're expected to sign on data confidentiality. Just for it to be personalized, there should be a transfer of personal data to other different healthcare facilities, and you need to think about how exactly you're going to do this particular job and help the monitor, help the auditor. And we do our inspections at the relevant website, and we look into it and we see how exactly you do this study. What is also checked is the equipment and consumables that concern the actually, do you have an investigated drug, and how can you provide for it, and how can you better organize this process with the sponsor? Don't forget about that. Don't forget about the insurance. If informed consent says that the patient is insured by company X, by agreement X or contract X, look into the timelines and for how long and for how much money they've been insured. If they decide to continue the study, however, there might be some nuances concerning some potential violations or which make barriers to continue the study. You can transfer the visits time, and you can also replace a physical visit with a telephone call or video call. All of this is harmonized with the sponsor, so every researcher talks to the sponsor, discusses all their actions. They could be like the investigated drug, for example. If you don't have it at the site, you can redistribute it and have it from another site, and all of that is managed by the sponsor, and the sponsor have to inform you as researchers if there is not enough. The same concerns laboratory research. If it cannot be done in a centralized way, if there is no courier service or delivery, a local laboratory can be involved according to the sponsor's decision. It should be new patients, new sites. If there's a transfer, there should be every time a new informed consent, access to individual registration forms. Personally registration forms is provided by the sponsor, and then contacts with the researcher of another site where the patient goes should be provided by the sponsor of the CRO. Every researcher, medical documentation, its receipt should also be harmonized, should be agreed upon with the sponsor, with the researcher. Will that be material single excerpts? Will they include copies, and how the documents will be obtained, but everything that is stipulated by the clinical protocol should be filled out. The documents to provide high quality data. We do clinical audit, and that's the guarantee that in Ukraine they do it in a high quality manner, and they save the patient's safety, and clinical surveying or polling is important.
Dear colleagues, I think that the main question whether we can organize this website during the martial law. Yes, we can. Do we need to organize? Yes, we need to organize it. Can the site function during the martial law? Yes, it can. And that's the specifics that Lesa has just mentioned. And right now we see the confirmation from the point of view of the auditor that yes, these researches and trials can be conducted. Clinical audit is taken from GCP inspection. There are some stages of the conduct and planning of the clinical audit. It is obligatory to have this pre-planned audit. There is the quarterly plan made, and it is posted on the website of the center. Then there is the preparation to the specific audit. The audit plan is being developed, and with the preliminary notification at least 14 days before the planned audit, it is sent to the responsible researcher or applicant. The audit on the site consists of 3 stages: the opening meeting, the audit itself, and the final meeting, during which the results are being discussed and the decisions are being made, and then the act is being made, which is sent to the researcher and the applicant. The comments which may be there, and this gradation of the comments, it is in the order 609, and it is taken from the inspection, EMA inspection, European Medical Agency. So if there are some flows identified during the audit which will not impact the health of the trial subjects and the quality of the data, these flows have to be corrected, these mistakes have to be corrected and taken into account. Significant comments when during the audit the flows or mistakes are identified which may impact the health, rights and safety of the subject trials or the quality of data. Such comments, such things need to be corrected timely, and critical comments when during the audit there is some violation which has impacted the health or safety of the trial subjects or the quality of the data, and is the reason to timely or fully stop the clinical trials. On this slide you can see the number of the conducted audits by years. I'd like to say that over this time, from 1999, 67 clinical trials were put on hold on sites, and fully 10 trial sites were fully stopped. In terms of the gradation of the comments about the quality of the research conduct or trial conduct. 60% are non-significant comments. Critical comments are 5% when the trials were put on hold or stopped. Significant comments 37%. So now an interesting slide. We've analyzed 15 months before the beginning of the military aggression and 15 months up until today, almost after the beginning of the military aggression in terms of the clinical audits. And here we see that over the 15 months, there were no critical comments during the audits. We see that the number of significant comments has reduced. Non-significant comments remained almost in the same percentage. Also, I would like to highlight that from May, we conducted 11 audits about transferring patients from one site to the other site, and only in 2 of them we identified non-significant comments. Our researchers work responsibly and do great job. Clinical audit. All our workers had trainings in the EMA, and they have experience in conducting adjacent, or we were invited as the observers for the audits of EMA, EMDA, BMDA, and our prospects are about strengthening cooperation with the US colleagues, improving our professionalism, and prospering and promoting the integration of Ukraine into the system of clinical trials, participation of researchers in the seminars, and reforming our legislation. Finally, I'd like to highlight, I cannot hear what she said. So during the peaceful times and during the martial law, no matter what, we have to comply with the international requirements. GCP is the basic law for us, the main law for us. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. We will follow the law and comply with the law. We will do exactly that. And the next speaker, the therapeutical area of clinical trials is the most difficult, I mean oncological area, and the compliance with all the safety conditions for the patients and receiving reliable results is highly important, and it has to be based only on the thorough teamwork. So, Ihor Bondarenko, the head of the oncology department, Dnipro Medical University, Professor, MD. Mr. Ihor, the floor is yours. Thank you so much, dear friends. First of all, I'd like to thank the Armed Forces of Ukraine for the possibility to speak, and I want to thank the organizers for the interest to the sites in the clinical researches and trials. On the first page here you can see the QR code. If you find it interesting, the presentation is already online and you can take a picture of the QR code and then check the presentation. I did it this way because the presentation is really big. You still have time to scan the QR code. There are 45 slides, they are all in English, and I will simply show everything very quickly because there will be just a few key slides. Please scan this QR code. I will take this time for you. Why we did that? Because it seems to me that our speeches more and more have to be for our foreign colleagues as well, because we address them. Probably they have to be more in English. I will speak Ukrainian, but the slides of the presentation are in English. That's why you will be able to see them quickly. And the most important thing, I think, we are here today is that we appeal to the sponsors of clinical trials.
Time to come back to Ukraine, not tomorrow, today, now, immediately. Please come back to Ukraine. We are ready to work with you immediately. Certainly.
Thank you so much. So I think that I can move on to the presentation. So, dear friends, here you can see on this slide that Ukraine has always been a very interesting place for clinical trials, and here you can see where we were before the war and where we are right now. And today we've heard and we've seen that despite the difficulties, which first of all, in terms of business, are related to the fact that we don't have new trials and new patients. So that was a big problem, but we move forward despite anything. A lot has been said about Ukraine and written, and the work in clinical trials in extremal conditions and extremal environment, and such extremal conditions, extreme conditions were COVID and the war right now, and I'm sorry, the earthquake in Turkey and other countries, and whether the Brexit, Brexit was always also an extreme situation. So right now we can ask the question, where is the norm and where is pathology, and how to work. So when we say what is extreme situation and how to cope with it, have a look. Right now I address our sponsor companies because I wanted to show this slide. Most of the teams have approached the end of the clinical trials and they are almost at the end. Maybe we have work for up to 6 months and we have 96 patients who are still participating in the clinical trials, but hundreds, thousands qualified specialists of Ukraine are on the edge of risk. The whole industry, which gives huge benefit for the country, is in the risk area. That's why we will really thank you if all the clinical trials come back to Ukraine, and not only us, but our partners need that, because the number of the research trials in the world after COVID, the number of researchers who are motivated in the world goes down. This is not our data on the slide, but it indicates that the difficulty of the trials has increased, the number of endpoint has increased, the trials with 4 or 5 groups increase, but the number of motivated researchers goes down. So we know that in the world there is the need to improve the work of clinical trials, and this research was published and we translated this publication where the results of this American company, rating company, has analyzed 173 clinical trials in oncology in 57 countries of the world where 87,000 patients participated. So here are the results. 16% of the best sites are provide 54% of the engagement of the patients. And also, as you can see it here, others don't meet their hopes of the sponsor. And it was really interesting for us, and we didn't see it coming, but we were also surprised to some extent when at the end of this article there was data that our site was the most prolific site throughout the world, and our potential was, let's say, 250% from the average. So the site worked over this time with 2-3 times more than in the world patients worked. So here is the answer to the question how to work during the war. I can give you the numbers you see on the screen. At the beginning of the war, we faced the situation when we had more than 40 active clinical trials, when we took new patients, and 60 when there was the active treatment phase, and about 80 in the follow-up mode. And we had 200 patients in active mode and about 200 in the follow-up mode. And if we decrease the work, and if this data is lost, it will be a huge suffering for the industry and reputation risks for the country. So we did our best for everything to work in Dnipro, 130 kilometers from the front line. Everything worked fully. You see the numbers, almost 4,000 visits were made over 16 months of war. Now the number of visits is bigger. 100 professionals did that, and only 3 specialists went abroad. Everybody else continues working, and we provided full funding for all of that. So all of that worked, and the result is also important. Please pay attention to this slide. It's about oncology. Only 17 countries in the world, in the Clarity Analytics, it's an international company which shows high rate in publications over the last 10 countries. Only 17 leading countries of the world have such centers in oncology. It's data for 10 years. It says that Ukraine works thanks to the universities as well, the list of universities in this rating on this slide. So these are the best ones, and we're glad that our Dnipro Medical University is among the best universities, and we made our humble contribution into it as well. So have a look about the challenges which we faced during the war, and they were written in the publications we mentioned. What was not mentioned? The future prospects were not mentioned, and the risks which we face. Maybe it's not the right time for that, but I would like to say two questions that nobody has said today. I want all of you to remember these questions, and our CROs and sponsors. The Supreme Court has implemented the decision, the ruling that the clinical trials will be with the FAT. And all of us have to understand that when we start recovering, sponsor companies have to take it into account and add this price to the contracts of the clinical trials. And the second question, do we need to understand whether there are some clear rules about budgeting and costs? If these issues are not resolved, we will have what we have right now when the researchers are under pressure. I will not dive into details because I want to say about the prospects, what to do next. Because if I tell you what we managed to do was thanks to enthusiasm, it would be nothing. We have to change the approach to the trials, and everything I will say at the end of my trial has been developed and done, and it continues working. And in our presentations abroad, we've said, in our virtual presentations, we didn't go anywhere abroad. We virtually participated in the conferences. All of this was tested by the war and proven by the war. And right now we address with the new paradigm of the organizations in terms of clinical trials, which will enable their maximum efficacy. What we mean, this paradigm has to mean fast, cheaper, and more accurate conduct of the trials with the motivation of the workers and with the use of remote technologies. What do we need to do that? We suggest that in the new paradigm, I mean the paradigm as the new system of research organization in the new conditions, when these electronic systems, e-documents, and IT technologies, which we have already started using. So the first thing we see, the sponsor or anybody else, we've already done that, has to create the site assistant system, So then one super template has to be created, which will take into account in precise details that everything that needs to be done in the clinical trial. And then if the systems are implemented of the multilingual system of instant translation, which work with the elements of artificial intelligence and translate all of that into different languages, we can do it in the way that the new clinical trial will circulate all over the world in all the languages simultaneously with the use of one highly technological template. And maybe it's a bit confusing, but right now we have submitted the application for the grant of the European Commission. We have passed the first stage of selection. If we don't pass it, then we will fund ourselves by ourselves. So here is the key slide of the presentation, the activities on the site and the decisions. The trials have become very difficult. It's a challenge. What to do? We need to create the site support systems. In what directions and how does it work? First of all, we have to provide the storage and the right usage of the drugs, taking into account everything. To do that, we develop the system which helps avoid drug insufficiency. No on-site monitoring is the next challenge. Thank God it has started 3 weeks ago. there was 11 monitors on the site. Unfortunately, we did not take a picture. 11 monitors arrived to us, and the response on the site, we were monitored all the time, and we created the software for remote monitoring. There is the Florence, and there are other international systems we've made even better. I want to thank our partners who helped us work in remote monitoring. They have come here offline and saw how it works live. When the system was created, we had no comments almost at all. What we had earlier, that after every monitoring we had different mistakes. So now we have no mistakes because everything is programmed. You will hear more details about it later. And also fast and quality communication with all others. Here is our response. Let me show you. We have developed the polyglot system, which for the first time simultaneously translates into 100 languages. We developed this system. It was our response to the challenge when our people went abroad and couldn't communicate. This simple system in the mobile application, that's a mobile application. I have Samsung, it works well. On this phone, you take this phone and you have no problems in 100 countries of the world. And this system has been connected to the artificial intelligence. Microsoft, Google, or artificial intelligence can translate everything there. When we added this system as the assistance system to our computer system of clinical trials, right now we really have the possibility to make clinical trials understood for each other, and for the monitor, which understands Norwegian, can verify Chinese or French side thanks to such elements of the system. And here you can see one step ahead to open the future of clinical trial process. We've analyzed a lot of systems which are commercial in the world, and we've seen that the site is the least protected, because for sponsors, CROs, and other big companies, a lot is done, but the site is unprotected. And that's why here we looked what activities, and that's just half of what needs to be done to support the site. And we did that with our medical clinical records system. It works, and it can work effectively. So where are we? It is a very important and disappointing point. Here, have a look. I will show it. So here where we are right now, we are here. And we're no different from all the other sites, and I cannot hear what the speaker is saying. He's not talking into the microphone. So have a look. The best numbers, unfortunately, I cannot show it to you, but the best numbers were above 380 patients. It was the beginning of COVID. It was 2020. And then have a look, 2020, we saw the decline, 2021 until May during COVID. This is the industry. We lost 180 patients. That's the results of not just one site. It's our results, but they synchronize with other sites. 2021. It seems like the situation has improved a bit, and you can see the second part of 2021, but the 2022 February, and here in the blue line you can see going down, and right now on the level of 95 patients. So a few more months and all the sites will stop their work, but we hope that our partners, our colleagues will not let that happen, and with the clinical trials will come back in Ukraine. Besides, we have the systems and the elements of the management of the system. I will not dive into details here. 17 languages that the system simultaneously works in, and it works well. So what does it mean? How does it work? First of all, deep planning of all the processes which are on the site. The second is the control of the management via QR codes of every single activity. Every thing that is done on the site is recorded in the e-system, and this electronic medical record enables remote kind of work. So remotely we can provide the work to the monitors, and it enables data managers to have a remote access to the system. For the first time, the system is created when it automatically creates invoices for the payment. It was a big revolutionary decision. I want to thank our partners and companies. There was almost no delay in the payments, and I know that there are a lot of complaints from the other sides because we have no complaints. We have the electronic system of support, and when the multilingual use of the system is used as well, it can be done internationally. I just one more minute of your time, if I may. So here you see all the partners of this system. Here you can see that we need to create medical information system and register on the Ministry of Health website. We'll try to do it very soon, and here you can see the details on how to plan the clinical trial. So we have researched and if we show the adverse event, we need to show 32 positions. If one analysis, one blood test, which is sent to a laboratory abroad, then 21 positions. If we don't plan that, it's impossible to do it manually, and we will have a lot of issues and other problems. All of this really helps control and create quality medical records thanks to the templates, which will enable no mistakes. It is proven by the war. It's possible to have the remote work in all the directions, the system of automatic invoices. If you find it interesting, please look through this presentation and see how it works. So we need to create knowledge centers, the centers which will train on how to work in the clinical trials in the future. Here you see the topics which have to be on the level of the center explored and managed. Who needs that? I hope that's clear. And thus, right now, we want to cooperate with our partners all over the world, and we want to thank all the partners you can see here on the slide. We will be glad if the results which were mentioned on the slide, if they are taken into account. So we invite everyone to Ukraine for a cooperation. Let's work together, but on new high technology basis, not like earlier. Let's try. We are ready to share our experience. Everything works well. Everything is great. So I wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was great. The next speech about all the updates of EMA, ICH, everything related to preclinical trials, in the speech of Mikhailo Kozlov, the head of audit of preclinical trials, the audit of and laboratory practices, State Expert Center. Mikhailo, the floor is yours. Dear colleagues, clinical trials of efficacy of the drugs is the crucial element of the process of the development of the drugs. They have to be thoroughly planned and conducted with the compliance of the approved in the world practices. Clinical trials, preclinical trials of drugs create the foundation for further clinical trials and are the necessary to have the safe start dosage and the range of dosages to be used for humans, and the identification of parameters of clinical monitoring, adverse effects, and solution of other important tasks according to the aim of the clinical trials. In terms of the safe usage of the drugs, which is enabled via strict compliance with the principles of GLP, of good laboratory practice, to maximum and approved in the world scientific and scientific principles, ECD documents, FDA, ICH, and the EU. The implementation of these international requirements with the aim to harmonize the regulatory framework about preclinical and clinical trials in Ukraine. Currently, this is the main and priority task given the approved course of Ukraine for the European integration. The State Expert Center has developed a few orders in this regard. One of the first orders is the preclinical trials and safety and their safety as the foundation of clinical trials with the participation of humans and the registration of drugs. The aim is to provide the international standards and to balance all the clinical trials and their safety and their terms and terms of conduct to provide by the regulatory authorities the permission for the drugs to be used. Here in this order you can see the scheme of the sequence of the stages, which simplifies the strategy of the trials, the preclinical trials, and also it identifies the differences about the drug contents, particularities of the use, and the prescription of this drug. This strategy gives the possibility to move on to the clinical trials with the minimum time spent, and it enables to implement the drug in the shortest timelines without the risk for the patient. The next guideline is the drugs, preclinical trials and safety of preclinical trials to support the development of drugs in the pediatrics. It is aimed to harmonize preclinical trial safety to support the drugs aimed at the children or aimed to be used in pediatrics. In terms of the clinical trials of safety, preclinical trials of safety, here you can see the main approaches to research the safety, guidelines which have to be used in practice, something that was used, the drugs which were used for adults and the drugs which are offered to be used in the pediatrics for the first time. The difficulty of the development of pediatric drugs is due to the morphological specifics of the child body, because the child's body is different from adult's body. Especially it's about infants and children. Preclinical trial efficacy and safety for the research of the drugs in pediatrics, it requires preclinical trials with the use of animals of juvenile age and of young age, and it has to be examined whether these drugs can be used safely for children and adults.
Yet another guideline is preclinical evaluation of vaccines, and the guideline includes the overall principles of preclinical studies of vaccines, and this guideline vaccines are considered to be a heterogeneous class of drugs that have to contain immunogenic substances that are able to induce specific activities and cause immunity against the disease. The preclinical studies are a necessary condition to promote the candidate vaccine from the laboratory to the clinic, and includes all the aspects of testing, characteristics of products, confirmation of concept, and immunogenicity study and testing safety on animals. Non-clinical evaluation in the context of this, the document concerns all the in vitro or in vivo studies that were conducted before and during the clinical development of the vaccine. The next guideline is a guideline on clinical evaluation of vaccines, and it has a goal of facilitation the promoting of use of innovative medical technologies and the use of modern international guidances when it comes to development and preclinical study and clinical study of new highly active and safe vaccines for prevention of infectious diseases in Ukraine. This guideline is the clinical evaluation of vaccines for the prevention of infectious diseases that are caused by both one pathogen or several pathogens, several active components, and those vaccines are designated to prevent a number of infectious diseases. There has to have a confirmation of immunogenicity and activity of the vaccine, the demonstration of vaccine's activity, and evaluation in the further period. The next situation is risk reduction when it's and the first participating people at different clinical drug and compare them as effects that were shown in preclinical studies. The most important task is safety being priority. Special the attention is paid to the characteristics of risk and development of strategies for its minimization. The drugs development strategy and experimental approaches that are used for collecting information, safety information on clinical trials have to be scientifically grounded, while decisions should be grounded on the congregation of data available. The guidelines purpose is to approach as much as possible to important issues that will require consideration when it comes to design or of studies. And then that's first of all quality, high quality of the drug according to the chart. Then there are some extra preclinical studies, animal models, and also interventions to reduce the risks when it comes to the organizing and conducting the first in participation person and the earlier ones, and that concerns the design protocol, selection of participants, and safety interventions and so on. The next one is the overall principle of preclinical and clinical solutions of biological drugs that have an active substance as proteins that were obtained by biotechnology that was already developed and approved in the time of war, and that was based on the guidelines that designate the principles of preclinical and clinical studies of similar biological drugs. The guideline has the most important approaches for preclinical studies and clinical studies to confirm the semblance between the biologic drug that has an active substance, FPI, as the proteins that were received by biotechnology. Then similarity is established by characteristics of quality, biological activity, and safety, and efficiency based on clinical trials. To provide grounds for biosimilarity before the beginning of a clinical trial, one should do preclinical studies to shed light on the similarity. A stage-by-step approach is recommended throughout all the program development time, starting from the full physical, chemical, and biological characteristics in vivo and in vitro conditions. Those clinical trials depend on the evidence-based on evidence derived at previous stages concerning the reliability of clinical and biological in vitro studies. The main principles of clinical and preclinical studies specific for certain classes of similar bio-drugs are included in appendices to this guideline. Now this one shows the appendices that go into a number of drugs. Dear colleagues, in more detail, you can see more detailed contents of the above mentioned guidances at the website of the State Expert Center. And it should be pointed out that now active efforts are being made to aiming to develop new, up-to-date guidelines. So our further priorities, what do they include? First of all, that's the promoting of Ukraine's integration into an international system of the conduct and control of preclinical and clinical trials of drugs, and implementation of international requirements into the Ukraine's regular base, aiming to improve the quality of preclinical and clinical studies of drugs. Next one is active participation in scientific and practical conferences, workshops, and other interventions for researchers, also with international participation. Dear colleagues, the harmonization of our legislation on drugs for prevention and treatment according to the EU system will allow you to create in Ukraine an efficient system of preclinical study of drugs, which is to provide further development of efficacious, safe, and competitive drugs. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, dear colleagues, you're a little bit tired, right? Now let's breathe in and breathe out, okay? Just like that. Gonna be easier. Okay, on we go. Do you, by any chance, plan bioequivalent study? If you do, then look at the rostrum. And here comes Gerasymchuk, Doctor of Medical Sciences, a merited figure in Ukraine's Academy of Science and Machinery. Gerasymchuk from the National Medical University. He will talk about bioequivalence, components of success. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. We're going from pre to clinical, from preclinical to clinical, because bioequivalence is a clinical study, but that's a special kind of clinical studies.
Of course, the aggression of Russia and the war, it gave the negative impact to the conduct of all the clinical trials and their bioequivalence, because bioequivalence is the special kind of clinical trial, special logistics. I faced a lot of clinical bases which conduct clinical trials of the second, fourth phase great, and we would and wanted to do the bioequivalence as well, but it's difficult for them. Some of them tried and they refused from them. So there is the situations that clinical basis on bioequivalence, question mark. One of them was our Clinical Diagnostic Center of the National Pharmaceutical University, where we conducted the clinical trials on bioequivalence for the first time. We passed the WHO audits, EMA, FDA audits, and we were recognized. Our researches were recognized to be successful many times. The audits, Mr. Sergei Rasputnyak arrived to us basically from the moment of the organization and setup of this center. So what is happening today? Do we have a chance to rebuild bioequivalence in Ukraine as a part of clinical trials? And of course, I couldn't help falling into temptation to quote Nadezhda Zhukova when I read her articles that Ukraine can become the hub for clinical trials on learning bioequivalence. Ukraine is not only, should not just become, it has to become necessarily. And of course, my speech today is more emotional, and motivational, and all of us say today, yes, of course, we have all the necessary conditions for that, and so on. So where are the trials? Where are the sponsors? Where are our national manufacturers, which 80% of them, of all the bioequivalence researches were on our base. All the first phase clinical trials were on our base, and of course foreign trials were also there. And almost all the speakers said that there are high possibilities in Ukraine, and Ukraine is the country which can provide different protocols of clinical trials and of different complexity. The researchers are very educated. The quality of the trials, which are conducted not only on our base but also on other bases, have proven that all the requirements, DCP requirements, the protocol requirements, and the patients' rights protection and the volunteers' protection is complied with. That's important. The cost of the trial, no matter what's said today, we can hear something from sponsors that it's not cheaper here, the price is more or less the same like in Europe. No. Dear colleagues, in Ukraine it's much cheaper to conduct clinical trials. Yes, there are some other situations related to risks and logistics, especially right now, which add, and sometimes which are the main ones, and sometimes not very high professionalism, sometimes not always a very high professionalism can make up for the risks and the decision is made to conduct or not to conduct the trial in Ukraine. SMOs and other management organizations continue working in Ukraine and on highly professional level. All these possibilities, they open new prospects all the time. They create new employment and develop medical infrastructure and the creation of the scientific, especially bio laboratories and bioanalytical laboratories. And this ecosystem, which has been created, the regulator, the sponsor, and the site of the clinical trial. The regulator does everything possible for us to be attractive for the clinical trials. And first of all, it's about the terms. That's a very painful point, and one of the main arguments why we don't go here, but we go to Malaysia or India. It's all about the time deadlines, and it's mostly about this problem is almost solved. The educational programs for the researchers. Currently, Farm Center, Mr. Alexander Gudzenko, the professor, have systematized and organized, let's put it this way, the training curriculum on DCP courses and so on. Let me remind you that for the first time in the pharmaceutical university, we opened the curriculum clinical trial, and in 1.5 years it was possible to receive the certificate in the direction pharmacy 226, the manufacturing pharmacy, and the master's degree of pharmacy and the qualification professional of clinical trials with the code in the classificator of professions, which is really important for the HR manager because it's important to put into the employment registry what position you're employed to. We worked for 3 years, it worked for 3 years, but due to objective and subjective reasons, currently this specialty, this curricula was closed, so together with the regulator, with the State Pharmacological Center, we will discuss this situation because everything has been worked on that. All the curricula, all the regulatory framework has been put to place. It's good business for the universities because motivated people go there. They understand what area they will work in, how much money they will make, and what what it's for and that it's necessary. The clinical audit abroad, that is a separate topic, some uncompetitive environment, because when we register, our manufacturer registers the drug abroad, EMA or FDA or the WHO comes for the audit. But when we register, we don't have the legislation, but it has been rightly mentioned today in this in one of the speeches that what is not forbidden has to be permitted. But we have a different logic. If it's not written, then we cannot go and look at the clinical basis. I've seen different clinical bases. There are clinical bases where I can write a book about it, about paradoxes and other aspects of medicine and pharmacy. That's the way it looks. There are a lot of funny situations. These drugs are imported, but we don't go to the clinical basis. So the environment is not very competitive, it seems like that. And of course, the creation of the new sites, new clinical trial sites. Mrs. Nadezhda will say that about the new board, I will not go into details about it, but the most important thing, we have to keep up with the trend, and in 2024 there is the updated guideline about bioequivalence, which will be approved, and some particularities are there. So we have to give the credit that the clinical trial department earlier and all the other pharmaceutical centers, this is one of the really prepared right structures of the State Pharmacological Center. And never, not at any audit, I sometimes participated in the audits of pharmaceutical centers, not even once there was some negative comment on the inspection of clinical trials or audit or aspects of registration related to clinical trials. Not even once that happened. So, and today, Mrs. Nadia will implement these new guidelines, which will reflect on the quality of these clinical trials, because we have to be like they are in Europe, and according to some requirements they are still thinking, and we're already recommending our sponsors, and sometimes persistently recommending, and sometimes we're already on the stage of the implementation here, and they are still thinking about that over there. So we have to bravely state that. In terms of sponsor, that's clear. One of the most interested sponsors in this environment or ecosystem, apart from the good quality product and quality protocol, clear and specific SOPs. The SOPs of our clinical base and SOPs of the sponsor may differ, and sometimes I have a few examples. For example, something that could influence the quality of the clinical trial conduct. And in this case, our task is to synchronize these SOPs so that we would understand that we work according to these SOPs. And of course, if we want to become the hub for the clinical trials, including bioequivalence trials, from the side of sponsors, there have to be programs of the support of the market of clinical trials, including bioequivalence trials, because we say one thing and at the same time, due to objective and sometimes subjective reasons, we deviate from what we're saying, because currently we can provide and we are providing the highest level of clinical trial conduct. The sponsorship grant program to preserve the human resources and workforce so that we would survive these difficult times. 3 minutes left. The place of the clinical trial conduct. Here, it's really important to have teamwork in bioequivalence, because if we speak about bioequivalence, 30 seconds of blood test, 1 minute matters. 30 seconds or 1 minute of taking the blood test matters. So the preparation of the middle level medical workers, nurses who have to be active participants in the team. Their preparation is very important. Difficult logistics. It's a bit more difficult because at the same time to take tests, blood tests, and other biomaterials from 30 volunteers, the preparation and logistics, all of that requires resources. Here is a story of one site and our way, because the Clinical Diagnostics Center, due to the aggression from the Russian Federation, transformed into a different clinic, into the clinic. I will show it at this clinic later, and we've been through this reaction, adaptation, cooperation, and transformation pathway. And this transformation will be done today. And right now, we are in the multi-profile medical health facility, Atsenus, that is the hospital of St. Luca. I recommend everyone to come to this clinic, as here we have Mr. Grigory, the CEO of this clinic, and maybe there will be questions to him. This is the multi-profile clinic. There are 400 beds, 500 visits a day to the polyclinics. Oncology department, surgery develops there. While they were working on clinical trials earlier, and currently they've given us necessary buildings and rooms and equipment. Look at these separate wards. What Mr. Serhiy said about clinical trials, and on top of the clinical trials, it has been done on the highest level. 2 ICU departments. There are 2 ICUs, 1 intensive care unit for bioequivalence with all the necessary equipment and so on. More than 500 workers are there, and a separate department of clinical trials, which is responsible for the coordination, regulation, and organization of the conduct of the clinical trials. And separate buildings, what Mr. Serhiy has said, for archives with the limited access for the work of the monitors. It's clear. Here you see the internet, more than 600 kilowatt of capacity of the autonomous generator work, bomb shelters, fridges. One of the best bomb shelters is here. This is the Sherita clinic in Ukraine. Come and see what private business can create today. They were working on clinical trials earlier. Here you can see the laboratory, certified laboratory, including GDP certificate. What laboratory has that? We have that. The well-prepared specialists team, and more than 25 years of work. More than 220 clinical trials were conducted, including 62 trials on bioequivalence, and I added our clinical diagnostic center trials because our team works there and we are open, and together we are stronger. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. I'm sure that if Mayo Clinic worked somewhere in Ukraine, it wouldn't work long. They would not withstand our conditions, but we withstand. JP, the international certificate. ISO, Mr. Grigory. JP or ISO? ISO. But foreign, not our ISO, foreign one. So let's continue the topic of bioequivalence, and I'll gladly give the floor to Nadia Zhukova, the head of the Bioequivalence and Bioavailability Materials Expert Evaluation Board, the State Expert Center of the Ministry of Health of Ukraine, the MD, the candidate of pharmaceutical sciences. So, hello, dear colleagues. Welcome to the Pharmaceutical Forum dedicated to clinical trials. My presentation will be on the assessment of the condition of the bioequivalence trials in Ukraine and the world, and the changes which have already taken places, and the changes which need to be expected, and something that we need to be prepared to. So what is the situation in Ukraine right now? For sure, we can say that the requirements to the bioequivalence comply with the modern European requirements. I mean, all the main definitions and approaches to the trials conduct and assessment of the trials, the formation, the presentation of the materials of registration, and the protocol of the clinical trial, all of that complies with the modern European requirements. Here you can see on the slide the main documents which can be used during planning, conduct, and also registration of the registry. It's important to say that when we conduct the expertise, we face a lot of different problems, and these problems are related to different approaches to conduct bioequivalence trials in the world. They can be different approaches to choose the conditions of the trial, like before food intake, after food intake, in steady state conditions, approaches to choose the dosage for the trial, and the criteria of acceptance of the bioequivalence proportions and the number of the necessary clinical trials, the bioequivalence on the procedure of biopharmaceutical system of classifications, to take the trials with the low index therapeutical in terms of the evidence of the hybrid of low combinations. The reason of these problems is that the bioequivalence trials are conducted according to the requirements of different regions and different regulatory organizations and institutions. Such problems are not only in Ukraine and have not been only in Ukraine. There are such problems in the world in general. That's why over the last 6 years we have the harmonization in terms of the approach and assessment of bioequivalence. It is under the initiative of the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Sciences, American Association of Pharmaceutical Scientists, and International Pharmaceutical Federation, and with the support of the European Regulatory Agency and FDA. So what are the results of the work of this harmonization? Based on ICH, the experts of different regulatory agencies create the guidelines which later get adopted by ICH and get implemented in different countries. The first results are the development and adoption of the guideline on bioequivalence based on BioViver, based on biopharmaceutical classification system, which was approved by ICH and implemented by the USA, EU, Canada, Switzerland, and the evidence of bioequivalence and the compliance with it is in the current order of the Ministry of Health about the proof of bioequivalence, about the management of bioequivalence. The second guidelines, which was already developed by ICH, is the guideline on biovalidation and bioanalytical research. It has also been approved by ICH and implemented in the EU, the USA, Canada, Switzerland, and China is in the process of that. So what's also important? These steps are highly important because this implementation will enable to conduct for the applicants specific researches, not to conduct researches for every region, for the specific country. The conditions of the bioequivalence proof are the same in the world, including Ukraine. So what should we expect? The next step, which ICH conducts, is the development of the guidelines on the proof of bioequivalence of drugs of immediate release. This is the guideline which will replace the acting guideline on the proof of bioequivalence, which was adopted by EMA. It is planned to have 3 parts of these guidelines. The first part is planned to be approved next year. That's really important for us. On the ICH website, there is already the draft of this guideline. All of you can look through it, and I recommend you to look through it. And we see that the points which can be renewed, the conditions of the intake of the drug during the clinical trial, conduct the conditions of the assessment of metabolite and agent, the conditions to assess endogenic agents, and the conditions for biological liquid test and data of the analysis, conditions to pharmaceutical parameters, and there are new requirements as well, and that's highly important. The first requirement that appears is the assessment of the group effect. Also, there are requirements to the chewing pills and pH level. We see that in terms of the draft of this document, and I really recommend the manufacturers, researchers planning right now the researches or working on the drugs who will conduct the trials next year. I ask them to take into account the possibility to introduce these changes, because the situation may happen that the guideline will be approved and the clinical trial will be conducted according to the old requirements. One more important change which is expected is the change to the legislation of Ukraine on drugs. Here you can see on the slide the current edition, the identification of reference drug, and also the addition of the identification of the reference drug in the legislation of Ukraine on drugs. The reference drug, according to the requirements of the new law on drugs, this is the drug registered in Ukraine according to the full registration profile, or with the absence of the state registry in Ukraine, registered upon the full registry profile by the competent authority of the EU or the EU member. You see the difference. This difference is significant. In general, this is the European formulation. And also, if the drug is developed and if the generic changes are planned, or especially some changes related to the content which may need the researches or trials with the reference drug, I highly recommend to plan the assessment of the project taking into account this requirement. The law comes to power or comes in action from the moment of publication and comes into action 30 days after the end of the martial law. One more important requirement, and a lot has been said about it, these are the changes in the Order 609 related to the terms of the expertise of the protocol of clinical trial, including bioequivalence trials. So significant reduction of the term of the procedure. Earlier it was 50 calendar days, and right now it's 30 calendar days. That is a very useful change for our applicants and sponsors of the trial. For your information, we've prepared the statistics over the last 4 years. Almost the first half of 2023, from 2019 up to the first half of 2023. In terms of the approach to the proof of bioequivalence, generics and national and foreign manufacturers. So in general, we can say that in Ukraine, for half of the generics, we prove pharmaceutical bioequivalence and as a rule, by comparison pharmacokinetical researches. What else is usual? As a rule, foreign manufacturers do not conduct the proof of bioequivalence according to BioWaiver on the according to this system. But more and more we see the following ones, and even the drugs which have been through the expertise and registration in the strict regulatory agencies. What else do I want to focus your attention on? The number recommended for registration in 2022, the number of recommended for registration drugs in 2022 has almost not changed in contrast to previous years. We expected more unpleasant statistics, and it means that the center of applicants in 2022 worked, and there was no trend, let's say, to register the medications with the specific proof of bioequivalence, let's say pharmaceutical equivalence, to register only the drugs for which it's enough to prove pharmaceutical equivalence. The information shown on the slide is about the national manufacturers. By 2022, we had very obvious trend. The increased number of researches on bioequivalence conducted in Ukraine. As we understand, 2022 brought some changes, and the researches were almost not conducted, although they were conducted, and we hope that in the next few years, very soon, the situation will get better. And also on this slide, you can see the countries where the national manufacturers conducted trials during different periods of time. As you can see it here, most researches and trials were in Ukraine, but they were also conducted in India, Europe, and Jordan. I'd like to focus your attention also on one more point. As I said, the trials on bioequivalence, the Ukrainian manufacturers were conducting these trials in Ukraine and in other countries. For sure, that's good experience, and probably a lot of cases provide good benefits for further registration, but not always. From time to time, we see the problems when some sponsors, I mean national sponsors without qualified specialists and workforce without the workforce capable to assess the volume of the necessary trials, the approaches to the trials, to the standardization and assessment, they choose companies in some regions of the world, in some countries, which want to simplify the project for the sponsor, neglect the legislation, preserving the resources of the sponsor. So we can highlight two problems. The problem of the sponsor when the sponsor does not have the qualified workforce, and the second problem is the problem of the bases. I'm sorry, I cannot name them, but they are specific regions, specific bases, which either are not responsible or not competent enough, and they follow sponsors' decisions. They follow what the sponsor wants, and that's not always right. And it's important to say that the researches and trials conducted in Ukraine before the full scale of war by our researchers, by Ukrainian researchers, as a rule, they didn't have such problems. So we had really normal level of the clinical trial conduct. We have, of course, space for improvement, but the normal level of clinical trial conduct was there. So what can we recommend the sponsor in such situation? First of all, we can recommend training, to provide training for the specialists, so that it's important to understand that quickly and cheap is not a guarantee of professionalism and quality. Secondly, it's important to understand that nice communication with some researchers in a specific country doesn't always guarantee quality quality and professionalism. Why do I highlight that? Because when in this situation the sponsor receives the results of the research, as a rule the sponsor finds out about the problem on the stage of the specialized expertise, and sometimes there are very unpleasant situations which end up not very well for the sponsor and for the applicant of the drug. And despite all the problems that are there, we believe that the situation in Ukraine in terms of bioequivalence trials in the current conditions has positive trend. First of all, the work has not stopped in general. The center continues working and the applicants continue working. Ukrainian manufacturers develop Ukrainian drugs, and just drugs, even researchers conduct clinical trials and bioequivalence trials right now. And the number of consultations which we provide during the war, we have never conducted earlier, and the consultations we provide as such. And you know, in March, April, and May 2022, it was so nice to receive the request for a consultation to develop some drug or some protocol. So it supported us. What else is important? Ukrainian researchers have preserved the main potential. I mean, professional, experienced workforce, equipment. They declare the preparedness to conduct bioequivalence and preparedness for the audits. And it's really nice for us. It's very pleasant for us. We see that, we feel that we have a big part of Ukrainian applicants and sponsors of bioequivalent trials, equivalence trials. They have qualified workforce which can plan researches, audit, monitoring, and can conduct audit and monitoring and assessment of the results of the clinical trial. I'm not sure if we can say so, but we can communicate on the same language, and that's really important for us. That's why we're looking forward to the increase of the number of bioequivalence trials in Ukraine. We believe that even right now we have everything necessary for that. So thank you for your attention. Glory to Ukraine.
Thank you ever so much. And as always, very much to the point, very much to the content, so very much to the time. We're going to continue, and I would like Mr. Yuri Ostapenko, who is in charge of minimally invasive surgery and radiology unit at the National Institute of Cancer, candidate of Sciences and Medical Sciences, and he will talk about clinical studies accompanied by the sound of siren. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank the forum organizers. I'd like to thank the country for the possibility to speak today, and I would like to share a little bit of our experience of the National Institute of Cancer when it comes to dealing with issues that came up with the beginning of the full-scale invasion, the problems that we faced, and potential pathways of its resolution. Maybe somebody will find that interesting. So just a tiny bit of overall general information. So according to WHO, before 24th of February 2022, 426 clinical studies were in Ukraine with active recruitment and enrollment of patients, 192 in the area of oncology, and about 8 from those 192 were done by the National Cancer Institute, and 15 more were being prepared to be started, and they went through different stages of patient enrollment. On this slide, you can see the structure of the distribution of oncology, actually the tumor clinical studies, and you can see some the phase 3 and commercial made 93%. And on February 24th, 2022, the hot phase of Russia's war against Ukraine started. Millions of people were shocked and were at a loss. And cancer patients at permanent war with their disease had new problems, new reality, very cruel, very unreasonable, very ridiculous, simple but essential questions with the doctors and researchers: how to get around to work, where to take nurses, where to take enough drugs. Many doctors live in the oblast, not in Kiev. Some were in occupied territories or warfare areas. No possibility to get around to work. The same started with the patients on how to provide continuous admission of patients to a hospital, how to send samples and drugs, how to treat them all the time in the hospitals, how to store the drugs within the temperature range in a situation of a power outage, and we had to act quickly and in a balanced manner. A new phase of clinical trials started. At the same time, we had some clinical trial-related objectives that could be described as, first of all, being aware. The researchers had to understand what was going on to this fellow researchers and nurses. Then they had to understand about the patients, where they were, are they safe, can they come over again, or can they continue while staying at home. That was very necessary for efficient planning. And then resource provision at their hospital, can it admit patients, the personnel, the staff who can come over to the hospital to provide for the staffing. Then medication, we have a National Cancer Institute, one of the highest, one of the biggest research centers, but we had enough quantity of drugs to maintain the logistics from sponsors and for stabilization of supplies. Then accountability to sponsors, e-medical documentation filled out according to the protocol described procedures, execution of contracts, and accuracy of data collected to be provided for. First of all, what was necessary? Avoid panic and some unthoughtful actions that may result potentially in negative consequences. Availability of a team and possibility to work. Luckily, all the doctors were available and safe. They managed to leave the occupied areas like Bucha, Gostom, and Irpin, and they were at work and they lived at work. It was much more difficult with the nurses, as the majority of them either left the country or the oblast or remained in occupied territories. That posed barriers to our work. Another problem was communication with all the patients. Many of them went to Western Ukraine, and so all they planned to go abroad. Then informing or making the sponsors aware at the real sites of the institute, that was another issue. So after receiving the full scope of information, the team and the management of the institute decided to continue clinical studies, being guided by max safety for the patients. All the procedures that were possible to be conducted from distance or online were done. So over a month, the staff, the healthcare providers stayed in the hospital 24/7, avoiding the risks of moving around Kiev 24/7, where warfare took place after the shock was over on the first day. After the objective evaluation of our possibilities, the board session of the institute really made the decision to continue the work of the institute, because there are many patients that you cannot stop treatment to. We understood that some patients, it was impossible for them to come over for treatment. Some of them were switched to other sites or to other sites abroad. And also we receive new patients from the occupied territories, new patients, which happened as the result of the suspension of the work of cancer centers that operated in the warfare zone or in occupied territories. Some of them are still in that condition. One of the most important problems that the staff faced was a lack of nurses that weren't able to get back to Kiev in the first days of the war, and those that were on duty on the 24th of February had to stay on duty and work 24/7 several weeks. That's middle personnel that we lacked, and they did extraordinary work providing the infusions, samples, and drugs, and so on and so forth. Given that the number of patients was lesser, it was technically possible to do clinical studies, and also because the middle personnel increased in number, it was also more possible than for the institute than supplies of drugs, especially investigated drugs. For first weeks, the logistics were parallel at the central office. From the center of the sponsors did not allow courier delivery out of safety. Then the researchers, if they had such a possibility, they might have delivered that personally because of the flow of patients was reduced, and because our stocks were thinner, we're not getting thinner. The staff provided for the treatment of all patients. Some of the patients that had clinical trials in other cities, and I lived in Kiev normally, they made an agreement to get treated there with the local oncologist. Thanks to the courier services and thanks to the personnel activity, supplies were adjusted and in 2 months, and now it's the level of pre-war time. Just to remind you that when it comes to tumor treatment, clinical trials are a recommended method of treatment for most cancer patients, especially with advanced forms, non-resectable tumors, and remote metastasis. This is written in the guidelines from the US and from Europe on cancer treatment. But on the 28th of February, on the central level, they recommended that we look at the expediency of new studies, and the suspension recommendation was cancelled. As you can see around the charts, the WHO data say about an increase of clinical trials. That was a trend. It changed drastically in 22. Projections are pretty poor, but there's a greater need because since the beginning of the invasion, lots of territory of our country is unoccupied territories. There were plenty of cancer treatment places that are still available in the country. There are plenty that cannot provide their services, like in Donetsk and Lugansk Oblast, and many people now have no possibility to get private cancer care. They come to us in an advanced stage, and if somebody wants to be treated of a tumor preliminarily earlier, now already have a malignant tumor diagnosis. And it should not be forgotten that we had to inform, and we still have to inform international community about all the problems, because in the that was a very important trigger in the modern world, and these are the publications of our doctors, of our researchers and co-researchers that gave interviews, that wrote articles in magazines like Lancet, the American Clinical Association Astro of American Oncologists, and Guardian. And also our researchers during the last and this year more than once spoke at international forums and symposia, Japan, Great Britain and the US, talking about clinical trials and an urgent need of them. Now we don't have to stop. We should not stop. We can make little steps and go to what is positive. Now the National Cancer Institute is enrolling patients, has resumed enrolling patients in one of the pre-war studies, and now they're filling out the sponsors' questionnaires that come to us. We actually fill them out and hope that it will have some positive results. And the last thing to say is my highest appreciations to everyone, and it's just to say a very popular phrase that being Ukrainian is not only to be ready for the end of the world, but having plans for future. We have such plans. Thank you. Now I would like to invite our Polish counterpart, Polish colleague, Mr. Mikhail Gris, who is the director of the Department for Inspecting Drugs and Medical Devices and Biocidal Products. Is from Warsaw, Poland, and he will talk about a transfer of Ukrainians who are participants or subjects to Poland because of the war. Now, good afternoon, Mr. Mikhail.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me well. Can you hear me? Is it okay? Hello? So I hope you can hear me. So my apologies, we had some technical difficulties. It always happens. So thank you very much for the invitation. It's really a great pleasure for me to be here and to join this conference remotely. I'm representing the Office for Registration of Medicinal Products, Medical Devices and Biocidal Products, which is Polish Drug Authority, and we are responsible for authorization and for inspection and for controlling clinical trials in Poland. We are also, of course, responsible for all marketing authorizations, etc. And we do our also work as a part of European Medicines Agency, a drug European system. And myself personally, I'm a director of GCP Inspectorate, so I had pleasure to visit Ukraine many times as an EMA inspector, and well, I hope that this will happen soon again. I hope when the war is over and we'll be able to restart our normal activities in Ukraine as well. And as one of the previous speakers said, let's come back to Ukraine now. I can't tell you I will be back now, but I will be back as soon as that is possible. So Poland is also not as huge as Ukraine, but it's also a very big clinical trials market. We have large population. We have trials in almost all indication, and I guess that's a good thing because we are neighbors, and fortunately there are many clinical trials that are ongoing in Ukraine, and we have the same protocols in clinical site in Poland. So that's why I hope, at least to a certain extent, it was possible to transfer some patients from Ukraine to Poland. We don't have any, so to say, detailed statistics, but as far as we are concerned, there are patients from Ukraine that made it to switch to Polish site, and that's why the therapy could be continued and patient safety was kept. So we are really happy to be here. And also, I would like to mention that last year we have signed a collaboration agreement with Ukrainian authorities. So we, as the Office for Registration, were trying our best to help our Ukrainian colleagues to go through the crisis now. And we hope in the future we'll be able to assist you, to help you to adapt your pharmaceutical system to EU requirements. You know, we must have dreams. So I hope this dream one day will come true, and we will work together. Myself and Ukrainian inspectors will work together as EMA inspectors, and I hope this huge strategic goal will happen in future. Maybe not in the near future, but in the future. So as a member state of the European Union, we are currently facing the changes that, it's been addressed by my Swedish colleagues. So we are we have implemented the CTR and we have implemented our national legislation that is compliant with this regulation, and therefore we have a new legal framework for clinical research in Poland. And we also, of course, we use the CTIS system, and we have already some very positive experience with that. So we think that the new concept is much better than the previous one, and we hope that we will have more and more clinical trials in Europe. And honestly speaking, this is happening in Poland because the number of clinical trials application in Poland is increasing. So now last year we reached almost 700. So this is really a good result, taking into consideration the problems we faced with pandemic and all those difficult situations. So we are very optimistic with regards to the new system. We are active users of CTIS, and we do hope that the strategic goal of this change from previous directive-based system to current regulation was to, make trials come back to Europe and to have more and more clinical sites in the EU. I think it works, and I do hope we will have even better results in future. And as you see, the system is being monitored, so we can. This is like a kind of benchmark for applications done under the new system, and Poland is doing quite well with regards to that. So, as I said, we are neighbors, and we hope we can accommodate as many patients as we can. But of course, this reflection, the problem that many patients, many clinical sites in Ukraine have, was addressed at the European level. This is not only our, so to say, national consideration, but both the Clinical Trials Coordination Group as well as the European Medicines Agency, both organizations were kind of concerned about the problem of patients that cannot access their clinical sites due to war situations. So the guidelines were issued by CTCG and by EMA. So a kind of reflection papers about how to make sure that we do our best to help Ukrainian patients and Ukrainian investigators with regards to delegating patients that cannot be treated at site. So of course the key element here is to help people, to make sure that we do whatever we can to make patients available, make medicinal products available for the patients, and to make sure the patient safety is the most important element. So we hope that everybody's trying their best. We in Poland, Polish sites, Polish investigators, and of course I might say the sponsors as well. They're trying their best to make sure that every patient can continue the therapy. Of course, let's be realistic. Probably this is not possible to transfer every patient that's needed, but I guess we all do, and we're trying our best to make sure that all the patients that need transfer, at least that there are some chances for them to continue the therapy in Poland or in other member states. Of course, for Poland, it's the easiest way because Poland is near to Ukraine, and traveling, etc. We have now a big population of people from Ukraine and Poland, so it makes situations easier. And I hope that most of the patients that need transfer, that need a new site, will be able to find a new place to continue the therapy and to complete the clinical study. And I do hope that this is just a very, very temporary solution, and when we have a meeting like that next year, we will be able to forget about all those problems, and we will be talking about optimistic things, about development of clinical trials market in Ukraine, and we will simply be able to forget all those horrible things. And now and here, I would like to say that let's be optimistic, and let's hope that the trials will come back, the inspections will come back, and the normal situation will happen in Ukraine. Thank you very much for this invitation.
Дякую. Дякуємо дуже. Thank you, Michał. Thank you very much.
And here we go. Here we continue the Polish thing, and I would like, if Miss Annetta is ready. Miss Annetta is the Vice President of GCP Association Poland. First of all, I would like to welcome Miss Annetta with on her new status of a Vice President. I would like to thank you for that Ukraine has such a great honor. One of the first presentations from the new Vice President to Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you very much for the kind invitation. This is for me an honor and privilege to be here and met so many experts and colleagues from clinical trials environment. This is opportunity for me as a medical doctor, as a representative and vice president of GCP Association in Poland, but also as a director of the PPD part of Thermo Fisher, so global CRO, to share our experience, our practical experience, our lessons learned, our good practices, how we operate during the wartime, how we support patients in relocation between the Ukraine and Poland. I try to be optimistic like Michał Gryz and show you very practical solutions already implemented. But also, I must say, I'm very impressed and proud how many heroic and tremendous efforts has been already made in your country. And I'm happy to see so positive statistics and a great progress. However, I know that we must integrate our collaboration. We must actively contribute and extend our efforts to bring clinical trial back to Ukraine, to bring this opportunity to patients. So today there was many presentations and great presentation about the risk management, about the business continuity plan, the recovery plan. So let me only add that the risk mitigation plan and the manage risk in clinical trials is a standard for our market. So we need to very quickly adapt to the new circumstances since decades. As a global market, we experienced different unexpected situations like COVID pandemic, like hurricane, volcanic eruption, and conflicts, which might have jeopardized patient safety and business continuity. However, the ongoing war in Ukraine and unpredictable situation was a really big challenge for us. So we had to very quickly react for this dynamic, unexpected situation. We went to consider the different scenario. We implement the very transparent communication and cross-functional involvement. And what is the most important, sharing knowledge and practice, and very rapidly act and adapt to the new situation. As you see, and based on the all statistics showing today, and based on the data, this is very clearly show how important in global market is Ukraine. So let me only emphasize that how crucial Ukraine is in recruitment process, which has impact on the collecting and including data to European and US new drug application process. So I'm really proud to see your recovery plans, your solution, your system solution, your digital solution, your regulatory solution you have already implemented. But I do know that you still need our support in persuading the client back business to Ukraine. The patient relocation as a rescue process, we very quickly implemented in the PPD and in Poland on a country level. First of all, from the first days of war, the humanitarian aid was absolutely the priority, but also we need to organize a quick help to patients who wanted to be relocated from the Ukrainian side to the Polish side to continue innovative treatment in clinical trials. So at PPD, as a part of Thermo Fisher, our priority was the health and safety of our colleagues and our patients. So we continue to monitor the circumstances, the situation, and provide targeted support for the urgent need. But for the patient relocation process, there was the three elements very important for us. First, it was the transparent communication, because the decision process was quite long. The risk analysis made by the sponsor was quite long. The second was adaptive approach. So we try to think out of the box. And the third, very important, collaborative approach, the teamwork. So of course we have faced with many very similar, like huge challenges, like the compliance with the protocol, language barrier for patients who wanted to be transferred, access to medical history, data stewardship, data protection aspects, logistic aspects, insurance issue, regulatory aspects, all these processes already discussed today, and also the situation of the back relocation patients from Ukraine to Poland, and again from Poland to Ukraine. So all challenges related patient safety, benefit risk analysis, logistic aspects must be considered and must have been agreed with the sponsor. And then we as a global CRA wanted to provide the clear instructions for investigators, for our vendors, and with the special focus on the robust informed consent process and data collection process. Of course, the regulatory regulation has quickly provided a procedural framework under which displaced Ukrainian trial patients could continue, at least theoretically, to access their medication, while investigators and sponsors have played their part in implementing very practical solutions. So in Poland, we wanted to provide very practical guides for all stakeholders, not only on a country level, on an organization level, but also on a country level. So based on our experience from COVID time, the idea was to create a cross-industry work stream and invite many stakeholders to prepare special guidelines, special good practice as a combined information and based on our experience. So what is the most important during such crisis here, like COVID or war? It's a cross-industry dialogue involving really all stakeholders in preparation, very practical recommendation based on the available regulation and based on the real needs. So we did it because we have established a cross-industry initiative based on the collaboration on volunteers from the sponsor, CRO, sites, the patient group, and the public institution to prepare very detailed documents. The documents has been published in 4 different languages. The first edition was dated 28th of March, so only 4 weeks after the first day of war. These good practices was disseminated broadly. Why? Because we were aware that there are many stakeholders involved in the patient's relocation process. Not only sponsors, not only CROs, not only investigators on site, but also GPs and the different medical doctors who has been faced with the patients who wanted to continue innovative treatment in Poland. So what was very important for us, the additional support and patronage provided by the public institution like Commissioner for Patient Rights in Poland and Medical Research Agency. Their representative actively contribute in preparing such documents. So this is really a unique integration and solidarity of all stakeholders in Poland. This is just to show you how many areas has been covered by these good practices. So the very important was to provide really practical information, practical guidelines, solution regarding, for example, obtaining informed consent process, communication process between investigator sites, all aspects regarding insurance, the access to the medical records, all logistic aspects, etc. So very detailed guidelines for all stakeholders. Some words about the lessons learned after this unpredictable crisis and after this very challenging situation. Let me share it for two pieces. First, this will be the sponsor perspective. The positive news is that we have many positive cases of patient relocation from Ukraine to Poland, because Poland was a first choice country for such process, and we have many patients looking for the opportunity to be involved, to continue clinical trials, or to be involved in the new clinical trials in Poland. So sponsor, and it was possible due to some aspects. First of all, we have a standard process in place regarding the using the decentralized clinical trial component. The experience comes from the COVID time for patients living in Ukraine, because we have a situation when we use the decentralized solution, like direct to patient IP shipment for patients living in Ukraine in oncology trials. So we had such an experience. The second important aspect I want to point out is the regulatory. Thanks to the special law regulation, Ukrainian patients have access to the medical care, the same medical care on the same terms as the people insurance in Poland. So this is really very helpful for patients who was transferred from Ukraine to Poland. The sponsor perspective and the lessons learned after this wartime is that sponsors are really open to provide an adaptive clinical trial service, like local vendor services and monitoring model. I must say that risk-based monitoring quality management model is not only remote monitoring, but all elements which is composed of the RBQM, so the targeted monitoring, on-site monitoring, but also centralized monitoring. So this is very important that more sponsors are very open and utilize this strategy in their clinical trials. After the time, we have established very clear process of the patient's relocation from site to site and from country to country, including regulatory and submission processes. Also, based on this experience, we have implemented the new model how we prepare the informed consent and materials for patients. For the new studies, we in advance propose and promote such solution for clients. So having information from sites about potential patients from Ukraine, we submit the informed consent and patient materials in Ukrainian language. And of course, back to the discussion about the centralized clinical trials, we have seen the acceleration of the implementation, many different components of the centralized clinical trials, like ECOA source, the direct-to-patient shipment, the wear labels, the telemedicine, the patient concierge service in many trials. What is also another element we observe in global clinical trials is changing the recruitment strategy and project delivery plan. I hope this is only the temporary trend. I mean, the sponsor transferred the enrollment target from Ukraine to another countries, but I do believe that after our efforts and after the collaborative approach, we bring this target enrollment target to Ukraine very soon. Some words about the site level perspective, what they learn, what have they learned from the situation. First good news is that investigators and sites are aware of the growing patient diversity. So we know that our Ukrainian patients need our support, and investigators and sites are focused on patient centricity and patients' needs. I mean, they are open for digital solution, including all the telemedicine services, patient home visits, local vendor services, and also all elements regarding adaptive monitoring strategy, so risk-based quality management. The very important thing is that we observe the growing availability of medical staff working in the Polish side and speaking Ukrainian language, which is a very helpful and very positive element how we can enroll Ukrainian patients and how properly is this established informed consent process for Ukrainian patients in Polish sites. I don't see any problem with the source data maintenance, preparation, and data integrity after the time of the war. But what is the important? We of course see the progress in implementing electronic medical record system at the Polish sites. But what we want to work is a consent process, because still there is no the Polish regulation allowing this kind of solution. One more thing which is important, patient voice during the process of relocation patient was very important for us. So we observe how many patients has been transferred thanks to the information for the patient advocacy group. And I must say the patient advocacy group in Poland has a strong as actively contribute in a process. But what is the trend we observe is the fact that the patients are ready and willing to use the centralized components like subject diary, wearer labels, the EPRO-ECOA, the system, the platforms. So this is really the positive trend we observe in Poland as well. Some last words for the end from my side. You can see on the slide some questions for consideration. Let me only share two of them. How industry must revise and change the approach, really change approach, and align our guidelines, regulation, also ethical standards to provide quick and extensive support for patients in such unpredictable dynamic situation, and how we can return clinical trials to Ukraine to ensure continued access to innovative treatment for patients. This is, I think, the most important question we need to still consider and need to still work. From my opinion, we have to continue integration. We really need Ukrainian clinical trials. We really need your potential. We really need your scientific experts. We really respect your dramatic experiences. So my last takeaway message, let's be more patient-centric. Let's continue collaborative approach. Let's intensify and extend our efforts, despite when you work, what kind of role you have in clinical trials, what kind of function you cover. Let's save Ukraine for clinical trials. Slava Ukraini. Thank you very much.
Героям слава. Dziękuję bardzo, pani vice-president. Do widzenia.
Just give her a good applause. And now, coffee break, we have a very quick one, because we got a very good English speaking session. because unless you stand or lost interest, you're not with us. Now we'd like to continue our work. Just to remind you about this, the headsets, because the next session will be all in English. And these headphones will support and help you even an English native, for we have a good, very good translation. Now let's sort them out. And I would like to give the floor over to run the process to Ivan Vyshnyvetskyy, who is the chair of an NGO called the Ukrainian Association for Clinical Trials, and he's an associate professor of the Management and Healthcare at Bogomolets Institute. He's a candidate of medical sciences. And it's just to remind you that we are all going to speak English. So if you need, please grab your headset. Ivan, welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am speaking today not only to this audience, but to about 120 international participants who are online today, hopefully, because at least 120 registered for this participation. And let me please introduce myself for those who just joined us. I am Ivan Vyshnyvetskyy. I am the president of the Ukrainian Association for Clinical Research and managing director Ukraine at FutureMeds, European dedicated research network. So, before we proceed, please let me express my gratitude for everyone who joined us today here, for finding the time in your busy schedules. This is really, really precious, and this is a great sign of support for Ukrainian clinical research sector. I would also like to extend my deepest appreciation to every brave Ukrainian who is serving at armed forces of Ukraine for their bravery, for their dedication, for their sacrifices, which made this event possible today. Thank you. So speaking about Ukrainian advantages and place in the global clinical development is quite easy, just because the clear picture you can see here on the slide. Ukraine always delivered. Ukraine always contributed a lot into global clinical development. And nowadays, and for the future, when Russia will be cancelled from this important economic sector, Ukraine's role will be even more important. Ukraine contributed even more relatively to the size of the population, even more than such countries like France, United Kingdom, Spain, and many others. So this is why Ukraine was, is, and will continue being extremely important for global clinical research market. But I would like to shed additional light and highlight some important facts about clinical research sector in Ukraine. All of us, we are aware that our industry is project-based industry. And for every project manager, it is very well known so-called iron triangle of project management. This combination of main constraints of any project. And it is very important also for any clinical research project. So how Ukraine globally is positioned across these pillars of project management. Let's start with quality. This is very simple to understand picture. These pictures are taken from Polish reports, so I highlighted Ukraine with this bar on the top of the picture. So Ukraine, according to many FDA inspections, looks really, really good. I understand, I realize that FDA inspections findings are not the only markers of good quality, but ultimately any sponsor would be happy to be approved by FDA for marketing purposes. So this is really a good sign for us, and this is a really good kind of great mark for our quality of work. The next pillar that should be mentioned today is cost. Probably any Eastern European country, it is very well known that are less expensive for sponsor for conducting clinical research. And Ukraine, even here, have some benefits relative to other countries like Poland or Czech Republic or Hungary. But anyway, despite we have some advantages here, not maybe extremely great, but anyway, it is not really such a great advantage just because majority of sponsors, first of all, put much more attention to recruitment-related factors and data quality. And this is absolutely clear from many research data made in the field. So this is a good moment to switch to another pillar about speed. And for many years, Ukraine had quite average, nothing special terms of study startup in general. But quite recently, we had a great advancement here, and probably this will help Ukraine to have this great advantage in comparison to other countries. So we can be faster. And the main factor of our speed is speed of enrollment. This is probably the most important things, the most valuable things for any sponsor. And we always, as I said, contributed great. We always recruited fast. And this is a great thing to remind other sponsors that we still have this great potential. So to wrap up, I also want to tell everyone who is listening today that we will conquer. We will win, definitely, undoubtedly. And right now, we just need support. We need more clinical research opportunities because we want to support our country, we want to support our patient, we want to support our economy right now, and we need to rebuild our country. We do not ask for charity. We ask for job. We want to do our job great. we want to contribute to global clinical research development. So if you will find all the messages from today's session convincing and useful, please spread the message. Please spread the message across other sponsors, across other great players, that Ukraine is a great place for conducting clinical research, even now, even in this tough situation, despite all the challenges. We are here and we proved that we are reliable partners. Thank you. And now I have a great pleasure to invite Taisa Gerasymchuk, Director of the Department of Examination of Preclinical and Clinical Trials Materials of State of Expertise Center of Ukraine, and she will add perspective of the regulator to the clinical research in the circumstances of the war. Thank you.
Передайте он девочке. My greetings to all the participants of the forum. Clinical trials are part of the overall development of medicines and play an important role in ensuring public health. Before the war, the field of clinical trials in Ukraine developed stably within the clearly defined legal framework harmonized with legislation of the European Union, the Declaration of Helsinki and ICH-GCP guidelines. Starting 1991, clinical trials in Ukraine has undergone two interrelated stages of establishment, ethical and regulatory. The morning of February 24 was not just disaster for Ukraine, but a daring challenge for all humanity and in particular for our field activity, clinical trials. My presentation will focus on the regulator actions, in particular the State Expert Center, Ministry of Health of Ukraine, in the life cycle of clinical trials in the current situation. The following overview related to the past year and 5 months on the current year. Thus, at the beginning of the war, 794 clinical trials were approved and conducted at various stages in Ukraine, of which 584 were started and 210 were approved by the Ministry of Health for conducted in Ukraine. The full-scale military aggression of Russian Federation against Ukraine brought all participants of clinical trials, sponsor researchers, patients, many challenges, problems, questions, uncertainties that must be resolved immediately. In particular, how to ensure a safe site visit for patients and their monitoring, uninterrupted supply of drugs, collection and transfer of biospecimens to specified laboratories, recording to result obtained, etc. To ensure full interaction between the clinical trials participants, a communications chain is defined as indicated on the slide. For coordinated action taken by the sponsor, starting from February 24, 2022 and up to date, the work of the center has actually been transferred to electronic communications. The next slide shows the number of correspondence received by State Expert Center and processed by department. In accordance with item item 2.3. GCP, as indicated on the slide, the most important consideration during the conduct of clinical trials, both in peacetime and during war, is the observance of ethical and moral rights, safety of the subjects. I would like to emphasize that in clinical trials, the clinical trial data is protected as carefully as the patients. Understanding that certain changes and deviation from the research protocol are inevitable in the current situation, the State Expert Center has published recommendations for sponsored researchers and ethics committees. The main topics of which are presented on the following slide. Please note that is QR codes on the slides allow you to read extended information. Regarding other aspects on conducted clinical trials in condition of martial law, the State Expert Center advises sponsors to adopt the recommendation indicated on the slide. Any actions of the researchers regarding to clinical trials in the conditions of the war should be continued with the sponsor, as the sponsor makes the decision and is responsible for all activities in the conditions of force majeure as shown on the next slide. The main provisions of the recommendations of local ethics committees are presented on the slide and relate to remote work, adaptation of standard operation procedures, acceptance of materials in electronic form, etc. During the war, new criteria appeared for assessing the situation with clinical trials in Ukraine. Thus, the sponsor actions relating to clinical trials during the specified period can be described as follows. 45 clinical trials were suspended in 2022 and 9 clinical trials for 5 months in 2023. With the suspension of patients' recruitment, 214 clinical trials plus 0 respectively. Yearly terminating of clinical trials because of war and other reasons, 190 clinical trials in total. Since the beginning of the war, 4 scenarios for participants, patients regarding participation in clinical trial can be specified. Continuation of treatment at the trial site, exit from clinical trial because of its yearly termination. There were 190 such clinical trials during this period, including 144 clinical trials yearly terminated because of war, and 46 clinical trials yearly terminated for other reasons, safety, efficacy, economic. In the case when patients are included in clinical trial and receive treatment, the following actions has been taken by the sponsor. Transfer of patients to other site in Ukraine, 186, or abroad, 295 respectively. Totally, 481 patients were transferred. The following slides provide information on transferred patients by therapeutic area. The geography of relocation is 25 countries of the world, 9 countries for 5 months of the current year. The therapeutic area where the most patients were transferred are oncology, 221, neurology, 89, rheumatology, 47, gastroenterology, 39, cardiology, 21. The time of uncertainty has finished, and today the clinical trials industry is gradually recovering. Yes, today the situation is changing, and we currently have a positive trend in the resumption of 11 clinical trials that were suspended. 20 clinical trials restore patients' recruitment, and during the first 5 months of the 2023, we received notification of the start of 13 clinical trials. 32 patients who were transferred to other site returned to their previous trial site in Ukraine. During this period, 36 clinical trials were launched in Ukraine, including 10 in the therapeutic area of oncology, 8 in neurology, 40 in hematology, and gastroenterology, respectively. The situation with clinical trials in Ukraine is changing for the better, as proved by renewal of logistic for delivery of investigational drugs and materials, and some samples transferred to laboratories selected by replacement involvement to local laboratories, introducing decentralized elements in clinical trials, remote monitoring of primary data in clinical trial materials. During this period, 72 new clinical trial sites were approved by making substantial amendments and improving new clinical trials protocols, of which 40 sites have already started clinical trials. Out of 383 sites, according to the list of ethics committees, 100 sites are located in frontline areas, as shown on the slide. For today, trial sites in Kharkov, Dnipro, and Zaporozhye are being applied and approved. The life cycle of clinical trials in Ukraine is supported by introducing substantial amendments to clinical trials protocol. Detailed information on substantial amendments is presented in the information reports on the center's website in the form of the number of applications for substantial amendments and the number of approved substantial amendments. Information on application for new clinical trials is presented on the next slide. The increase in the number of significant amendments against the background of decrease in application for clinical trials indicated continuous control over the conduct of the clinical trials in its life cycle in compliance with GCP requirements. Despite the difficult times in our country, the State Expert Center conducts clinical audit on clinical trials. During the specified period, 39 clinical audits were conducted. In addition, the center conducts a workshop for researchers, representatives of local ethics committees, because we believe that there cannot be high-quality clinical trial data and appropriate protection of patients without an adequately staffed, experienced team of researchers. In 2022 and 5 months on 2023, 10 workshops were held for 586 participants, researchers, members of ethics committees. Flexibility in the decision-making of the regulator by improving the condition for conducting research, shortening the terms of examination of material to 30 days, digitalization of processes 24/7 facilitates for resumption of clinical trials in Ukraine. Since 2023, the center has been publishing in its website quarterly updates on the status of clinical trials in Ukraine. All measures taken by the State Expert Center allowed fuse activities regarding clinical trials in Ukraine. Also, we would like to thank the international community, as shown on the slide, which rallied and held 6 webinars to support clinical trial in Ukraine, the main topics of which are outlined in the DIA Global Forum Electronic Magazine for March and April of 2023. Therefore, clinical trials in Ukraine are continued, the potential of clinical trials is preserved, clinical trials are vital for Ukraine, its current situation, and its future, and they deserve to be supported. Stand with Ukraine. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Taisa Vladimirovna. Very interesting, important information that number of clinical trials is growing, slightly, but growing. And this is a very good sign for all, and sign of hope for us. Now I'm happy to introduce you the sponsor who was brave enough to come to Ukraine and start the study during the war and conduct this study during the war and collect all the data during the war. Do you have the speaker online? Okay, so probably we need some change in the sequence. So probably Olga Vizgalova from Oximio will introduce us with some important information about the clinical trial logistics in Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Ivan. First of all, hello everyone, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Olga Vizgalova. I am the Manager Director of Ukrainian office of Oximio, the global clinical trials logistics provider. And today I will talk about our motherland, Ukraine, how we as a field doing logistics here, because partners are also present here, what challenges we have and how we respond to them. But before I start, I would like to ask our international partners, have you ever heard about our Ukrainian dream? Dream in Ukrainian is translated like Mriya. Ukrainian Mriya is a symbol of our Ukrainian logistics. It was the biggest air cargo carrier who transported the shipments, the tons of shipments, the thousands of shipments from one place in the world into another. At the beginning of the war, Russians attacked our Mriya. They wanted to destroy our dream. But in fact, they didn't destroy our logistics. The Ukrainian didn't give up. We all realize the importance of the logistics. It doesn't matter what the field. Is it food or equipment or medicinal products or transfer of patients? Today, I represent the clinical trials logistics. From the first months, from the most escalated months of the war, we have been transiting the shipments and delivering IMP into the all-accessible regions in Ukraine. We also delivered life safety products into the front-line hospitals. We received the unique experience that probably we didn't want, but we received it. And you may ask us the questions. Is it challenging to handle logistics during the wartime in Ukraine? And the honest answer will be yes. Another question, is it manageable? And my confident answer will be yes. And today I will talk about demystifying of clinical trials logistics in Ukraine. We can't deny the fact that the war affected the logistics. Let's look what has changed with the war. First of all, it's the international logistics. It was the shift of the scheme. All the companies reset their routes. The air transportation was changed by the mixed model. It's mostly air plus road logistics. The importation goes to the neighborhood country by air. If we speak about Europe, it also can be the road, depending on the situation or the destination, and by road, it goes to Ukraine. Another situation is there with internal logistics. Of course, the infrastructure was affected. We need to review the routes, its security, feasibility, but with every month we evaluated the risk, we found the new solution, and we managed to increase the logistics coverage from month to month. And now we deliver to all accessible regions in Ukraine. It's Kharkiv, Sumy, Chernigiv, Mykolaiv, Kherson. Yes, I am not mistaken, even Kherson. What has stayed the same? Our colleagues already talked about compliance that a must in our field. And I can confidently say that the compliance of operations, compliance to GDP practices, quality of processes, cold chain in itself is 100% assured. Also, we need to extend the timelines, but the general new timelines are kept, and it's also a very good sign. In Ukraine, we have a very good team in different countries, highly dedicated, highly qualified employees who are also ready to support. They are in the country. We process all types of operations that our clients require from logistics. It's importations, it's storage, distribution, it's also the management of returns and destruction. If we go to the deep dive, some inbounds and outbounds operation within the country, if we talk about country level, and I will give you some facts about IMP KPI. So, as I mentioned, the logistics of investigated medical products is subdivided into the process. Let's talk about transition of shipments from Europe to Ukraine. So, at first the goods are moved within European Union, other countries in Europe. They go to their neighborhoods with Ukraine countries. The most popular destination is Poland. Here is a processing of the shipment, sometimes consolidations. The goods are transported to the border. The custom clearance performed now directly at the border of Ukraine. Then it usually goes to the centralized depot and then distribution to sites. The KPIs for inbound processes in the depot didn't change, so they are the same like in pre-war times. You may also hear about the challenges with biosamples exportation. Our colleagues already noted that there was some transfer and the local laboratories were involved. However, the importation is feasible. We do it, and the shortest timelines to transfer the goods from Ukraine to Europe is 48 hours. How we maximize the safety of storage? It's also another kind of operations. So one of our risk diversification was to set up backup depot in the western part of Ukraine. All depot in Ukraine, so logistics depot, are quality and operationally compliant with GDP practices. Cold chain is supported, insured, and it's proved by 24/7 temperature monitoring system. You know, we all have challenges with their energy supply, especially in winter. It was very hot winter where we have the breakdowns of electricity. However, we gain the energy dependence. For our field, for GDP compliance depot, diesel generator is a must. It's not new that we implemented, but also companies were thinking about duplicate the efforts and to have a backup for backup. We also were thinking about supporting distribution processes, and we organized a fuel storage. We are able to provide a 30 days supply or 30 days storage of diesel fuel in order our courier service will be able to deliver to the sites, notwithstanding the situation. People stay in Ukraine, qualified people are ready to process operations, and one of the most important facts that we achieved is connectivity. Different technique, tools and technologies we used. We all have like main and backup internet provider. We have Optify now technologies. Our depots are equipped with the Starlink technologies. So it's very important to be in connection with the sites, with the clinical sites, and also with our clients. A good practice also to have the backup offices abroad, also to become in case of something. To sum up probably what I said, I would like to state that logistics is alive in Ukraine. We not only continue to work, which we do from the very beginning of Ukraine, we are capable to bring solution to our clients. And today we have come, as per today, we have overcome 1,000 miles, and we stand here and to speak about all logistics companies in Ukraine. And we also speak on behalf of our patient community, which exists in Ukraine and require a treatment. And we stay here and ask you to support us. Please bring clinical trials to Ukraine. We are here. Please stretch your hand. Stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukraini. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Olga. So again, great and powerful message for all concerned parties that logistics works pretty the same way as it was before the war. And now we have Canada online, so I have a great pleasure to introduce Bruno Maranda. He is a Chief Medical Officer of Immune Biosolutions Canada. This is the sponsor who, as I said, was brave enough to come to Ukraine and start clinical trial during the war when nothing was really predictable, but our great friends from Canada made this choice, and probably all the parties are happy. So Bruno, the stage is yours.
All right, thank you everyone. So sorry for being late. We had issues with our network here. Although we're not during war times, but sometimes they do maintenance on the network, and so I had to change my office. So this is the reason why I'm a bit late, so I apologize for that. So let me share my screen. One. So now you should see this. So we'll put that.
Yes, we can see it.
So you see the full screen now. That's correct. Okay, so let me first thank you for inviting me at this conference. I think it's important for me to share my experience, the positive experience that I have had with working with the partners in Ukraine. It's true that it has been not an easy decision to move forward at initiating a clinical trial in Ukraine during war times. But with good partners, I think it was possible to do that. And in the end, it turned out to be a very positive experience. So this is what I want to share today with you. So who we are, Immune Biosolutions is a private biotech company that is based in Sherbrooke, a small city in the province of Quebec in Canada. So we are specialized in the discovery and engineering of antibodies from human and chickens. So we are an antibody company. And we started a clinical program in line with COVID because, as you know, monoclonal antibodies can be used as a therapeutic strategy for COVID. So we have a pipeline of antibodies and developed those ones, and we wanted to test them in clinical trials, of course. So you see here our facility, and we're approximately 40 people in the company. So what we have developed is a product called IBO123. This is a monoclonal antibody cocktail. So it's a combination of 3 antibodies that were discovered in academic institution partners in university teaching hospitals. So they had identified very potent antibodies in humans. And so we collected the information of those antibodies, and we developed a cocktail with 3 very, very potent antibodies. And one of the very unique aspect of our program is that the antibodies are given by inhalation. They're not given by intravenous administration. They're not given by subcutaneous or anything that is systemic, but it's given by inhalation directly to the lungs. So this is very unique. This is the first time in human history that a respiratory disease has been treated with antibodies, monoclonal antibodies given by inhalation. So it was a first in human. So here you have a drawing about what is the product. So you have the 3 different antibodies. They bind to the virus and they prevent the virus entry, they prevent the virus replication, and they also have an immunomodulation effect because they bring the immune system to target the viral infected cells and to destroy those cells and to reduce the inflammation in the lung. That's the strategy of this product. So here you see how we perform. So subjects in Ukraine, we ship the IBO123 cocktail. We also ship to Ukraine the device, which is a commercial device. And the patient is simply breathe through this device during 3 to 4 minutes. It's a regular. You don't feel anything. You don't have anything in your mouth or breathing. It's transparent, and it goes directly to the site of the infection, to the lungs. So the first achievement we did in Ukraine was to submit the first trial, IBO-INH001, which is the trial, randomized trial, phase 1 and 2, to evaluate the efficacy and safety of inhaled IBO123 in participants with mild to moderate COVID-19. So this trial was not for hospitalized subjects. This was subjects that had COVID, that had symptoms from COVID, but were not hospitalized. So being hospitalized was an exclusion criteria for this trial. So the trial was already going on in Brazil and South Africa. We started this trial in South Africa. Then we initiated it in Brazil, and we started discussion with Pharmaceuticals, with Mr. Lebed, in February 2022, and we're pretty advanced in our discussion in February 2022. But since the invasion took place, we stopped. We paused the process because it was very difficult for us to understand where this was leading. So we put this on ice. But we resumed the discussion with Pharmaceuticals in September 2022 because the situation has been stabilized, so to speak, in Ukraine, and we were still looking for increasing the enrollment. So we finally deposited a clinical trial application, and the study was authorized in approximately 48 days after a deposit. Because we submitted we received the approval in November, end of November, but the recruitment of the trial increased a lot in Brazil and South Africa. There was a small wave, and we catch that wave. So we recruited enough subjects. So it's a pity. At the moment we received the approval, we decided we stopped the enrollment. So everything was ready to start the study. But in the end, we never recruited any subject in Ukraine and for this specific trial because enrollment was completed in Brazil and South Africa. But in the meantime, we're still active with Pharmaceuticals. So this is the first trial. But just to give you an insight, this first trial showed that the IBO123, our treatment, provided much faster and much greater respiratory symptoms resolution over time. You see here the placebo group and the treated group, the percentage of participants that had a symptom resolution, so that we completely cleared their lung manifestation of COVID. So there's a clinical benefit of being treated, and the treatment were given during the Omicron wave. So our product is active against Omicron. So, sorry, I'm backwards. So, and we also shown that we have prevented disease progression. So, meaning by that patients were outpatients, were not hospitalized, and we prevent all the patients that were treated. None of them became hospitalized or died of the disease, which is a great achievement. Even though the number are small, we're still in the same range of all the other monoclonal antibodies or Paxlovid, for example. And this is going to be published next week, probably in the final version of the Lancet Infectious Disease. Now it's currently in the preprint server, so it's a very good scientific achievement for this trial. So the second trial we move forward in Ukraine is the study called IBO-INH002. This one is very similar. It's a phase 1 and 2 study to evaluate the efficacy of inhaled IBO-123, but this time it's in severe COVID-19. So it means patients have to be hospitalized. So it's not all patients, it's only patients that are hospitalized, and typically they require oxygen in some way. So the study was authorized in 46 days on December 2020. So basically we're doing in parallel both submission of the 01 trial and the 002. So the first site initiation visit occurred 21 days after the MOH approval, so pretty quick. And the first patients were enrolled in Ukraine on January 27, a bit after the Christmas holidays. And the last patient last visit occurred just yesterday. Okay, the trial is really ongoing. So we finished the last visit yesterday. It went quite well. I mean, it took over a few months to recruit over 114 subjects, hospitalized subjects with COVID. And we initially initiated 6 sites, but 3 of them were closed because there were no recruitment. But among the 3 sites that were active, we were able to recruit 114 subjects. So that's very impressive. So look at the numbers. 114 subjects were enrolled in Ukraine, while we globally enrolled 121 subjects. So very little subjects were enrolled in a different country. So the bulk of the job was and the enrollment was done in Ukraine. So we're pretty happy with that. So the third trial we conducted in the same period in Ukraine is the 003 study, which is a different one because in this case we're looking at prophylaxis. So we're looking at prevention of COVID-19 among subjects that were exposed to COVID because somebody in their family got COVID or in their household. So we treated subjects in the same household within a 3-day window to see if inhalation of the product could prevent occurrence of COVID-19. So this study was authorized in 35 days, was on last February, and the first initiation visit took only 6 days to occur after the approval, so we're really geared up to go fast. And the first patient for his first visit occurred on February 21, and the last patient last visit occurred on May 14. So it took just a few months to recruit 179 subjects. Okay, so that's a very good pace of enrollment. 5 sites were initiated. 1 was closed because of no recruitment, but globally, same situation here. Ukraine recruited the majority of the subjects in this trial. So I think this is all good achievements in terms of enrollment rate and capacity to move fast. It's shown by at least those 2 trials. So of course there were challenges faced to conduct clinical trials that we needed to assess. The biggest one, being a Canadian company, we need to fly stuff to Ukraine. We cannot use railroads because there are no railroads that cross the ocean. So the transport logistic was very challenging given the no-fly zone situation. Even the regular courier service that we use, most of them were not active in Ukraine. We don't do activities in Ukraine, but we were able to use World Courier that resumed their activities. So we were able to ship the investigational drug product, the lab kits, devices, the lab samples, and so on. But it's still, you need to plan ahead and validate in advance because they can tell you, yes, we are active, but doesn't mean that they can pick up your stuff the next day and bring it there the day after. It may take up to 2 weeks to bring IP from Canada to Ukraine, because it has to go through Poland or Romania. So it depends on the route they're choosing. And even to send a regular mail, an envelope is tricky, because UPS, DHL, FedEx, they don't work anymore. So you need to rely on Meast, a company that I was not aware of before working, because it's not a very active company in Canada, but still they provide a good service, and it worked, but it took a bit more time. Regarding this lab samples, to bring them back out of Ukraine, we finally decided to use a central lab in Ukraine, because it was much simpler, much cheaper, and much safer than to bring samples back from Canada with all the logistics issue, especially when you have samples that are cold chain or frozen. So we relied on a very professional central lab in Ukraine to do that. One thing to mention is the administrative paperwork. The State Expert Center require legalization of documents such as the power of attorney. Those documents, legalization process is very complex in Canada, because we're not part of the Hague Convention, so the apostille system doesn't work. So it's we need to travel to get those papers, and it takes time. And even in COVID times, it's very difficult, because some of those services are not available anymore, or are available under a very different time frame. So I really recommend to rely on electronic procedure to speed up and ease the process, instead of relying on wet ink documents or documents with stamp. It would really speed up the procedure for sponsors. Another thing would be to try to improve the administrative process regarding the emission of the final acceptance letter from the MOH following the State Expert Center approval, because sometimes there were some delays, a couple of days or even weeks, to get this letter of approval, although the SEC had finished their job. And because those were COVID-19 studies, time was the issue. We really wanted to go fast, and maybe we wanted to go very fast. And indeed, we were fast in the end. So in conclusion, Ukraine is a great country for clinical research based on our experience. The State Expert Center and the Minister of Health has a practical approach towards scientific and medical revision. They don't go in fuzzy detail, and their questions are appropriate for the stage where we are, at the clinical stage we are. The CROs are very professional, they're very dynamic and responsive. The investigators are professionals. The level of deviations in the protocol is extremely small or absent. And the patients, well, I don't know them personally, but they seem to have been very collaborative, because we haven't had any drop off during the trials, even though we recruited over 300 subjects in Ukraine. So despite all those challenges that I mentioned, the CROs are, as I said, are totally engaged and are doing everything for the success of the clinical program, which is very important. And overall, the experience was positive, and we will repeat it if further studies are initiated for this clinical program. So this is my conclusions. I would like to thank you. And if you have questions, comments, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you very much, Bruno. A lot of insights, a lot of useful feedback, both positive and useful for some areas of improvement. We are full of gratefulness for your presentation and for your work and for coming to Ukraine. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we can go to the next presentation. Hopefully, Jenny or Jenny Sundqvist, is she online? Yes, I can see, but I cannot see on the screen in front of me, but yeah, great. Yeah, so again, I have a great pleasure to introduce you another great sponsor that decided to restart screening in Ukraine to their study. and they will share their own experience of working in Ukraine during the war with Ukrainian sites, with Ukrainian CRO, not Ukrainian, but CRO in Ukraine. And this is my pleasure to introduce you Jenny Sundqvist, CEO of Index Pharmaceuticals, and Eva Arlander, Chief Development Officer of the same company, Sweden. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. We are very happy to be here, presenting on behalf of Index Pharmaceuticals. And let's see, I will do a short introduction to our company, and then Dr. Arlander will speak more about our experience of running the clinical trial. So we work to improve the lives of patients with immunological diseases, and I wish we had the recruitment timelines of the previous speaker. If we could do it all in 3 months, it would be wonderful. We work in a very different setting. So on this page, you see Felicia, who's a patient in Sweden, and I will speak a bit more about her in a minute. So this is just a slide I need to show because we're listed on the stock market. So there's risks of investing in stocks. So Index Pharmaceuticals, we were founded in the year 2000. We're based in Stockholm, Sweden, and we have our origins from Karolinska Institutet, which is Sweden's largest center for academic medical research. We're listed on the stock exchange, and we have both institutional owners and then about 7,000 private persons who have invested in our company. And our main asset is called cobitolimod, which we're developing in ulcerative colitis, and we currently have our phase 3 program started. The team who are trying to achieve this is a small but efficient team. We have an organization of a total of 18 persons, 9 of which are full-time, the rest are part-time consultants. It's quite a diverse team, so 67% women, both in our board and company. We have 7 different national origins, and a third have PhDs in relevant immunological areas. So, team fit for purpose. So what is ulcerative colitis, the arena in which we work? So short introduction to that for those who may not work in this area. It's an inflammatory disease of the bowel, and it has very disabling symptoms. So you can feel fine for months at a time, and then you get into a flare. And that's where you have quite troubling symptoms. You have running diarrhea, you have blood, and you have pain, you may have fever, you may have anemia or nutritional issues. And you also run an elevated risk of colon cancer if you suffer from ulcerative colitis. And patients have a very poor quality of life. So in studies, they measure at the same level as cancer patients. So the quality of life is very, very low. And that's usually connected to the periodic flares and not knowing when those are going to occur. So if you're young, it's usually diagnosed at a young age, between 15 and 30, and there's no cure, so you live with it for your entire life. So imagine if you are 15 or 16, the stress related to this is that you don't know when you're going to get into a flare. So you don't know if it's going to be when you have to take your final exam, when your best friend is getting married, or when, if you're older, when you're going to have your first grandchild. And that's the stress that contributes to the low quality of life. So that's a bit about ulcerative colitis. It is a disease with several lines of therapy. We are doing our phase 3 trial in the 3rd line, which is the advanced therapies. So that's the last resort for patients. If they cannot find a medication that works in 3rd line, the only solution they have is a colectomy, so removing parts from the entire colon. So there are drugs approved, but there's still a high unmet need because they only help a small fraction of patients. They are systemic, so they act on the whole body, not only the colon, which brings with it some adverse events and side effects. So there's a need for safer therapies and new modes of action. So the side effects that these can bring with them, and these are just some examples, they're not related to all of these drugs, but currently the drugs approved are TNF-alpha inhibitors, you have integrin inhibitors, JAK inhibitors, interleukin-12, interleukin-23 inhibitors, and the S1PR modulators. Those are the classes of drugs approved today. And they're all related with some serious adverse events, some infections, and some of these have black box warnings as well. They can be infections, cancer is a side effect, and one of them even has death listed as a possible side effect. So that tells me that there's a very high unmet need for patients, because if you're willing to take that risk, that means that you're feeling very, very badly. Otherwise, you wouldn't subject yourself to that type of risk. So what we are aiming to do with cobitolimod is to introduce a new class for the advanced therapies, where we today have no known drug-related adverse events, none. So to date, we have over 400 patients treated, and there has been no serious adverse events seen. So that is our goal, to introduce a new class of drugs for these patients that is not related to the adverse events that they run the risk of subjecting themselves to. Our phase 3 program that we have just started consists of 3 studies. So we have 2 induction studies, cleverly called Induction Study 1 and Induction Study 2. These run 6 weeks per patient, and the aim here is actually you recruit a patient when they're in a flare. The aim of an induction is to stop the flare, so stop the acute symptoms. Once they respond, then the patient moves into a maintenance study. The aim of the maintenance is to ensure that a new flare doesn't come up, so keep them in remission. And that part of the trial is 46 weeks per patient. We currently have study 1 started and the corresponding maintenance part. When study 1 is finalized, we will end up starting another study, induction study number 2, because regulatory authorities require that you do 2 studies and that you can reproduce your results. So that is yet to come. We have 440 patients in over 200 clinics. This study program is approved in all 30 countries where we will be running this trial. We had both Russia and Ukraine aligned and approved to start. We stopped both of those countries when the war erupted. We have made a decision not to start in Russia, but we are very proud to be up and running in Ukraine. And Dr. Arlander is going to now speak about our experience of doing the trial in the Ukraine.
So it's better if you unmute. So thank you, Jenny. I would like to start again then with the patient in focus. So just to say a few words about how these patients may feel. This is the endoscopic view. So looking from the inside of the colon, what could it look like if you have a normal mucosa? It looks very smooth, and you can see the blood vessels. And then as you have more and more inflammation, the situation of course gets worse, and towards the severe inflammation you can have only blood instead of stool, so you have only blood and stools mixed together. So of course this is a stressful situation for the patients. So we hope to help patients without treatment cobitolimod. And Jenny, next slide please. So what would be the expectations of the patients? Well, Jenny also mentioned that there are many treatment options available, maybe not in all countries for all patients, but there are several treatment options, but they do not help all patients, so they have like a modest effect, you can say, and many of them are associated with long-term effects. So if you're young and you're treated for your whole life, then of course you're worried about the treatment effects in the long run. And also then the safety of this treatment. So then if you're a doctor and you would like to treat your patient with a local treatment. So when I say a local treatment, I mean to treat the colon. So treat where the disease is really in the colon. And that is what we can offer. And this is the only local treatment available in development today, as we are aware of. So, of course, this is a good opportunity for a doctor who would like to give their patient a local treatment. And the local treatment then has less systemic effects, so the patient's safety is thereby better. And also what Jenny explained just recently is that we have a very good safety profile and has seen very few adverse events with our, although we have treated more than 400 patients by now. So, what about us and Ukraine then? Well, it was a story that we did our phase 2 program, and that was also a program which then Ukraine participated in, and we had very good results. We had very good clinics, very good relationships with investigators. So, of course, we wanted Ukraine to participate in our phase 3 program. And everyone was happy with that. So both Russia and Ukraine were included when we submitted our regulatory files and also ethical submissions. And the first patient was treated in this global study by the end of 2021. By that time, Russia and Ukraine had not been initiated yet. But what happened then in February 2022, of course, was not expected, and a very bad situation. So then we said to ourselves, well, of course, we cannot proceed at this moment in time because we were not sure of what the situation would be like, and going forward, we then decided to stop in both Russia and Ukraine. But then the situation stabilized, and I think everyone got more knowledge about what was going on. When you're outside of a country that has an invasion like this in Ukraine, it's difficult sometimes to understand what's going on in the country. So, but we decided to find out more and collected our information, and we decided then to revisit our decision to exclude Ukraine from the study during the summer of 2022. So we collaborate with Preclinical, a global CRO, and together with them, we made a very thorough analysis, looking at all aspects really. And this is a fairly complicated study from the sense that we have technical equipment because we need to do the endoscopy. So first of all, you need to send technical equipment to those study sites who would want to have technical equipment upgraded. So that is one thing. And then you need to submit your endoscopy films, which is then they need to be uploaded. So very dependent on that the internet works okay. And we also ship study drug patient by patient. So there's individual shipment. And of course, that cannot take long. If you're a patient in a flare with the situation of a very severe inflammation, you need to get treated as soon as possible. So you have to trust that the study drug shipment is working. And then also, of course, we, as in all studies, have the lab samples that we need to ship and analyze. So by analyzing everything, every aspect of this, and Preclinical could also support us and give us the green areas, the yellow areas, the red areas. And thereby we decided to restart in Ukraine in September, which was a very good feeling as well, because of course we want to support Ukraine in this situation and the Ukrainian patients and investigators. So anything that we could do, it felt like it was a win-win situation, really. And also I wanted to mention the statistical analysis, because of another aspect is if you do a study in a war zone, you may, I mean, the patient may interrupt the study for other reasons than the sort of the normal reasons, that you have no treatment effect, or that a patient decides to stop treatment, or that something happens in their life. But in this situation, you also have that patients may not be able to come to the study clinic, or you need to do remote monitoring of data, etc. So all of those aspects were also considered, and in the statistical analysis we added a specific part for this if this should happen as well, that patient could not do the we could not collect the data essentially. So how is it then? Well, I would say it's very good all over. I mean, we have had no interruptions, and then I'm talking about the clinic, the technology. It works very smoothly, and also no internet breakups so far. We use standard couriers for this, and of course, I think Parexel they are really doing their best to find the way that's most suitable at this point in time. As I said, then we need to ship the study drug when you have a patient, and I also want to say that every clinic in this study may recruit like 1 to 2 patients, so it's not many patients at the same time at one clinic, and that's why we can ship the study drug patient by patient also. So this has worked very well, and also shipping of lab samples has been without any big hazards. I mean, I can see that all countries have their challenges, not only, of course, Ukraine, there are some challenges now and then, but that happens in all countries when you work with a complex study like this. So about the regulatory and ethical approvals, they have been received in a timely manner. I would say sometimes it's taken a bit longer than what I would have liked and expected, but now we have all ethical and regulatory approvals okay by now. So, but it took us some time. Yeah. So what do we see? I mean, the sites, the investigators are really engaged and actively contributing to the study by, I mean, recruiting patients and interacting with patients who may want to participate in the study. So I think this is a very good dialogue, and we have decided to increase the number of sites. So we will have actually more than 10, we will have 13 now. And we also have a special mitigation plan for all sites should the power go down. And so we have these power generators and power banks, which of course all hospitals have. So this is not different, but we can utilize them specifically also for the study. So they have extra support in this way. But also that sites, and I guess this is also normal practice, that when you're in a war, you need to be able to evacuate to other sites, but it's also something that we would benefit from should one of the clinics that we have in our study need to evacuate to another site. So speaking to the person at Parexel who is responsible for the Ukraine part of the study, I mean, he also wants to send a message to everyone that we think that there are too few trials running in Ukraine right now. There could be more because the situation is, as you can see here, it works. So, yeah, that's the sort of the final message that I would like to send, is that we can see that this is a very positive experience for us, and we are doing well. So, to everyone, and thank you also for having us to speak about our experience in this meeting. So good.
Thank you very much, Yanis. Thank you very much, Eva, for this very useful experience that you shared with us and with all clinical research community. This is really helpful, and this is really useful, and we again are very grateful for your dedication and coming to Ukraine, your bravery, and supporting Ukrainian investigators and Ukraine in general. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now I have a pleasure to invite Evgeny Livenko. who is a country manager of Ukrainian part of site network, very renowned for early clinical development site network in Ukraine, and he will share his experience or their experience in Ukraine of running studies during the war.
Hello, dear colleagues, dear friends. Thank you so much, first of all, for inviting me to share our experience to such high-level auditorium and to such experienced people, and thank you so much for organizer giving me 20 minutes to speak, because I see that all others have only 15 minutes. Maybe it's because Serencia is the sponsor of this conference, maybe not, I don't know, but anyway, thank you so much. But anyway, I will try to be in time and do everything. Basically, here is 15 minutes, but okay. Let's go to presentation, and the topic of presentation is what it means to stay operational during the war, and we are sharing our clinical site experience. What's going on? I see. So, agenda is the following. I will talk who we are, what we did before the war, what we are going to do after the war. A few words about our company. This is a German company with more than 400 employees in 7 countries. We have 12 research clinics for phase 1 and phase 2 studies, and we are working mainly with very novel compounds. We have proven of exceptional safety and quality standards. Our sites been FDA and EMA inspected. And we are well known who used to work with us for the high speed of recruitment. Sometimes it's up to 30 times faster than other companies and other sites. Our presence, you see that this year we are going to be a global company. We are going to Africa, first time in our life. It's Morocco, and in the end of the year we are opening a research center in Phoenix, Arizona. As I said, we are quite specific company, and our specialization is first in patient, single ascending dose, multi-ascending dose, adaptive design studies, efficacy studies, and dose finding studies. Normally our studies from 6 to 200 patients, and mainly this, as I said, A1 to 2 studies. Also we are doing some part of phase 3 studies, but in fact those studies are continuation of big programs of sponsor when we successfully did phase 1, phase 2, and we of course accept proposal by sponsor to continue in phase 3 studies. So, Orensi in Ukraine, I will start not from the history because it will be a long story, but I will start from day 0, and this is 24th of February. All of us had the same situation. But at the time we have 86 employees. Among them you see that half of them it's medical staff, 28 physicians, 12 nurses and 5 pharmacists. We had 3 research clinics in Kiev. It's different specialization, but anyway it's 3 clinics. And at that time we had 44 ongoing studies, and 20 of them been recruiting new patients. At the start day of the war, we been able to recruit, and this is active patients, almost 300 patients. Some patients been recruited in year 2002, and some patients been continued from previous years. At the time, it was hectic time for us in meaning of patient visits, and you see that we had from 15 to 35 patient visits per day. It's, you know, this is not normal patients, this is study participants. It's, they study protocol procedure, especially in phase 1. It takes time-consuming procedures, very difficult, and can you imagine what does it mean 15 or 35 patients per day? We do all aspects of the studies, starting from oncology, oncohematology, colitis, HBV studies, epilepsy, and so on and so on, COVID prevention, COVID treatment, multiple sclerosis, and rheumatology, etc., etc. So, let's go to the topic we are talking about. So how to do the studies during the war, what is our experience? And I tried to identify the most important points which, in our opinion, very, very important to continue the study and to be attractive, to continue to be alive, let's say. And you see that it seems to be not that many, but this is our opinion. This is why I put some question marks. You can have more since to manage your studies. So first of all, it's management. Management of your company, of course, regulator, your facility, your partner, sponsor, of course, and team and patients. So let's go deeper in the detail, and I would like to say about our management, and I'm really happy that we got first optimistic signals from our top management that we continue studies in Ukraine, and this decision was made on 24th of February, on the first day of the war. It's now everybody says that we stand with Ukraine. It's easy to say now we stand with Ukraine, but we stand with Ukraine on the first day of the war. Believe me, it's another story, and this is motivates us very, very much. So, and every single employee, starting from myself as a country manager till cleaning lady in our office, been called by top management from Germany, personally, and with all their needs, financial issues, plans been discussed, financial support been provided to our employees. We got clear message: Orencia will stay in Ukraine till her victory. So let's go to the next point, and it's, as for me, because I consider my team as my family, and Orencia for me is like my home. It's most important point, most important element of success. So, due to different reasons, 7 employees been relocated to Orencia other clinics. 15 emigrated to other countries. This is life, what to do. But anyway, we keep those persons in our company, in our team, but contracts of course on hold. 17 brave people decided to stay into the clinic. We've been there 24 hours, 7 days. We spent our nights in basement of the clinic and climb up every morning to perform patient visits. And others work remotely, but will fully involved in our operations. And this story built in 15th of May last year. After that, almost all are back to the clinic. Of course, I'm not talking about all those BCP safety plans, shelter we have in the basement, different mock trainings, everything in place. I don't want to keep your time on that. So now we have 45 employees. Among them, again, 12 physicians, 3 pharmacists, and 5 study nurses. We have flexible hybrid working schedule. Who can work online, please do it online. Who can stay at home and support us, okay. Somebody stays overnight because it was time when fuel should be added to generator during the night, so it's different things to consider. And only 1 employee been mobilized to army, but you can't believe me, he still continue to support us online because he is our IT manager. During the nights, he fixes drones to bomb our enemies, and in the morning, during the day, he supports our electronic things. So let's move to another point in regulator. Of course, if you have orchestra, you should have conductor, because without that, orchestra can't play the violin. It's been said today many times that first recommendation how to conduct the study has been published on 1st of March, and this is only 6th day of the war. Just briefly, the main point, safety of the patient is the first. So all our studies, all our conductions should be targeted to the patients. Relocation of the patient, consenting of the patients, and recommendation to LEC. This is for us been most important point at that time. I can tell you that SEC has not stopped any single day of work. We've been in full telephone contacts. They had face-to-face meeting to approve our studies. This is a miracle, but I will show it on the next slide. And now we have significant decrease in application dossier expertise from 60 days to 30 days. And they, of course, seems internal processes are much, much faster. So just to show you a few examples, this slide is a little bit overloaded, but it's not all our studies we had. So pay attention to black. You see that we got first approval on the 13th of March last year. It's only 2 weeks after break of start of the war. See the next, 16th of April, it's next our approval for initial approval. Kyiv region is not even liberated at that time. See Protara study, 28th of May, it's submission, and this is our first submission after the start of the war, May last year, and we got approval 28th of September. You see the trend, 62 days for approval. Yeah, it was some, let's say, uncertainty, 100 and more days, but okay, this is the start of the war. And now we are see the stable situation, not more than 70 days. And please pay attention to the text in blue, 36 days. We submitted, this is the first submission by Arencia done due to new, according to new regulations, you see, and we submitted 17th of April and 25th of May we got approval, 36 days exactly according to the law. We are submitting further, you see that question marks, 2 studies now ongoing expertise, and we are submitting more. So next point, facility. Our motto, якщо хочеш миру, готуйся до війни. If you want peace, prepare to the war. And we've been prepared not to the war, but just to work. You see that we have, before the war, not even thinking about the war, we had 2 independent electricity lines, just in case, 2 power generators. And we just bought, after the war, those nice 4 high-capacity batteries. We have primary low freezers, backups, etc. We have continuous full automatic temperature control and many other things. We even managed to have archive. We have vendor, it's top level vendor, and we fixed it after the war. Our clinic was not closed for any single day since start of the war. Sponsors. What should I say here? Dear sponsors, in Kyiv we have so-called Walk of the Brave. And all politicians who is coming to Kyiv during the war had opportunity to have their name placed near Verkhovna Rada, our parliament. And I think we should start such procedure for our sponsors. We should find a space near SEC and put name of all sponsors who brave enough to go to Ukraine right now, yesterday, even yesterday. And only 3 examples of our brave sponsors. First of all, it's multiple sclerosis study, European sponsor, phase 1, and this is the real answer from the sponsors that Arencia team managed to fulfill 1 cohort of the trial 1 month in advance. Just give us the job, we will do the rest. We are on high speed. The next one is rare diseases. Basically, as a physician, I didn't know before about such a disease, but this is paroxysmal nocturnal hemoglobinuria. And this is photos from publication during the Congress in Frankfurt this summer. You see our PI, and this has been announced during this event, whole world sitting, and special thanks to the patients and healthcare professionals in Ukraine who participate in this study. You see our PI together with sponsor on this event, and moreover, the sponsor coming to us to visit us, to shake our hands in 2 weeks, personally, 2 persons, medical director and project manager coming to Ukraine. Really brave people. And recently we start one more study in HBV, phase 1, and after initiation of the study, next working day, we screened 8 patients. Next working day, and we closed cohort B for this study. Of course, you have issues. You have a lot of issues, but we have answers to you. Stop creating mitigation plans. Stop creating pre-mitigations, post-mitigations. Just come to us and we will guarantee that we can do. I'm proud to say that we are getting at least one study feasibility request per day, not per week, not per month, but per day. And it's busy for us. We started new studies, 7 awarded studies during last months, and I do hope that we submit even more till the end of the year. I see that I'm a little bit out of time, but I have 20 minutes. So partners. Partners, of course, you can't do study alone. How site is good, we need people around us. And of course, first of all, local labs, couriers, and for us, it's been patient transportation company. I now would like to, it's not advertisement, but those people really support us to survive. And in fact, this is dealer laboratory. We started to send samples to them in March last year. Local transportation company KRC, they first delivered medication to us, World Couriers, special thanks, because this was the first company who sent out our samples, and company in Spot, well known to everybody, patient transportation company. And special thanks to all our platforms, to Ivan Ivanovich and other people, DIA, Japanese Association for Bioethics, European Business Association, and of course, last week we've been on Ukraine Recovery Conference, and first time importance on clinical research being delivered to whole world. Importance of clinical research in Ukraine. Everything we are doing for our patients. Nothing else. It's only question about patients, and I'm proud to say that 264 of our patients continue the study. We have no fatal cases due to the war. We have only one loss to follow-up patient. This is pity for us, but it's life. 6 patients been relocated to another Orencia site outside Ukraine. 7 been terminated by sponsors, not by us. And 19 been relocated to Orencia site, 6 to non-Orencia site, and 7 already back to Ukraine. And moreover, we are screening. When we restarted screening in June 22, we screened 53 patients, 30 randomized, and 35 patients relocated from other sites. So we have more than 100 now, it's new patients. Next steps. What could be our strategy? I have only 3 minutes to finish. First of all, to all of us, world already united. Let's also unite in our support. We are here not competitors. CROs, sites, pharma companies, it's no competition anymore. We must go all together. We are in one boat, including regulator also with us in one boat. Without that, we can't survive. This is message to you, to Ukrainians. Share all your experience. You have a lot of cases. Just share it. Knock to all the door and the door will be opened. To regulator, we said a lot good things about regulator, and it's the best regulator I see. But still a lot of things to do. 35 days is great, but what about 15 days? You did great job in COVID time. 5 days for approval. You can do this. Please do this. It's possible. Don't say it's not possible. It's possible. Okay, not 5, 15 days. It will be fantastic change of studies in Ukraine. It will be audience like thousands of sponsors here, believe me. To sponsors, a lot of possibilities in Ukraine. And be among the first to come, and we will lead your way here. So our contact details, stay connected, and more important, stay happy. You see, during the war, from the very beginning of the war, in our company we have 5 newborn. It's all our employees, and we saw the tendency. 2 boys and 3 girls. You know, when girls more than boys, it means that peace will be very soon, and we have this tendency. Thank you so much for your attention, and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, Evgen, for your vibrant presentation. Probably this is a great example that Ukrainian research industry is working very well. And now I am excited to invite our international speakers that is not online, but here in the audience, Professor. Yeah, special thanks for this. Professor Jens Lundgren, who is the director of one of his positions. Director of the Center of Excellence for Health, Immunity and Infections in Copenhagen, Denmark. And he also can share unique experience of working with National Institute of Health of the United States and their funds and how they run studies on behalf of NIH, in Ukraine, including in Ukraine.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I hope you're all well. And thank you for inviting me, my colleagues in Ukraine. I've had some delightful days in Lviv and also recently in Kiev. So I'm a clinical professor of infectious disease. My focus is HIV, viral hepatitis, TB, and respiratory infections, including influenza and COVID. We are also a designated WHO collaborative center. I'll come back to that. And as mentioned, I'm also a global chair of several NIH-funded trials through the network called INSIGHT that conducts infectious disease research, investigator-initiated globally. So we got engaged already in 2001 in relation to HIV in Ukraine, after the first surge of HIV transmission occurred in this country. Based on what is called the Eurocity study, was funded by the European Commission, started in 1994, and is involving a total of 118 collaborative clinics across 39 countries, covering all regions of Europe. And you can see that we have subsequently engaged in a number of collaborations with hospitals in this country here. Importantly, the challenge with HIV in Ukraine is significant. The prediction is that there is close to 250,000 infected people. Importantly, as you can hopefully see on this graph, there's been significant improvement since 2013-14 in terms of people diagnosed, in terms of people getting on treatment, in a very comprehensive response to this public health crisis, and we have been proud to be part of that process as a WHO collaborative center. We also were involved in an activity brokered by the European Commission and the Russian government in 2017. At the time, there was an interest to try to find collaborative efforts between those two regions of Europe. Unfortunately, the collaboration, for various reasons, with Russia stopped for reasons that I don't need to tell you, but we are happy and continue to also involve colleagues in Ukraine and Georgia in this collaboration called CARE. One of the points of the CARE collaboration was to collect people who was infected with HIV. You can see in Ukraine there was over 1,000 patients enrolled in a very short period of time, as well as from Georgia. We also collected biological samples that were shipped, and the whole point of telling this is that we had an operation in place where we could move data and biological specimens very quickly to academic laboratories where the analysis were done. One conclusion from this is that we actually could document that the care provided in Ukraine was up to standard compared to, for example, in Russia, where the markers failed the standards that is internationally recognized, both in terms of people on treatment and the ability for the treatment to fully suppress the virus, as you can see on the far right there. Which hopefully you will appreciate is helpful and important for overall care of this significant number of people on treatment. As a collaborative center, we also engaged with the national office here in Kiev to broker physician exchange programs between various regions of Ukraine and our research site in Copenhagen at CHEP, and you can see several of the pictures there, and we also moved Danish physicians down here. This was all before the pandemic, but we tried to help as the antiviral treatment rollout program in this country unfolded. Probably we all is aware of the situation in February last year, and we were part of the group that was working on standardized protocols for people after the war started that migrated to Western European clinics to ensure that there was a continuum of treatment as they were relocated to other clinics in collaboration with the Public Health Center at the Ministry of Health here in Kiev, as well as significant stakeholders as well in both Western and Eastern Europe, and a process that we were very proud of as it occurred very quickly and allowed for a seamless process as these many million people were translocated, obviously including people who was on antiviral treatment in Ukraine that was moved elsewhere. Inside the NIH-sponsored trial was done in response to the pandemic, and we have been collaborating now on 3 trials, ICOS and TICO and STRIVE. A very successful enrollment of patients at 2 clinics in Lviv and Ivano-Frankivsk occurred. I'll show you when they actually occurred. This was the largest enrollment globally. You can see here the enrollment curve in the ICOS study, which occurred from September 2020 in the midst of the second wave, and under the second wave, and Ukraine really proved to be a very reliable and comprehensive partner in enrolling patients very quickly, and importantly also biological specimens from these patients were shipped to central laboratories for assessment. Moving on to what we are collaborating on now, I'm sure many of you will appreciate that the pandemic exposed that the globe was not ready in terms of a comprehensive global research infrastructure to cope with the emergency of the type that the pandemic was demonstrating. And there's therefore globally an ongoing process to intensify pandemic preparedness, and what we call STRIVE, which is a research platform. It's global, have the intent of providing that research infrastructure for infectious disease emergencies that will occur in the future. The primary focus at the moment is to identify better treatments for severe respiratory infections using randomized controlled trials, while also having an agile clinical trial infrastructure, as mentioned, for pandemic preparedness. We focus on hospitalized patients at the moment with acute respiratory infections, although we can adapt, for example, to Mpox that have caused issues in some countries. We focus initially on COVID, but influenza, other known respiratory infections, but also emergent pathogens is in scope of STRIVE. At the moment, there's over 200 clinical sites on all inhabited continents who have joined this global consortium. 4 important points about STRIVE is its agility, focusing on hospitalized patients, COVID, and a very large number of sites globally. In terms of agility, as an academically run global trial platform, we are destined to be able to generate research findings in infectious emergencies as quickly as at all possible, and therefore our motto is to catch the waves. So we obviously need to conduct these trials during epidemic surges. These searches are not synchronized across the globe. We need to have an experienced trial research infrastructure and obviously are doing clinical trials that is addressing a clear unmet need, and not for the purpose of promoting certain drugs, but actually test the most promising drugs in an academic setting so we can inform public health policy globally or wherever these infectious emergencies may arise. Just to put the point about searches are not synchronized around the world, this is a picture of how the searches of SARS-CoV-2 occurred in the different continents, and therefore intentionally we have been building a global structure so we are able to enroll patients at any given time point, as there typically have been a surge somewhere in the world, if not more, at any given time point, in order to compress enrollment time so we can generate results as quickly as possible. As an academic infrastructure of global reach, we clearly need to have a very clear and designated communication and sort of oversight structure. This is how the STRIVE consortium has been organized. There's close at the moment over 230 sites from a total of 35 countries on 6 continents. Each of the sites are affiliated with a given international coordinating center, which then oversee the conduct of research in the designated sites. We are one of the 9 coordinating centers in Copenhagen, and obviously is coordinating as well activity in Ukraine. This organizational structure obviously allows us for unidirectional communication and also the ability to delegate responsibility so we can have freedom to operate to move a trial through as quickly as possible. The first trial of STRIVE, this is a new structure. In our region, in the Copenhagen region, there's 2 sites open, and I'm happy to announce that Ukraine is leading Georgia by 6-0. The site in Vyshnyvetskyy have been able to enroll 6 patients. The last one you can see was enrolled on the 9th of June. Which is out of a total sample at the moment globally of 47. So Ukraine is a dominant enrolling country in this academic collaboration. I want to extend my congratulations, and certainly one of the reasons why I came here is to make sure that this effort is appreciated. So in summary, hopefully I've been able to explain to you quite quickly though that I'm representing a long-term academic collaboration. It has European and global scope within infectious disease and public health emergencies. It's funded by the European Union and the National Institutes of Health in the United States. And for those who may not know, NIH, this is the federal research structure in the United States. And more specifically, we are collaborating with the institute called National Institutes of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, where Dr. Fauci was the director. He recently retired, but just to give you an orientation of what I'm talking about. I can testament from many years of working with Ukraine colleagues that this is a reliable research partner of high quality, professionalism. There's clearly motivation to succeed and also succeed quickly, which is totally in line with what the overall aims of the type of research that we are doing will require. So for us, it was not a discussion about whether we should halt or anything of that nature. There was more a question of how we could further accelerate, also in time of war. Our perception has been that we can and should continue to work together. Also when crisis emerges, if you have a 20-year partnership, when there is a crisis, that is when partnerships are tested, and we wanted to build up to that situation. So I thank you for your attention, and just want to, in the end here, acknowledge the global infrastructure that is supporting me standing here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for such a great presentation with so powerful messages. First of all, Ukraine is leading the match with Georgia, 6-0. One of the most fast enrolling country, and Ukraine is leading during the war. So this is a great message. And another great message that you are ready to continue improvement of collaboration with Ukrainian sites and working despite all the challenges and despite the war. Yeah, thank you very much.
Just to emphasize, we didn't have a choice or thinking to back down. We think we would like to work with countries, clinics that wants to do good research. So,
thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now we are going to listen to probably the session that will wrap up all this discussion and to summarize what we have listened to during this session. I am inviting Yuri Lebed, who is the CEO of Ukrainian CRO Pharmaceuticals, mentioned already today. He will be moderating this panel discussion. I also would like to invite again Dr. Sergey Mikhailov. He will be a panelist and Sergey, could you please stand here for international listeners? It would be, yeah, in front of, yes. Like there. Yeah.
Okay.
This is the best.
Standing here.
This is the best place for you today. And do we have participants online? We have also Werner Gladins, Vice President of Program Management and Clinical Development Operations at Immunic Therapeutics, Germany, the sponsor who opened dozens of sites in Ukraine during the war. Do we have it? And Dr. Radoslav Janiak, who is the CEO of European dedicated site network FutureMeds. Hi, Werner.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's great to see you here, and I'm inviting Yuri to continue.
Thank you, Ivan. Thank you, everyone. So I would like to say hello to everyone who stay strong enough to be here in the end of this hard day. And as a moderator of this panel discussion, I will try to make it interesting, so do not leave this room for the next 20 minutes at least. Since this panel discussion is in the end of the day, I would like to say that maybe it will be summarizing to some extent. And before this day, I suppose that the main question for Ukrainians and for foreign listeners was that are clinical trials possible in Ukraine? And I hope that this question is answered by Evgeny Levenko and other excellent presenters. And this is now not a question anymore, but I would like to go a little bit deeper, and I would like to ask to our respectful panelists, what do you think about the quality of ongoing trials in terms of data quality, in terms of enrollment pace, and what is your impression about the current clinical trials which are active during the war? So, Serhiy, please, first word is for you.
If we are talking about quality of ongoing clinical trials, I think quality of MSD clinical trials is very high. But, no, I'm not joking. Today we had several highlights about numbers of local clinical audits, inspections which were conducted in Ukraine since the beginning of war. All of them were with a positive outcome. I do not remember exactly 2 or 3 we had in our studies, and also they were successful. We not only resumed regular on-site monitoring quite promptly, as I mentioned previously, from April last year, and since beginning of war we have conducted around 3,000 monitoring visits. About 40–45% of them are done on-site, and all monitoring visit reports were submitted timely within compliance metrics. All these are sign of sponsors' oversight, and from the result of those monitoring visits reports, from our action items, protocol deviations, we can confirm high quality of our Ukrainian investigational sites, which actually were confirmed by speakers of our last session. Our investigators are very much engaged, involved, motivated, and they are keen to deliver high quality job. Thank you.
Thank you, Serhiy. So, Werner, since you have a very active, very big number of active study sites, what is your impression about the intensity and quality of studies, and what do you think about our study sites, our vendors, and other companies which helps you in Ukraine to move clinical trial in this wartime?
So thank you. So, you know, I'm representing a small biotech in Germany called Immunic. We have a product in pivotal stage, phase 3, for the treatment of relapsing remitting multiple sclerosis. And at the moment, we have 3 active ongoing clinical trials in the Ukraine, covering around 20 different sites and approximately, you know, 300 to 400 patients at the moment. The company itself already had a lot of experience with the Ukraine. We had a very close network of vendors we were working with, and always were very happy with the different aspects of deliverables the Ukrainian country and the sites were providing to us. Also, when we saw, you know, the situation in February 2023 started, the war, already very early on, our vendors, which are local experts, were giving us the risk assessment whether, you know, we potentially could proceed with the continuation of recruitment in the studies. And finally, we made that decision in September to continue all our trials, all recruitment in the Ukraine. Of course, we as a sponsor, we have an obligation for sponsor oversight, of course we are doing oversight through our CROs, but also we had the opportunity through our network to have an independent, let's say, auditor or clinical research expert who performed sponsor oversight visit on behalf of us, so independent of the CRO. And I think he visited a lot of centers from our different of our studies, and in general, the feedback we received from him was in line with the report we received from the CRO, which in general, it shows that, the operations are done with a high level quality. And so yeah, that's very satisfactory, as you can imagine, for us.
Yeah, thank you, Werner. Radoslav, what is your opinion on this point?
Yeah, so I have a pleasure to work with Ukrainian colleagues for the last 15 years, and I'm personally a huge fan of Ukraine as a place for clinical research. I've been in the country many times. I remember my visit during the revolution, and it looks like that the cycle of history is coming back, and you had another challenge in Ukraine, which Ukraine is winning. So I'm really glad to observe and support Ukraine over those years. I think we went through the whole kind of period of uncertainty in the beginning of the war. So our two clinics in Ukraine, in Kiev and Zhytomyr, were actively recruiting and screening the patients before the war, and we had to make the decision on what to do with the patients, how to support them, how to support our staff, and how to kind of execute the obligation towards our clients. And we basically were following some of their instructions, but we were very open to move some of the patients to Poland, which has happened, and they were gladly accepted in the Polish sites, not only FutureMeds sites, but also some other Polish colleagues in different hospitals. Different sites were very open and very helpful in moving the patients through the border. We made the decision to offer refuge for some of our colleagues, and few of them decided to use it, but quite a big part of our team has stayed in Ukraine and continue to deliver the obligations towards the patients. We took care for the patients in those two locations, and despite the fact that some of the study activity were put on hold, especially the recruitment of the patients, the delivery of the follow-up visits, and all the protocol activities was carried on. This was kind of very similar to basically what was happening in the first few weeks of COVID, when nobody will know what will be happening. A lot of sponsors were hesitating and were stopping the activity, but as soon as the situation was getting more clear, we are seeing some attempts to restore the clinical research activity. And for the last 18 months, we were actively encouraging our clients, our colleagues from CRO, our colleagues from pharma companies to give Ukraine a chance to support the country, to support Ukrainian patients with allowing them to participate in the clinical research, giving the patients the option to access those additional modern treatment, which I think is very important for the patients all around the planet, but for Ukrainian patients, especially in this very, very dark period. I think it's our kind of ethical obligations not to stop moving the clinical trials to Ukraine, but in fact increase the number of studies, increase the number of medications, increase the number of procedures which we can support, and basically support the patients in Ukraine with ability to participate in the study. It's hard. It's more complicated than it was before the war, but there are countries which are in the war for the last 50 years, like Korea or Israel, and those are the big hubs for the clinical research across the world, one of the most successful countries on the planet. And I cannot see the reason why Ukraine cannot be in exactly the same situation. Of course, fingers crossed that, you know, we will win and you will win, and the war will stop. But whatever will be the outcome, I believe that the country is ready, and, you know, we should move and support the clinical development in Ukraine.
Thank you very much for this very supportive intention, and I think that maybe we will come to some day when rocket attack will not block everything as it is in Israel. So maybe we will become this country, and this intention will be to our country from abroad. So thank you for these insights. And the next question for us is about Ukraine. So you have experience conducting clinical trials in different countries. And I would like to ask you what Ukraine can give to you, what other countries can't do.
Okay, I think, you know, there's always, it's hard to say that Ukraine can give us something which other countries cannot, because, you know, the environment and is really very similar. But what I can see in Ukraine is that this huge enthusiasm towards the clinical development, and large willingness of medical staff to participate in the research, and a very, very high interest to do it. There are multiple reasons for this, but this is placing the country very high on the list of the countries which can move the clinical development forward. What is also amazing to see is how the Ukrainian regulatory is addressing the challenges of the study regulations and the study startup, and approving the studies. As I said, I'm kind of watching this market for many years, and I cannot name any single country on the planet which is making such huge progress in allowing new clinical trials to start as Ukraine. And I can only keep the fingers crossed and hope that Ukrainian regulatory will be continuing on this path, because this will fundamentally change the whole clinical research environment in the country. It could triple or quadruple the number of studies which Ukraine is getting, if only you can stay within those 30 days window of approving the new studies. And with all the challenges which the Western Europe has, you know, decrease in the medical field force after COVID, some challenges in Britain after Brexit, and the European new trial regulations, which is at the moment kind of slightly stopping the development. I know that the idea is great, but at the moment we are seeing some challenges. That's the place which Ukraine can at least step in and can take the opportunity, because the number of studies has increased. The number of patients which we need for the new studies is huge, and if only Ukraine can grab the opportunity, and the regulatory body can work together with the hospitals, academia, and private sector, I think you will be in great spot to win more work.
Okay, thank you, Radoslav. Sergey, what is your opinion on this point?
If we are talking about competitive advantage of Ukraine, I can say that at MSD, in studies where we took part, we always were a contributor at least 5% of patients enrolled globally, and in many cases from 8 to 15 up to 20%. Again, this is a matter of right study allocation and right country selection, but still this is a clear reflection of our capabilities. Before war, within MSD pipeline, Ukraine was within top 8, top 10 countries, enrolling countries within Europe, top 15 countries globally. All these are signs of our capabilities, but this is not only about capability, this is about business impact. I don't believe that global clinical trials industry, if we are talking about big pharma, in which scale is important, it would be possible to redesign completely the business model and to involve in more capabilities existing countries or involve new countries. Also, I am very skeptical regarding resuming of business in Russia. I'm just trying to say that if we're talking about in which areas Ukraine can be strong, I would try to change the question to if international clinical trials industry can be strong and successful without Ukraine. My answer is not. That's why we just need to be careful risk takers at this moment, attracting right sponsors with right studies in right sites now until war is not ended. We all wish and dream for not only victory itself, but for fast victory. Unfortunately, it is not the case, most probably in our reality, and we need to have this long-run mindset and just not only await but fight for victory, keep all necessary infrastructure and ecosystem of clinical trials at companies, at sites, hopefully within countries. I am talking about patients pool. But still, I do believe that as soon as situation with safety, security considerations will be more stable, more studies, more sponsors will come. Our short and small experience with resuming enrollment in COVID study in August, September last year, resuming enrollment in several small pediatrics studies, cardiology, schizophrenia, just another examples of these possibilities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Werner, what is your opinion and what main factors drives you to launch clinical trials in Ukraine despite possible risks?
So I think in the end, you're always trying to look for people who are dedicated, who are enthusiastic, very good problem-solving skill and being proactive. And I knew that, like I said, I have done trials before in the Ukraine, before the war, also at different companies, and always these kind of competencies I find in all the people I've worked with Ukraine before, independent of the therapeutic area. It became very evident again that, after February or in March, that, the company, the country, all the people of the country were, really, trying to fight for their position. So, of course, and everybody had their position there. On the people involved in clinical trials, very quickly, and we're looking for solutions, how to restart operations again. And this is from sites, this is from regulatory authorities, from ethics committees, and from vendors, CRAs. And there actually I didn't really see any difference between any vendors. So all had that kind of capability. And in our studies, we were using different vendors. And also there, it always is helpful as a sponsor if you get the same kind of message, correct? With the same kind of proposals. So independent from the companies we were working with, we get the same kind of signals and the same kind of proposals how we as a company would be able to restart recruitment in the Ukraine, besides, of course, taking care of the patients which were already enrolled prior to the start of the war. And from a sponsor perspective, this is a blessing, correct? This is something exactly what you're looking for. People who are being proactive and coming with solutions which are done in from a quality eye and risk-based. So so it's very clear, what are the pros, what are the cons, what are the risks, what are the mitigations. And so this was very helpful, at least from our side, to make the decision in order to proceed the recruitment in Ukraine from September 2022 again. Of course, I think what would help the Ukraine even more, so for other sponsors to come. So, from the Munich side for our MS studies, we make that decision, correct? So, and of course, I'm also sitting here to tell, people who have the same responsibilities I have on the sponsor side, that it's always easy to not reconsider Ukraine because of what is happening, but, just give you what are the risks and what are the mitigations, and from our side it was positive. So two things which I think is important for maybe for the ecosystem Ukraine to consider. I believe so. Also, one of the things we had to mitigate was the analysis of safety labs. So as usual, or many trials, we were using a central lab, which was European based, and of course logistics. Although it was feasible, we had every week a bus driving from Kiev going to Brussels to deliver our samples from the patients which were in screening or being enrolled. We felt more comfortable when we found a local central lab. I think it was also referred to by one of my other colleagues, another sponsor. I think there, to invest in this kind of infrastructure, so, significant local central lab who are able to do this analysis, I think is very beneficial and could, mitigate or, bring sponsor to consider, to continue their, their studies in the Ukraine. If safety is of importance for them. Second, I think, and this is more for the investigational community. So here we have been talking to a lot about, is it operational feasible for the Ukraine, or is it operational feasible to perform a clinical trial in the UK? And I think that answer, what I've said, is yes, it's for sure, it's feasible. I think what is important for sponsors also to consider, before moving in, the question they would ask, like, what is the impact of the war, for example, stress, on the patient population and potentially on the primary endpoints? I think it's important that the investigators can show that to sponsors, saying, hey, technically nothing has changed, or if something has changed, it has been mitigated. Because this is also something from the sponsor side, from the medical side, people are interested to understand. We've also to make that kind of a decision. Because we know that potentially stress could have an impact. I think it's very good to understand whether it does, and there are questionnaires for that, for example, to assess. So I think that's going to be helpful, just in case sponsors come up with that question. So this would be my two advices, and a couple more, but I think the main ones for even for sponsors, to consider coming back to the Ukraine, not only from the operational perspective.
Okay, thank you, Werner. So time is running out, and I would like to summarize our insights, and I would like to say that you're right that we have to, and sponsor has to wait and very carefully therapeutic indication and the environmental conditions and other parameters of the study, so everything should be properly weighted. But if this decision is made and the clinical trial is started in Ukraine, we have everything to do it faster, proactively, managing risk mitigation plans and minimizing any possible risks. So I suppose that it's possible to run clinical trials and in Ukraine, and this is a signal for sponsors that Ukraine is a feasible country for clinical trials, and you are a responsible person who made these decisions, and your insights are truly valuable. And thank you very much for your participation, for your time, and for your ideas. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ми знову
We switch back to the Ukrainian language, and with pleasure, I would like to give the floor to Anastasia Zhuzhukova, the manager for development of the Communal Utility Clinical Center of Hematology, Transplantology and Palliative Care of Cherkasy Regional Council, Cherkasy. Anastasia Zhuzhukova, the coordinator of clinical trials. The topic of her speech is the role of laboratory center accredited according to the requirements of ISO 189 in conducting clinical research, and it should not be the period, but it should be the exclamation mark in our conference. Applause.
Welcome to my presentation. As it was told, my name is Anastasia Zhuzhukova, and I'm a development manager of cancer hospital located in Cherkasy. In addition to previous discussion, I want to add something. A few hours ago, I've just returned from Israel, Taisa University Medical Center, and yes, I can confirm that despite ongoing war in the country, the clinical trials are ongoing, even clinical trials related to bone marrow transplantation, etc. But now I'm going to speak about my institution. Our institution, which today has a new name, Communal Non-Profit Enterprise Clinical Center of Oncology, Hematology, Transplantology and Palliative Care of Cherkasy Oblast Council. Let me ask technical support. I've sent you the updated presentation a few days ago due to your request, but it's the old version. I have a flashcard. Can we replace it? I have an updated presentation that was sent to you a few days ago. Can we replace this one if I give you a flashcard with information? Possible? We have updated just the photos from our updated laboratory center and some new updates. Sorry for the confusion. Perfect. We have updated the name of our institution on the photo. So, our institution, which today has a new name, Communal Non-Profit Enterprise Clinical Center of Oncology, Hematology, Transplantology and Palliative Care of Cherkasy Oblast Council, has been successfully participating in clinical trials for over 25 years. Patients, doctors and the hospital get lots of benefits from clinical research. For doctors, participating in clinical research is an opportunity to help the patient get innovative treatment and also to gain additional knowledge and skills in the use of modern innovative methods of treatment, examination and diagnostic standards. We are a regular oncology hospital. We do not have special research positions. Work in clinical trials is conducted by doctors in parallel with their routine practice, with the treatment of patients of the appropriate profile. These years have proven that it is possible to involve different doctors from different departments of the institution to work in clinical trials. The main thing is that research doctors add that doctors of our institution are constantly improving their knowledge. For example, at the moment, 2 doctors, hematologists, are having their monthly observership program in Stanford Medical Center, California, USA, in the Department of Blood and Marrow Transplantation and Cellular Therapy Division. And the group of 4, including me, returned today from Israel, Jerusalem, Hadassah Medical University Center, doctor hematologist, laboratory doctor, nurse, and me as a clinical study coordinator. It should be noted that the laboratory assessment of biospecimens of a clinical trial participant is an extremely important stage before the start of treatment. Appropriate diagnostics of diseases, which allows you to determine the smallest changes in the functioning of systems and organs and establish a correct diagnosis. Our institution pays a lot of attention to the issue of high-quality research of blood and other biological samples. The Center of Special Laboratory Research was established on the basis of our hospital in January 2017, which includes a clinical diagnostics laboratory, a centralized cytology laboratory, pathanatomical department with a laboratory for immunohistochemical studies. Such reformatting was necessary for the implementation of Ukraine's state standard EN ISO 15189-2015, Medical Labs Requirements for Quality and Competence in the Laboratory Center and its subsequent accreditation. Accreditation was carried by the National Accreditation Agency of Ukraine in accordance to the law of Ukraine, taking into account requirements of international and European standards. This need arose not only in connection with reform of healthcare sector, and also because our oncology hospital defined as its strategy the introduction of innovative methods, approaches to the provision of medical services. An accredited medical laboratory is one for which the level of the qualification and ability to ensure the declared level of quality of results has been established and documented. It is quite fair to know that the research results of ISO 15189 accredited lab are practically indisputable, since the implementation of management in accordance with the requirements of the standard that ensures a high level of quality and reliability. We received confirmation of accreditation in accordance with the state standards of Ukraine's requirements, EN ISO 15189, 5 years ago, in 2018, for the first time, and we entered the top 5 of the first labs that received such accreditation. The entry into force of the specialized standard opened a new scientific and practical page of oncology in our region and the laboratory network of state institutions throughout the country. Every year, the Center of Special Laboratory Research performs more than 1 million tests. All laboratories are equipped with modern equipment. They perform a wide range of lab research with high quality. We perform laboratory tests not only for Cherkasy, but for other regions of Ukraine, for example, Kyiv, Sumy, Zhytomyr, Poltava, etc. We have implemented in work such analytical systems as SA1+, SAS2 for the study of proteins and protein fractions, then automatic analyzer of hemostasis indicators, flow cytometer, analytical system for biochemical studies, immunohistochemical analyzer, system of multiplex flow analysis for molecular genetic HLA typing and non-HLA antibody screening. due to the standardization of lab tests and the possibility of conducting laboratory support for transplants, in particular HLA typing, pre- and post-transplantational screening for the presence of infectious agents, studying using the flow cytometry method in transplantology. In 2019, our institution became a participant in governmental pilot project on bone marrow transplantation. And according to the results of 2022, we took the second place in Ukraine in terms of the number of the performed transplantation, including autologous, allogeneic transplants and related and matching unrelated and partially compatible transplants. Due to the high quality of the work of our laboratory center, we got the opportunity to cooperate with the World Register of Bone Marrow Donors and to perform control tests in Dresden laboratory in Germany. Since then, more than 130 hematopoietic stem cell transplants have been performed and even more than 22 kidney transplants. In May 2023, we passed reaccreditation and confirmed compliance with the state standards of Ukraine requirements EN ISO 15189. All these serves as a good basis for working with clinical trials, in which the doctors of our institution have been participating for more than 25 years. During this time, more than 200 clinical trials were conducted of hematological, oncological, urological, and other profiles. Due to the experience and highly qualified staff, the Department of Clinical Trials was created in 2017, which is a structural unit of the institution and subordinates directly to the director. The management in clinical trials department is performed by the head of the department that has a qualification category in hematology. In the department work clinical trials, nurses, junior medical staff, and the Department of Clinical Trials does not have a bed fund. In case needed, the patient is hospitalized in the specialized department and get treatment in daycare hospital. The main tasks of the department are startup, activation of new clinical trials, communications with representatives of CRO or sponsors, patients' navigation throughout the study schedule, compliance with clinical trial protocols that are provided by sponsors or CROs, for example, collection of vital signs, treatment, performing ECGs in case needed, collection and sending of biological samples, blood, urine, bone marrow of clinical trials participant to the local and central labs. Also, we work with couriers. We provide consultative, diagnostic, therapeutic assistance to clinical trials participants. We control the timely completion of training such as ICH, GCP, IETA, dangerous goods training by the doctors, nurses of the department. Also, we maintain clinical documentation according to GCP LCOA criteria and other regulatory documentation. Clinical trials department includes a room for taking blood tests and conducting chemotherapy. Doctor's office, it has a room for work of coordinators, CRAs, and doctors, sub-investigators participating in clinical trials. It has manipulation room with beds and chairs and medical staff room. The department interacts directly with the clinical departments of the institution: hematology, clinical oncology, surgical unit, outpatient department, radiology, lab center, local ethics committee, and others. The department conducts an expert assessment of documentation through control by the director of the institution, PIs, representatives of CROs and sponsors of clinical trials. Of course, the fact that the Center of Special Lab Research is located in the institution significantly shortens the time from the collection of biosamples to obtaining the test results, and it simplifies the work of the department and helps to evaluate the essential tests in the day of collection and start treatment cycle without delays. And also, if necessary, we can retest the samples very fastly and promptly start monitoring and treatment of the possible adverse events. That increases patient safety and quality of treatment. I wanted to add when war erupted in February 2022, central labs in Ukraine that were contracted by sponsors, they paused, they stopped their work, and our local lab performed all the required tests for clinical trials department without any delays. That was approved by sponsors and the regulatory authorities. Combining our experience in working in clinical trials and the excellent work of a local laboratory, we can confidently say that our local lab can and is ready to play a role of a central lab for any other sites participating in clinical trials. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your brilliant presentation. Шановні колеги, ми маємо хвилину на...
Now, dear colleagues, we have a minute for summarizing what has happened here and get to the bottom of it, which is the documentary confirmation and completion of our serious and fruitful forum. So it looks like the main topic is not about like asking for food. We're not asking for food, we're asking for a job to earn money. What Ukrainians are doing now in all the countries where they are residing, abiding for various reasons, the top one being the neighbor's aggression. And I'm so much into the feeling that our foreign guests and participants have seen this, that we're diligent, we're strong, we're mindful and conscious of our strength, and this conference, this pharmaceutical forum, has confirmed this. Really happily, I'm driving at the resolution to be passed, and I'm passing the microphone to the teacher of many people present here, who is Mr. Alexander Gudzenko, who is the Doctor of Pharmaceutical Sciences Professor, emeritus healthcare worker of Ukraine, running an agency doing academic and scientific work for the State Expert Center at the Ministry of Health, a co-chair of the committee of this international forum. Mr. Gudzenko, welcome, please. Good evening, dear colleagues. It's already an evening, and I hear saying that we today all were participants of an unprecedented event, and it's not only for the area of clinical studies, but on the whole for Ukraine, because what is in question is medicines that in future will be used in medical practice, which is very, very important. Today has been a pretty busy schedule, but I assume that we all have gotten plenty very interesting information for further work. Our forum is coming to an end, and of course we need to confirm documentarily the forum work results. The organizing committee of the Pharmaceutical Forum has worked very fruitfully, and we have developed a resolution of the Pharmaceutical Forum on clinical trials in Ukraine and European integration. I want to read it through, okay, so we understand what is in question. And so what are the next things we got to do tomorrow? That's a draft, and if there are some amendments or additions, we're going to work it around, and we're going to bring in the final result to their final resolution of the Pharmaceutical Forum. Thus, the Pharmaceutical Forum, Clinical Trials in Ukraine and European Integration, that has taken place on June 29th, 2023 in the city of Kiev, organized by the State Enterprise, the State Expert Center at the Ministry of Health of Ukraine, in cooperation with Ukrprom Expo Limited and Ukrainian Association of Clinical Studies, supported by the Ministry of Health of Ukraine, and with the participation of partners MSD Ukraine, Arencia, Joint Stock Company Pharmac, Borshagivka Pharmaceutical Factory, Pharmaceutical Plant, and Interchem, Pfizer Ukraine, AstraZeneca, Ukraine, Aventis of Ukraine, Arterium Corporation, Lakim, for information support. That's weekly edition of Tega, and Ukrainian Medical Chronicle and Pharma Media. Pharmaceutical magazine was dedicated to the pressing issues of clinical trials of drugs in Ukraine, with the participation of the Swedish and Polish regulatory bodies. The forum also included representatives from other different companies, and online we providing an appendix with the participant list. The goal of the forum was creating a platform for a dialogue to provide for a convergence between theory and practice throughout all the stages of clinical trials, increase improvement in quality and quantity of clinical trials in Ukraine with GCP, adherence to GCP, and provision of protection of rights and security and safety according to the agenda. The forum included a plenary session. People from the State Expert Center spoke, and people from the Association of Clinical Studies included panel discussion and online and offline presence. The total number of participants of the Pharmaceutical Forum, clinical trials in Ukraine, is 397 people. Out of them, 85 are present online. We're working online. Among the speakers and guests, we have representatives of the Ministry of Health, State Expert Center of the Ministry of Health of Ukraine, sponsors of clinical trials and their representatives, manufacturers of drugs, experts from the pharmaceutical and chemical area, members of professional associations, member of ethics commissions, and civil society organizations, including representatives of foreign countries like Sweden, Poland, Canada, Denmark, the UK, Germany, and others, opening the Pharmaceutical Forum. A welcome word was said to the participants by the first Deputy Minister of Health, Doctor of Medical Sciences, Professor Sergei Dubrov, and the Director of the State Expert Center of the Ministry of Health of Ukraine, candidate of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Associate Professor Mikhailo Babenko. During the forum, attention was paid to the clinical trial experience as the factor of their development, and the main reiterations, the main highlights, better attraction of Ukraine for preclinical studies and clinical studies, processes of the harmonization of regulatory framework to be provided for clinical study of drugs and doing clinical trials accordingly to the best European and world practices, providing for good conduct of clinical trials in particular in the time of war. Then the current developments, preclinical and clinical trials and their assessment and making decisions within the healthcare system of Ukraine, the problems and prospects of digitalization and the process of trials conduct in Ukraine. The forum participants indicate that the Ministry of Health of Ukraine and the State Expert Center at the Ministry of Health of Ukraine have done a lot of work to provide for continuous operation of the course of clinical trials despite the martial law in place, and also describing documents and recommendations and guidelines near there is with the achievements, there exists a list of problems and problematic issues which should be improved by means of further harmonization with the EU legislation, improved by number 2, digitalization of application submission to the Ministry of Health of Ukraine and the State Experts Center of the Ministry of Health of Ukraine, and their consideration. The Pharmaceutical Forum of Clinical Trials in Ukraine and European integration points out that in the case of need for such events in the future, for methodology, randomization, and clinical trials conduct in Ukraine, suggestion is first to revise and put into compliance with international requirements the regulatory documents that regulate clinical trials conduct in Ukraine. Number 2, to recommend the State Expert Center, that the Expert Center for the Ministry of Health of Ukraine facilitate the conduct of trainings and master classes and workshops in Ukraine, aiming to improve the conduct of clinical trials, and it will be given for doctors, for commission members and representative of sponsors, along with methodology. Number 3, representatives of clinical trials from the State Expert Center, from the Ministry of Health of Ukraine, and also people from the Ministry of Health of Ukraine during the unwrapping, unfolding the system of building up a medical card in Ukraine, including the possibility of data analysis and efficiency of treatment analysis. Number 4, to actively involve mass media to for raising the public awareness on modern approaches to the conduct of clinical trials in Ukraine. Number 5, the research community and the global pharmaceutical market should get the possibility for screening, for conduct of clinical trials, and the majority of Ukraine is, given that the majority of Ukraine is a relatively safe zone that may be actively used for conduct of clinical trials. Full-fledged functioning of the infrastructure is necessary for clinical trials, in particular at health facilities, banking system, logistics, and courier and other services to provide the possibility for a wide circle of clinical trials. Ukraine has saved a big potential for the conduct of clinical trials thanks to its one of the biggest in Europe populations, the development of immigration processes, and the number of 1,500 motivated clinical sites, research centers. Ukraine has confirmed its trust and reliability by successfully overcoming the challenges of 2022, given the credibility and quality of the data, which is reflected by the results of clinical audits that were conducted by the State Expert Center of the Ministry of Health of Ukraine, right in the research centers with primary access to primary data in case of doing inspection. The regulatory bodies of other countries, representatives of the State Expert Center at the Ministry of Health of Ukraine, are ready to provide support both online and offline, acting as inspectors at a research center. Ukraine has adjusted an efficient system of sending biosamples to central laboratories during 36 to 72 hours with the possibility to attract local laboratories certified by local and international standards, including ISO, experience in clinical trials that are able to provide support to central laboratories and replace them in some cases. The Ethics Commission at health facilities will continue functioning and duly have a due oversight over aspects of clinical trials. A change to national legislation as to clinical trials in 2020-2023. More exactly, the terms of considering a clinical trial within 30 days. The consideration gives the management flexibility, which makes it one of the most cutting edge in Europe. Patients enrollment and updates and new clinical trials give a possibility of dozens of trials with lots of patients, which indicates one's trust in the Ukrainian capacity and gives more opportunity for the patients to have new innovative methodology, innovative drugs to treat advanced stages of diseases. Number 6, it's to support the urge for international community as to saving and recovering the clinical infrastructure of Ukraine. Number 7, to publish the forum's resolution in the magazines Novina Medicina and Pharmacy, Zdorovye Ukraine, and a weekly edition Apteka pharmaceutical magazine as well, Pharmaceutical Journal, to post it on the website of the State Expert Center and also in other special online editions of medicine. The Ukrainian academic community, the researchers, representatives of pharma and CROs, the Ukrainian Association of Clinical Studies, research organizations, Ukrainian and international public figures, the State Expert Center at the Ministry of Health of Ukraine and the Ministry of Health of Ukraine are calling the clinical trial sponsors for considering Ukraine as a country with a great potential to do clinical trials, in particular in the time of war. Dear colleagues, that's a draft, of course, of the resolution of today's forum. If there are some amendments or additions while waiting today, I suggest that we adopt this draft of the resolution as the basics. If no comments or additions, we may do so. If any, then we can instruct the organizing committee to complement the resolution of this pharmaceutical forum. So this is why I suggest that we now vote in, and we pass the resolution of the pharmaceutical forum, clinical trials in Ukraine, and European integration. Unanimous. Thank you. But I know that there were some proposals by Ms. Malik and maybe also all participants on the forum and others, so I assume that it will be correct if we get those proposals, if we work the resolution around, and if we then pass the ultimate version. Okay, if you don't mind, thank you. If you don't. And just before we wrap up completely, just a few,
We prepared this pharmaceutical forum for clinical trials in Ukraine and European integration for 2 months. It was a very thorough, serious work, and I cannot not say and thank the active organizations, those the co-organizers working with us during this time and prepared and organized this pharmaceutical forum, which we have conducted today. In my opinion, it was really well done. So in the morning today, when I got up here, I was in the mood, I was a bit worried. But then I thought, we've worked so hard, everything will be great. And right now I can say in the evening, everything is great. But I want to thank, first of all, the State Expert Center of the Ministry of Health of Ukraine. Of course, I want to thank our head, Bobenko Mikhailo. First of all, I want to thank for your support, for the preparation, for everything that we needed. It was provided for us for this preparation. I want to thank it. I am speaking on behalf of the organizing committee and on behalf of the co-head of the organizational committee. I want to thank the leader of the clinical trials of the State Expert Center, Mr. Mikhailo Lobas. Thank you, Mr. Mikhailo. For sure, I want to thank the head of the Department of Clinical Trials, Taisa Gerasymchuk. We really appreciate everything you're doing for us, and we want to thank all the workers of State Expert Center who participated in the preparation and the organization of the Pharmaceutical Forum. Thank you. I want to thank you. I really want to thank you. I want to thank the Ukrainian Association of Clinical Trials, and first of all, the president of this association, Mr. Vyshnyvetskyy Ivan, for his active position in the preparation. And I can tell you that the second part of our forum, the joint session, by 70%, this is the result of the work of Vyshnyvetskyy Ivan and the association in general. Thank you, Mr. Ivan Ivanovich. And of course, I want to thank our co-organizer, technical co-organizing company, Ukrcom Expo, and its head, Pavlo Kishkov, who has organized the technical support and everything we've had during the day of the forum, all the coffee breaks, lunch breaks, and we're waiting for one more interesting one. That's all the credit of Ukrcom Expo, and Mr. Pavlo, we're so thankful to you. And also I have to thank Irina Mahlik, Acting Director on Clinical Trials in European Business Association. Mrs. Irina, we really appreciate the initiative and how to put it the right way. This, energetic position. You were very active, and when you weren't in Ukraine, when you were abroad, you always stayed in touch with us, and it's very nice of you. We really appreciate that. And of course, I want to thank our sponsors and partners, Pharmaceutical, Mr. Sergei Mikhailov. We could hear the speeches today, and they were really of a really good, experienced professional, and we also had meetings during the preparation, and we received proposals about the preparation of the resolution project, and in general, we've received this serious support from Mr. Mikhailo. from MSD in general, and we are really grateful for your activity in all our work. And of course, I want to thank all the speakers who were here today. It's not always easy, but today we heard a lot of meaningful professional speeches of people who know their business, who have been in their business. And of course, listening to the speeches today, I understand that we have the future of clinical trials in Ukraine, in our state. Of course, their number will go up, and it's important for our state in general. In general, I'm very thankful, dear speakers. And of course, I want to thank all the participants who have worked today in this hall, at this forum, clinical trials in Ukraine, European integration. Thank you for your active participation, for always being with us. Thank you. We're really grateful. And I want to say, we are all together. We will win. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you. And with pleasure, we don't put period, but we put the exclamation mark. See you soon. Did you like it? Did you like it, dear colleagues? Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please go to the hall for small crochet.